A night of passion. The innocent school beauty got pregnant with twins for me, but my parents... That night, I lost control of my alcohol, and the school beauty suddenly came to my house and said that I had to be responsible for the twins in her belly. At the hospital entrance, she threw the ultrasound report in my face with red eyes. Lin Xian, I got pregnant after that night. You must take responsibility. I was confused. Everyone in the hospital was staring at me as if I were a scumbag. I wanted to escape. Who can accept becoming a father of twins overnight? Back to 2 months ago, all the absurdity started from that night. The sound of a woman's moans last night is still ringing in my ears. I opened my eyes drowsily, thinking I was having a wet dream. Suddenly, I felt something soft pressing on my chest. I looked down and my whole body exploded. Li Mengyao, the cold and beautiful campus girl from Jinghai University, was sleeping soundly on top of me. She was wearing my shirt, which was loose, her white collarbone was faintly visible, and her hair was scattered on my chest, like a dream. My mind buzzed. I had drunk too much at the dorm party last night. All I remember was a figure throwing itself into my arms. Isn't it true that he lost his virginity while drunk? I was still in a daze when she suddenly opened her eyes, and our eyes met. The next second, there was a scream, and a pillow flew towards him. You're still looking? Turn around. Her face turned red all the way to her neck, and she put on her clothes and rushed out the door. Before I could recover from my shock, I looked down and saw the bright red on the bedsheet, and I was instantly petrified. Fast forward 2 months to June 2024, Jinghai People's Hospital. Please ask number 66, Lin Xian, to go to clinic number 6 for a consultation. I stood up and walked into the examination room. The 2 nurses behind me chattered, wow, this handsome guy looks like a celebrity. Sister, take out your phone. Take some secret photos. I'll cover you. I don't even bother to care anymore. I'm used to it. I was almost numb for being confessed to in public in college. When I passed by them, I said casually, sorry, I like men. This immediately sank them to the point of being disappointed. Walking into clinic number 6, a middle-aged doctor with a Mediterranean look looked up at me and asked, where do you feel uncomfortable? I said my liver hurt. He felt my pulse and suddenly sighed, ah. My heart skipped a beat. No way, could it be liver cancer? Is this really fatal? The doctor rubbed his eyes and said, no, I was just tired from working overtime last night. You stay up too late, be careful. I breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. After all, I've been writing code during the day and playing games with the kids in the dorm at night. Dad, I want to be a god. Dad, I want to get more points. If I lose, I'm a dog. If I win, I'm a dad. After getting the prescription, I was about to go to the window. I passed by the obstetrics and gynecology department and was looking down at my phone when suddenly a familiar and dazzling figure appeared in front of me. It's her. Li Mengyao, wearing a white dress, stood at the door of the obstetrics and gynecology department, looking down at the physical examination report, her face pale and her eyes dull. My heart tightened, and I walked closer quickly to see the ultrasound report clearly. 8 weeks pregnant. Ow! How could it be that I got pregnant in one try? She murmured to herself. My heart was already in turmoil. I walked forward and whispered, excuse me, is this child mine? She raised her head suddenly, first in shock, then her eyes quickly turned red, and her voice trembled. You actually have the nerve to ask? Passers-by started to watch, looking at me as if I were a scumbag. Don't cry. The whole world will think I lied to you. You are bullying me. Her voice rose, tears streaming down her face. This child is yours. I was petrified on the spot. One shot to the heart? Congratulations on becoming a father. I was about to open my mouth to argue when an electronic voice suddenly sounded in my head. Ding! The God-level daddy system is connecting. Connection successful. Congratulations to the host for activating the God-level nanny system. There is no doubt that the children before us are indeed the host's biological twins. The new member gift package has arrived. Reward 1, 100,000 yuan in startup capital for childcare. Reward 2, comprehensive pregnancy knowledge. Reward 3, human attributes enhanced by 100. System? My mind was full of questions. Isn't this a middle school setting that only appears in novels? But I have never even downloaded Tomato Novel and have no idea what a system is. Just when I was wondering, my cell phone rang. Ding dong. An Alipay payment notification popped up. 100,000 yuan actually went into my account. I looked at the number in confusion, and the next second, it was as if an entire library's contents were poured into my head. The encyclopedia of pregnancy knowledge filled my mind, as if God had gifted me with a doctorate in obstetrics and gynecology. Before I could react, a warm current burst out from my dantian, like the run and do meridians being opened in martial arts novels. I clenched my fists and felt like I could smash a wall with one punch and kick a wild boar away with one kick. All of this is not an illusion. The system gives me money, knowledge, and turns me from an otaku into an iron warrior in an instant. If this is a dream, don't wake me up. However, the reality is even more outrageous than the system. The campus beauty Li Mengyao is crying in front of me. Don't you believe me? If you don't believe me, you can go for a paternity test. Only then did I come back to my senses from the shock of the system. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of me, I hurriedly handed her a tissue. Don't cry yet. If the child is mine, I will definitely take full responsibility for him. But to be honest, I'm not sure either. After all, in this era, there are too many cases of becoming a father happily. She is the goddess in the eyes of all the boys in the school, and he's just a programmer who works as a bricklayer. How can he be qualified to get her pregnant? But her eyes were clear and her tone was firm, without any pretense. I accompanied her to the hospital, and during the 3 hours of waiting for the results, my heart beat faster than when I ran 800 meters. When the results came out, the doctor read out expressionlessly, "Mr. Lin, the match is 99.99%, confirming the parent-child relationship." The doctor's tone was calm, but it was like a bolt of lightning hitting my forehead. Am I really a father? I took the appraisal report with a stiff face, my palms full of sweat. Looking at Li Mengyao with red eyes but a hint of smile, I felt even worse. She's almost exhausted from this, and I can't escape it anymore. As she walked out of the hospital, she was about to speak when her stomach growled. She didn't have breakfast. I immediately waved and called a ride-hailing car, opened the door for her like a gentleman, and watched her get in before I walked around to the other side. "Peace Hotel," I said to the driver. The driver glanced at us in the rearview mirror and said, "Hey, did you have a fight with your girlfriend?" I nodded awkwardly. I coaxed her out to eat. When Li Mengyao heard this, her face turned red, and she turned to look out the window. Her shy look made me feel a little dazed. Was this really my fault? When we arrived at the restaurant, I helped her open the door, arranged the seats, and handed her the menu. "Are you starving? Order anything you like, but don't order anything raw." She ordered very little. Beef brisket with tomatoes, shrimp, and tofu. There's a reason why school beauties have good figures. I added a few dishes, and the waiter left with the menu. I looked into her clear eyes and said, "Mengyao, I will take responsibility. Are you willing to give birth to the child?" She brushed her long hair gently, her voice filled with helplessness. "How can you be responsible? We haven't even graduated yet." "I have savings," I said. "My scholarship and part-time job have saved me quite a bit. I will work hard to make money and give you and the baby a home." She laughed after hearing that, her eyes moist as if they could speak. "You said so. I'm going to give birth to the baby." I nodded, trying to suppress the emotions surging inside me. In fact, I didn't know that she had liked me for 3 years before she threw herself into my arms when she was drunk that night. She said that what happened between us that night changed everything. But I know that she was not acting on impulse. She had already kept me in her heart for a long time. When the food was served, I picked up some food for her and told myself, "Lin Xian, you have to do your best." After lunch, I sent her back to the dormitory building. "You are too tired today. I will take you for a comprehensive examination tomorrow." She nodded slightly. When I returned to the dormitory, I had a smile on my face, but a heavy heart. As soon as the door opened, the 3 adopted sons surrounded him. "Lin Xian, where did you go? You got a girlfriend and didn't take us with you. Get lost." I patted their heads. "Stop asking about adults' business." As a result, they showed no moral integrity, and 3 of them worked together to knock me to the ground. This is my daily life in the dormitory, passionate and warm. In the afternoon, I continued to work on the project, delivered it ahead of schedule, and also made an extra 10,000 yuan. Adding 100,000 yuan for the system, I now have more than 200,000 yuan. I was planning to rent an apartment as soon as possible. It was not suitable for Meng Yao to live in a dormitory while she was pregnant. After playing games at night, I just lay down and muttered to myself, it would be great if I could get a Xiaomi SU7. But when I woke up the next morning, there was a brand new car key on the table with an Electronic Start logo. I froze for 3 seconds, then without thinking, grabbed my keys and headed straight for the school parking lot. It felt like the air was different today, like the whole world was making way for my life. Sure enough, I found the purple Xiaomi SU7 in the corner of the parking lot. Its streamlined body, smoked black wheels, and concealed door handles exude a powerful presence that instantly makes your heart beat faster. I gently pressed the unlock button, the car lights flashed, and I sat directly in the driver's seat. The moment I held the steering wheel, there was only one word in my mind. Today, I officially take off. As I started the engine, I took out my phone and made a call, trying to speak as naturally as possible. Mingyao, are you awake? Let's go to the hospital for a pregnancy checkup today. I'll pick you up. Her voice was soft and languid, like someone who had just woken up. How did you remember? I smiled and said, the first 3 months are crucial. Taking care of you and the baby is what I should do. I parked the car downstairs of her dormitory, and just as I turned off the engine, I heard a series of footsteps. She was wearing a light blue dress, and the thin belt with crystals around her waist was crystal clear in the sunlight. I quickly stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and gently reminded her, slow down, don't fall. She smiled at me, her face full of tenderness that could not be concealed. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I stared in her eyes for a few seconds and whispered, you look especially beautiful today. Her face flushed, and she lowered her head slightly. What about yesterday? I smiled and replied, you look prettier every day. She pouted and said, you're so smooth talking. Let's go. I walked her to the car, opened the passenger door, and said with a smile, wife, please get in. Her face immediately turned red. Who is your wife? Although she protested, she still sat in obediently. Her cheeks were as red as ripe apples. For the first time, I felt that all this was too dreamy, yet so real. She looked around the car curiously and asked me quietly, did you buy a car? I replied while fastening my seatbelt, yes, you can drive it from now on. It will be convenient for you to travel and take care of the baby. She waved her hands hurriedly. No, I'm not good at driving, and you don't have a car to drive, right? I said casually, I have another car, so it's settled. She didn't know that the other car I was talking about was actually a small electric scooter that had been ticketed 3 times. I started the engine and drove to Jinghai People's Hospital, turning countless heads along the way. After arriving at the hospital, I accompanied her through a complete set of prenatal checkups, from ultrasound to blood tests, liver function tests, and hepatitis B tests. I didn't dare to neglect any of the steps. The doctor said the fetus was normal. She felt relieved upon hearing this, and the tension on her face gradually melted away. I was helping her with the report and preparing to leave when a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind me. Brother Xian, why are you here? I turned around and saw that it was my roommate, Zhou Quan. He glanced back and forth between me and Li Mengyao, and the next second he came up to me with a smirk. You're really good, kid. You even made it to the obstetrics and gynecology department. I didn't explain, but just smiled and patted him. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. You have to call me sister-in-law. He immediately shouted to Li Mengyao, goodbye, sister-in-law. After that, he slipped away without looking back. Li Mengyao's face was almost buried in her neck. I held her hand, and she didn't hide. I knew that this was her tacit consent. I smiled and said, let's go home. As soon as I got into the car, the system's voice came, ding dong. It has been detected that the host is accompanying the pregnancy checkup for the first time. The reward is a king-level apartment in Building A, 1601, Jinwan Mansion. It is a high-end school district apartment and can be moved in immediately. Before I could even feel happy, the second system notification came. The host's gift of a car has triggered a hidden achievement. The reward is a Maybach S680 luxury car, which has been parked in the underground garage of Jinwan Mansion. I froze at the steering wheel, completely overwhelmed by happiness. This apartment plus a Maybach was worth at least 10 million yuan, and my net worth soared to 7 figures. I turned to look at Li Mengyao, who was drowsy in the passenger seat, and suddenly felt a sense of emotion. If she hadn't been willing to keep the child, how could I have triggered so many rewards from the system? I gently took her hand, soft and warm, which was the most important responsibility and motivation for my future life. I whispered, Mengyao, let's go home. She nodded drowsily and continued to take a nap on the back of the chair. She didn't know that at this moment, I was driving her to our future real home. The car drove steadily into Jinwan Mansion. The access control automatically recognized the vehicle, and the voice system prompted, Dear owner of Jinwan Mansion, welcome home. Li Mengyao opened her eyes in a daze and was stunned by the mansion in front of her. This isn't a school. She rubbed her eyes and looked out the window at the tall buildings, her face filled with shock. I nodded. This is Jinwan Mansion, our new home. You bought a house? She opened her mouth, unable to form a complete sentence. I nodded. You're pregnant, so living in the dormitory isn't suitable. Besides, we're about to graduate, so we need a place to stay. She whispered to me, this house must be very expensive. Right, where did you get the money? I smiled and said, I started investing since my freshman year. I've been lucky and made some money. Li Mingyao's pretty face turned red. This is living together. She was still in a daze, her face blushing with shyness, but I had already parked the car in the underground parking lot of Jinwan Mansion and started to think about whether I should hold her hand and go upstairs directly. Seeing an expression on her face that looked like, is this happening too fast? I couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her pink and tender face. The touch from my fingertips was so soft. Honey, are you wondering if we're moving a little too fast? I teased her with a smile. Who is your wife? She blushed, slapped my dishonest hand away, raised her other hand and twisted it around my waist, twisting my soft flesh mercilessly. Honey, be gentle. I grimaced in pain and almost cried. You dare to scream. There was a smile in her eyes, and she wanted to continue twisting. I immediately grabbed her hand and half pulled and half dragged her out of the car door. Stop messing around. Let's go upstairs and take a look at the house. I smiled and held her hand, not giving her the chance to lose her temper. She pouted and muttered, annoying guy, under her breath, but still let me hold her hand and followed me to the elevator obediently. When passing by the VIP exclusive parking space in the community, she suddenly stopped and stared in surprise at a Maybach S680 with a slender body and a strong aura. Oh my God, whose car is this? It's parked here. She muttered softly, with a gleam in her eyes. I smiled without saying anything, took her hand and walked straight into the elevator. Little did she know that the Maybach had long been my second car. When we got up to the floor, I opened the door and welcomed her into the mansion the system had just awarded me. It was a 200 square meter apartment with 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, decorated in a rich gray and off-white hue, a simple yet sophisticated look. She stood on the balcony in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the river view and the sunset intertwined into a golden gauze on the water surface. She looked as quiet and gentle as a painting. The June evening breeze blew the hem of her skirt, and the sunlight hit her face. I suddenly lost control and gently hugged her from behind. She shuddered slightly, but didn't hide. Her cheeks flushed with the familiar blush again, and she whispered to me, this house must have cost a lot of money, right? I sniffed the fragrance of her hair and whispered, over 8 million. It's worth it. She lowered her head and her voice became softer. You bought a car and a house, but I can't give you anything. I feel like I'm useless. I turned her body around, put my hands on her shoulders, and looked into her eyes as if I wanted to carve my words into her heart. You and the baby are the most precious things in my life. It's you who gave me a home. From now on, I will protect this home. Her eyes were slightly red, her nose was a little sore, and her lips were slightly open, as if she wanted to say something, but her throat was blocked by her emotions. I slowly lowered my head, approaching her lips. She subconsciously closed her eyes, her face as red as a peach, and her whole body trembled slightly, as if the whole world had quieted down. Just when I was about to kiss her, my cell phone suddenly rang, and the vibration broke the whole atmosphere. She dodged my embrace like a startled little rabbit and frantically took out her phone and answered, "Hello, Mom." I realized instantly that this call was both timely and crucial. It was her mother, Huang Shifang. The voice on the other end of the phone was gentle but perceptive. Yao Yao, what have you been busy with recently? Why does it sound strange? No, I'm not busy. Li Mingyao was obviously panicked and even stuttered when she spoke. Are you in a relationship? Are there any boys around you? I was close enough to hear it all clearly and couldn't help laughing out loud. She immediately glared at me and pinched me hard. Don't make trouble. She lowered her voice, but her mother on the other end of the phone had already caught the clue. Yao Yao, do you have a boyfriend? She murmured, so softly that it was almost inaudible. Okay, you made some progress. It's time to have a relationship in college, but you have to let me check him out, her mother said with a smile. Bring him home next week, and I'll screen him for you. Then, I'll ask him. Li Mingyao's face was almost burning. After hanging up the phone, she immediately looked at me with a resentful look. It's all your fault. My mom found out about me. What's coming will eventually come. I'm ready for your dad to break my legs next week. I had a death-ready expression on my face. Then, will you go home with me next week? She lowered her head and rubbed the corner of her clothes, asking me in a low voice. I reached out and pinched the tip of her nose. You stole someone's precious daughter, so of course you have to come and apologize in person. She smiled and nodded, as if she had finally let go of the small stone in her heart. Then, shall we move in tomorrow? Okay. I gave her a firm, yet gentle response. In the evening, we were preparing to go to a nearby shopping mall for dinner. As soon as she took out the key of Xiaomi SU7, I immediately held her hand. Just leave this car in the community. I'll drive you out today. She blinked in confusion. You still have a car? I pointed to the metallic luster Maybach S680 not far away, took out the car key, and pressed it lightly. The headlights flashed, and the entire parking lot was brightened. This Maybach is yours. She opened her mouth slightly, her eyes stunned. I didn't answer, but just took her hand, stuffed her into the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt for her, then sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove to the mall. On the way, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Are you hiding a lot of things from me?" I smiled and said, "No, didn't I say before that I have another car to drive?" She wrinkled her nose and said, "But this car looks so new. I just washed it yesterday." I looked ahead with an innocent look on my face. Things like the system. I can't just tell it directly. Oomph. Then I'll trust you this time. She snorted softly, but her voice softened. I don't like being deceived, especially by someone I like. I took her hand and squeezed it gently. Honey, I will discuss everything with you from now on, okay? She responded softly, her voice like the fluffy clouds in milk tea. We entered the mall and chose her favorite grilled fish restaurant. She ate with great relish, and after finishing, she leaned on my shoulder and began to doze off. I sent her back to the girls' dormitory. After she returned to her room, I drove back to the dormitory. As soon as I kicked the door open, the three people in the room immediately yelled at me. "Good man, you really kidnapped the school beauty." Zhou Quan was filled with indignation. "You dare to do something big behind your father's back." Zhong Zixing was ready to take action with a broom in his hand. "You must tell the truth, and we might give you a lighter sentence." Chun Jinming came over with a ferocious look on his face. I explained everything clearly to my brothers, except the system. After all, if I really told them, they would just think I was making up a story because I was drunk. That's what happened. Don't ask for details. I spread my hands and tried to act calm. Zhong Zexing's eyes almost popped out. "You are not kidding us, are you?" Zhou Quan was also dumbfounded. "No wonder I saw you two in the obstetrics and gynecology department that day. So you really are pregnant?" Chun Jingming patted my shoulder and said, "Brother, you're really cheating. I dated for 2 years before we got together, and you went straight to the finish line?" I smiled and raised my glass. "Keep your mouth shut and don't let me become the school's love rival. I'll treat you tonight. Then what are you waiting for? I'll go online and beat you up first." Zhou Quan scolded with a smile. The friendship in our dormitory over the past 4 years is unwavering. No jargon is used, and everyone speaks the truth. It was normal to move out in the senior year. My friends didn't ask me where I would live, thinking I would just rent an apartment nearby. "Quanzi, why are you still holding back your ultimate move?" Chun Jingming cursed while playing the game. "I'll wait for the opportunity." Zhou Quan smiled mysteriously and continued to play tricks. "When it gets dark, all the people in dormitory 622 will gather." Zhou Quan just pulled out his phone to call a taxi, but I stopped him. "No need, I'll drive." "Where did you get the car?" the three asked in unison. "I just bought it. Don't move it. I'll drive it over." As soon as I left, the three of them started guessing what kind of crappy car I bought, until the Maybach stopped steadily in front of them. The car window rolled down, and I raised an eyebrow at them. "Get in the car." "What the hell, a Maybach? One that costs over 3 million. Brother Xian, your family owns a mine, right? You've been pretending to be poor for 4 years, and you acted really well." I smiled casually and said, "I just got one at home. It's convenient for taking care of the baby." The car drove to the small restaurant we often go to, and the proprietress recognized us at a glance. "The private room is reserved for you. You're about to graduate from college, right?" "I'll come here often after graduation." Zhou Quan answered quickly. "Don't forget me. I'll give you a discount later." The proprietress smiled. "The food in this restaurant is amazing, and the lady boss is very friendly, so we come here most often." After the boss lady left, I looked at my brothers and suddenly asked with emotion, "What do you plan to do after graduation?" "I'm taking the civil service exam and plan to be an honest man." Zhou Quan took a sip of beer. "My girlfriend and I have both been admitted to graduate school and will stay at Jinghai University." Chun Jingming said in a relaxed tone, "I wanted to start a business, but I had no platform and no funds, so I could only go to the company to lay the foundation first." Zhong Zixing sighed. "What about you, Brother Xian?" Several people looked at me in unison. I raised my glass and smiled. full-time care for the kids. Damn, you're being so Versailles again. Zhou Quan raised his fist as if to hit me. In fact, I also want to start a business with Zhong Zixing. After all, we are both among the most ruthless people in the School of Finance. But now, with the system in place and Meng Yao pregnant, I can only choose stability for the time being. The next morning at 10 o'clock, I drove to the female dormitory to pick up Meng Yao on time. As soon as I got downstairs, I saw her standing there. A white shirt paired with a denim skirt is as refreshing as the morning sunshine. But next to her stood a woman with a cold aura. I walked up quickly, took Meng Yao's hand, and asked with a smile, "Didn't you say you would wait until I got here before coming down?" "Just came down." Meng Yao's face flushed as she answered in a low voice. "She is my roommate, Lu Yusin, who insisted on coming with us." Meng Yao pointed at the cool and beautiful best friend next to her. "Hello, I'm Lin Xian, her husband." Lu Yusin looked at us holding hands and frowned. "You are the one who kidnapped my Yao Yao." "It's me. I will be responsible for her from now on." "You wish." She snorted coldly. "If you want to take Yao Yao away, you have to get past me first." After saying that, he pulled up the suitcase and walked towards the car with a fierce look on his face. I held Meng Yao's hand and followed behind, looking helpless. This time, Meng Yao didn't sit in the passenger seat, but sat in the back seat with her best friend. The car drove all the way to Jinwan Mansion. Lu Yusin looked at the increasingly luxurious scene outside the window, and her expression finally became uneasy. When she arrived at the gate of Jinwan Mansion, she fell completely silent. This is one of the most expensive residential communities in Jinghai, with riverview rooms, amazing greenery, and even security that is more professional than a five-star hotel. I didn't say much and just carried their luggage upstairs. As soon as I opened the door, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding dong, the host baby is moving for the first time, and the reward is a five-star cooking skill. The next second, knowledge about cuisines from all over the world flooded into my mind like a tide. I chuckled, walked back to the living room, and said to Meng Yao and Lu Yusin, "You guys take a break first. I'll go buy some groceries and show off my skills at noon." Lu Yusin looked skeptical. "You can cook. I like everything he does." Meng Yao's eyes sparkled, and her voice was as soft as a feather. "I'm still here, okay?" Lu Yusin rolled her eyes. "I want sweet and sour pork ribs, boiled pork slices, beef brisket with potatoes, and braised fish." It can be heard that all the dishes she ordered were Meng Yao's favorites. Okay, all satisfied. I had just put on my shoes and was about to go out when suddenly a soft embrace appeared behind me. Meng Yao hugged me and put her head on my chest. "Come back soon." "Okay, wife." I gently touched her long hair and felt more at ease than ever before. She let go, her face as red as an apple, and ran back to the room. Chapter 6. I married the campus beauty, and they rewarded me with 3 million. The system dotes on me too much. What's that strong smell? Oh, it's the sour smell of love. As soon as I carried the dishes out of the kitchen, I heard Lu Yusin's sharp tongue spitting out insults. She was staring at Meng Yao with disdain, and her eyes almost peeled off the skin of me. "You're the campus beauty, and you're going to live with him so soon. Aren't you afraid of what he might do to you?" Meng Yao was so embarrassed that she could boil an egg on her face. She muttered softly, "He treats me very well. I have liked him for a long time." I stood at the door and heard it all clearly, and my heart felt warm. But Lu Yusin wasn't done yet. "Are you hiding something from me?" My heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this best friend is interrogating me like a criminal. Just as Meng Yao was about to lie, Lu Yusin pounced on her and started tickling her waist. "Tell me or not. If not, I'll kill you. I'm telling you, I'm pregnant." The air was quiet for 3 seconds, and Lu Yusin's eyes widened as if she had swallowed a firecracker. What did you say?" "It's been more than 2 months." Meng Yao bit her lip and added softly. When I heard this, I almost threw the spatula away. Fortunately, I knew it in advance, otherwise it would have exploded on the spot. Fortunately, although Lu Yusin has a sharp tongue, her emotional intelligence is online. After listening to Meng Yao's explanation, she nodded and said, "Okay, at least you were responsible." She added, "But remember, handsome men are the least reliable. You have to hold them in check." I was just about to say that I'm not that kind of person when the fragrance from the kitchen filled the whole house. I used the cooking skills given by the system to make 6 dishes, and each one was delicious. Holy crap, this brisket melts in your mouth. Which 5-star hotel did you parachute from? Lu Yusin rolled her eyes while eating, while Meng Yao took small bites of food with a red face, and she looked even prettier than the food. I was eating with great enthusiasm when a familiar system notification sounded in my mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the delicious food preparation task and receiving 500,000 yuan in cash. 6x critical hit, 3 million yuan in the account. The corner of my mouth twitched. 3 million for a meal. This love is too valuable. After dinner, I drove Lu Yusin back to school. In the rearview mirror, she suddenly stared at me and said, "When are you going to give Ming Yao a name?" My heart was shocked. "You know everything? I'm her best friend. Of course I know. We plan to go back to her hometown next week and get married after getting her mother's consent." Lu Yusin didn't smile this time. "Ming Yao lacks a sense of security. You have to be sincere to her. Her father died in a car accident a long time ago, and she only has her mother." My heart was filled with ripples. Ming Yao had never mentioned these to me before. "Don't worry. I will take good care of her for the rest of my life." After sending Lu Yusin off, I returned home and opened the door. Ming Yao fell asleep on the sofa, her delicate body wrapped in a white nightgown, and her long legs were inadvertently exposed, as translucent as white porcelain. I squatted down and looked at her carefully as she slept. She curled up slightly, her eyelashes trembling slightly, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, as if she was dreaming about a wedding. I couldn't help but gently pick her up and carry her to the master bedroom, silently swearing in my heart, "I'll make a good husband." She seemed to have heard it and said, in a dreamy voice. When she woke up, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Meng Yao ran out rubbing her eyes and asked me in confusion, "What are you doing?" I walked away from the computer and hugged her. "I'm working part-time to support you and our baby." "Did I disturb you?" She smiled like the moon in the sun. "You never bother me at any time. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" "I'm not picky about food, but I want to hug you." She held out her hands like a child asking for candy. I held her in my arms without hesitation, and the fragrance from her body made me feel calm. "I'll take you shopping tonight." "Huh? Why are you suddenly talking about shopping?" "I want to take you shopping for something important." "What?" "You'll know when you get there." She smiled, a bright and pure smile, like a little girl who married for love. Chapter 7. Night. "Wife, try the mushroom and chicken soup I made." I put the steaming hot chicken soup in front of her, and looking at her little face, which had no appetite during pregnancy, I was reluctant to waste even a single bite. I specially stewed this to whet her appetite. The aroma of the local chicken and the freshness of the mushrooms are a perfect blend. She took a sip, and her eyes immediately lit up. "How come you are so good at cooking?" She looked at me in surprise. I smiled bitterly and thought of my mother's dark history of cooking. Kiwi rice and dragon fruit fried meat are all shadows of my childhood. My mom is an amazing cook, but I had to teach myself to survive. She burst out laughing. "You are not allowed to talk about Annie like that." I shrugged. "That's the truth." As night fell, we drove our Maybach together to Jinwan Plaza, the most prosperous area in Jinghai. Neon lights were flashing and the mall was brightly lit. She held my hand like a little princess. "What exactly do you want to buy?" she asked me puzzledly. "You'll know soon enough." I took her hand and walked into the maternity products store. "Hello, do you have any lotion for stretch marks?" I asked directly. The clerk enthusiastically introduced a popular product with a high-cost performance. But I glanced at the pregnancy knowledge rewarded by the system and frowned. The ingredients are not good. "Excuse me, which one is the most expensive one in your store?" The clerk was stunned for a moment, then quickly took out a bottle, fragrance-free, alcohol-free, made with top-quality ingredients. "Perfect. This bottle costs 1,000. She was startled, pulled the corner of my clothes, and whispered to me to buy the cheaper one. I gently held her hand and said, "If you don't want stretch marks, then I will give you the best. 5 bottles of this, please." "Thank you." The clerk was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling after I paid 5,000 yuan directly by credit card. As soon as we left the store, she tried to stop me from spending money anymore. I smiled and pointed forward. "It's not over yet." She immediately turned down the idea of a maternity wear store. "My current clothes are still wearable." I shook my head. "You'll be showing your pregnancy in 3 months. Old clothes will constrict you and your baby." Her face turned red, and she asked me in a low voice, "How do you know so much?" "I've done a lot of homework for you and the kids." She suddenly grabbed me and whispered, "Lower your head. I have something to say." I leaned over, and to my surprise, she stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on my cheek. Then he ran into the store like a deer. I stood there. My whole heart seemed to be overwhelmed by sweetness. She went to the fitting room, and I caught a glimpse of a jewelry store not far away, so I immediately turned around and walked in. Hello, do you have any diamond ring recommendations? I asked. The clerk looked me up and down, probably thinking I was a poor student, and took out a 1 carat diamond ring worth 20,000 yuan. I smiled calmly. Is there anything more advanced? What is your budget? Within 500,000. The clerk almost knocked over the display cabinet, and his face changed instantly. Rich second-generation alert. She immediately took out a 2 carat D-grade pure diamond with perfect cut and exquisite design, exuding luxury in every detail. This is a symbol of everlasting true love. I placed the order on the spot and also reported Mingyao's hand size. I measured it quietly last night when she was sleeping soundly. Payment and packaging all in one go. When I returned to the maternity clothing store with a box, Meng Yao just walked out of the fitting room and turned around in front of the mirror. Lin Xian, does it look good? It looks good. My wife looks good in anything she wears. Her face flushed, and she said coquettishly, perfunctory. But I was so happy to hear it that I bought it. We walked out of the mall hand in hand, and it was almost 10 o'clock when we got home. She was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes and yawned on my shoulder. Then I'll go back to my room to take a shower and go to bed. Good night. Is there a good night kiss? I asked playfully. No, I kissed you today. Her face was as red as a ripe cherry. What about tomorrow? Besides, she turned around and ran back to the room quickly. Before closing the door, she secretly looked back at me. I stood at the door, holding the diamond ring in my pocket, with only one thought in my mind. It's time to give her a real name. Chapter 8, she was afraid of thunder, so she asked me to sleep with her. Ding dong. I had just sent Li Mingyao to buy maternity products when a system notification suddenly rang in my mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully accompanying the pregnant woman on her shopping spree. You'll be rewarded with a luxury store in Jinwan Plaza. Before I could recover from the shock of the award, the phone rang. It was the marketing manager of Jinwan Plaza. Mr. Lin, the ownership procedures for the luxury store under your name have been completed. You can come and sign for it at any time. I casually agreed. I'll go over it in 2 days. After hanging up the phone, I looked at the time and couldn't help but sigh. Overtime is a trend nowadays. Even salespeople are working so hard. After dinner, I brought out a plate of washed cherries and handed it to Li Mengyao's mouth. She was curled up in the lazy chair on the balcony, enjoying the river view and opening her mouth for me to feed her. How does it taste? Delicious. Watch a movie with me tonight. Sure, but I want to watch a horror movie. I was stunned on the spot. This little ancestor is usually more timid than a rabbit. Why is he so upset today? She explained that when she was in college, her roommate Yuxin often watched horror movies and gradually became addicted. But I frowned and refused. You're pregnant now, and mood swings will affect the baby's development. Let's watch a touching movie, okay? She pouted but nodded obediently. In the end, we chose Hachiko, a dog story. I was adjusting the projector, and she leaned on my arms with some fruit snacks, like an obedient kitten. The movie hadn't even started 5 minutes when she stuffed dried fruits into my mouth with a smile on her face. She was really touched by the plot, and her eyes were filled with tears when she finished watching it. I wiped her tears and complained to my heart. No matter how touching the movie is, it shouldn't make you cry like this, right? How can I, a grown man, cry while watching a movie? The movie ended at around 10 o'clock. She suddenly kissed me on the cheek and whispered, I'm going to sleep. This is a good night kiss. After saying that, he ran away, leaving me standing there in a daze. Naughty, he runs away after teasing. I turned off the projector and went back to my room to get ready for bed. Late at night, boom strapia. Thunder roared and rain poured down, and Jinwan district instantly became the center of the thunderstorm. I wanted to continue sleeping, but then my phone lit up. It's news about Li Mengyao. Lin Xian, can you come over here for a moment? I immediately got out of bed and knocked on her door. Honey, I'm coming in. As soon as the door opened, she threw herself into my arms, trembling like a deer. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were afraid of thunder. I coaxed her softly, touching her back. I can sleep with you, but I can only watch you sleep, okay? She raised her head slightly, her little face as red as a ripe apple. Let's sleep together, okay? I was stunned on the spot. How could such a good thing come to me on its own? The thunder tonight is so fragrant. Without hesitation, I carried her to the bed and laid down in it myself. She lay in my arms, finally stopped trembling, and her eyes gradually calmed down. I looked down at her blushing face and teased softly. Are you still scared now? This isn't the first time you've slept in my arms. Her face turned even redder. Thinking of the night she got pregnant, she got angry and pinched my waist. Fist. I quickly surrendered. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I just want you to relax. Stop crying. It's not good for the baby. Be good. You're safe now. Sleep well. She nestled in my arms and whispered back, well, I'm not afraid anymore. She fell asleep quickly. But but fell into hell. This woman's sleeping posture is not honest at all. His arms and legs were wrapped around me like an octopus, and his entire body was almost hanging on me. I couldn't move or struggle. I could only stand there motionless. Chapter 9. I just opened my eyes, and my phone vibrated violently, and then a soft female voice answered the call. Hey, Lin Xian is sleeping next to me. The next second, she threw the phone to my ear and continued to sleep in my arms. Before I could figure out what was going on, I heard a roar from the other end of the phone. Hello? Hello? Who's there? Where's my son? Hello? Then I remembered that it was my mother's phone call. It's over. I'm really dead this time. 2 hours later, I finally woke up from my dream, stretched myself, and felt refreshed. When I looked down, I saw Li Mengyao hugging me tightly and sleeping soundly. The little evil thoughts in my mind also emerged. On one side, an angel was advising me in my ear, Lin Xian, you have to hold back and don't take advantage of others. On the other side, the devil roared. We're sleeping in the same bed. A kiss isn't too much. I struggled for a long time and finally decided to compromise. If kissing on the lips is too radical, then kissing on the cheek is not too much. She kissed me several times before, so it's even. I just lowered my head, and my face was only 3 centimeters away from her when Li Mengyao suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at me in confusion, and then her eyes gradually became clear. What are you doing? Her voice was as soft as marshmallow. I quickly played dumb. I just want to see you up close. She was stunned at first, then looked down and saw the collar of her pajamas. His face instantly turned tomato red. You rascal. You pervert. She shouted as she crawled under the quilt, not daring to show her head. I smiled indulgently beside her. My wife is so gentle even when she scolds people. I'm really hopeless. Just as I was about to get up, my mother called again. My scalp tingled, and I quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Mom. Where are you? My mother's voice sounded like she had just thrown away her slippers. I'm in the dormitory. I immediately lied, subconsciously. Your dormitory? I just called and a woman answered. Could you have sneaked into the girls' dormitory? Are you really that brave? Even your father wouldn't dare to do this. I immediately took out my cell phone, and, sure enough, the first time I answered the call, Li Mingyao's sweet voice was heard by my mother. It's over. Now I have to face mixed doubles. As soon as I hung up the phone, my mom went crazy. Lao Lin, stop sitting here and go wash the vegetables. Your son got a girl pregnant. You're going to be a grandfather. Lin Zhengguo was confused, huh? What? I just peeled a carrot. How did I get a promotion? Zhang Shulan rummaged through the boxes and drawers on the spot, calling on her sisters in the countryside to bring over some local chickens so that they could encircle and suppress Lin Xian in the afternoon. I was still pacing back and forth in the hall, sweating from squeezing my phone. Li Mengyao just walked out of the room and asked me with a confused look on her face. Lin Xian, what are you doing? You're like an ant on a hot pot. I quickly pretended to be calm. Honey, are you hungry? I'll make breakfast. After a while, the fragrant mushroom and lean meat porridge was served. She was drinking and laughing, and I looked at her little face and suddenly felt. Anyway, things have come to this point. The worst that can happen is that I can get the certificate while kneeling on the washboard. While eating, I suddenly remembered, Honey, did you receive a phone call this morning? She blinked. Phone? There's someone looking for Lin Xian. It seems like I said you were next to me, and then I fell asleep. Me, that's my mom. Li Mingyao's hand trembled and the chopsticks almost fell into the bowl. The color on her face instantly disappeared. I mustered up the courage to call back, and within a second, I was bombarded with my mother's roar. You little bastard, are you too cocky or too stubborn? How dare you hang up on me? I quickly smiled and said, Mom, listen to me first. You have to be mentally prepared. What preparations? You're not really going to do anything, are you? No. I mean, you're going to be a grandmother. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 3 full seconds. Then it exploded. You useless bastard. How am I supposed to meet my relatives and neighbors? What did your parents teach you? You got a girl pregnant, and you think you can just get away with it without saying anything? If I don't call today, well, I have to wait until the child calls me grandma. Before I know, I hid in the corner of the kitchen and explained quietly. Mom, I really plan to marry her, and I'm planning on having a grand wedding. Where are you now? Don't lie. Are you still in the girls' dormitory? No. I currently live in the villa area of Jinwan Mansion, Jinghai City. Okay, wait for it, kid. Your dad and I will be there this afternoon. Send me the address. Also, please send a photo of your daughter-in-law as well. I quickly agreed, and as soon as I hung up the phone, there was a storm on the other end. Zhang Shulan started looking for a suitcase while Lin Zhenghua was looking through his belts. This kid is amazing. I need to bring a few more. I was preparing lunch in the kitchen, and I was already imagining the scene of kneeling on durian in the evening. However, looking at Li Mengyao drinking porridge sweetly, I also feel, even if I get beaten up, it's worth it. Wife, did you receive a phone call this morning? Is there? Li Mengyao tried hard to recall while drinking porridge. It seems like someone said they were looking for Lin Xian, and then that's my mother, I said helplessly. At this time, Li Mingyao's eyes were wide open, and her cherry lips were slightly open, unable to close for a long time. Chapter 10. Li Mingyao's spoon was hanging in the air, her eyes were panicked, and her whole body was stunned as if she had been struck by lightning. She just learned that this morning, she accidentally answered my mother's call. Moreover, he let something slip. I could only hold her in my arms and soothe her gently. Don't be afraid, honey. This matter will have to come to light sooner or later. I originally planned to tell my family after I met your mother. My parents are very easy to talk to. They must be very happy to see a daughter-in-law as beautiful as you. But she bit her lip and said timidly, will your parents think? I'm not disciplined, but wouldn't be angry about getting pregnant before marriage. I smiled and ruffled her hair. The air was filled with the scent of her shampoo, light and sweet. Don't worry, they will think I'm not worthy of you. I guess they're rummaging through boxes and cabinets to get rid of me. They'll be here this afternoon. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and her smile was like a crescent moon. How did your parents deal with you? I tilted my head and sighed. My dad has an heirloom belt, and my mom has an heirloom hanger. One round each, with tacit cooperation. Today, after my dad beat me, my mom applied medicine to me. Next time it's my mom's turn, my dad will help me apply the ointment. Li Mingyao chuckled. Her eyes flashed, and she poked me in the chest. You definitely deserve to be punished. You even tried to kiss me just now. I looked innocent and said, I kissed my wife. Is this illegal? Not yet. Her face was as red as a boiled shrimp, and her little fists landed lighter than cotton. I rubbed her head and said, sooner or later, she will be my wife. What difference does it make if I kiss her sooner or later? But now she suddenly became quiet, her eyes lowered. Actually, I also had a complete family when I was a child. When I was 8, my dad died in a car accident. At that time, I foolishly thought that he was just away on a business trip. When I saw him again, all that was left of him was a black and white photo. Her voice became more and more choked, and I could feel her fingertips trembling. Later, my mother took on everything by herself, leaving home early and returning late every day. When I was in school as a child, I was often teased and told that I was a fatherless child. I didn't say anything, just gently wiped her tears with a tissue, and then held her tightly in my arms. Wife, I will never let you suffer any grievances again. I will give you and our children a complete and warm home. She nodded. Well, I believe you. I asked, do you still want to drink the porridge? She said coquettishly, I don't want to drink anymore. I'm sleepy. Carry me back to bed. I gritted my teeth and picked her up sideways. I had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly bit my arm. Honey, I was wrong. Be gentle. I looked down and saw that the tooth mark was actually quite cute. I actually laughed out loud. At the same time, the cell phone rang. I just sent my mom a picture and got a response. I secretly took the photo of Li Mingyao. She was wearing a white nightgown, biting a cherry, and looked as fresh as a fairy who had never come down to earth. When Zhang Shulan saw this in the car, her eyes widened. Isn't this girl so pretty? She threw her phone towards the passenger seat. Old Lin, look. I'm driving, don't shake me. Lin, Zhengwa muttered. Zhang Shulan persisted. I'm telling you, when you see my daughter-in-law later, do you dare to give me a stern face? If you want to beat up Lin Xian, go out and beat him up, but don't scare the girl. Do you hear me? I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Lin Zhenghua turned into Jinghai helplessly. My hometown is Yunhai City, a 3-hour drive away. In other words, I am less than 180 minutes away from social destruction. Sure enough, before long, the phone call came. Hey, brat, we're at the gate of Jinwan Mansion. Come down and pick us up. My heart was shocked. I rushed out the door, changed my shoes, and ran downstairs. As a result, as soon as I arrived at the gate of the community, I saw 2 familiar figures from afar. One was holding a bag, The other was holding a belt, and their eyes looked like a judge. Mom and Dad, how come you're here so soon? Before I could finish my words, Zhang Shulan grabbed my ear. Everything I say is in vain. You made a girl pregnant, and you're not going to acknowledge her. I am 1.8 meters tall, and my mother pulled my ears and made me walk squatting like a dog. The passers-by around were watching the fun, and I could only smile bitterly. Mom, please save some face. We are in public. My dad was standing next to me, assembling the statue, and his eyes told me, I'm going to beat you up later, too. I want to cry, but I have no tears. Zhang Shulan looked around before letting go of my ear. Go upstairs and talk. I let my parents in and told them everything. Unexpectedly, my mother was no longer angry. The first words she said were, Where's my daughter-in-law? I pointed at the door. He's still sleeping. You should be waking up soon. Zhang Shulan immediately rolled up her sleeves and said, I'll go to the kitchen and stew a chicken to nourish our daughter-in-law. I nearly jumped off the couch. I'll do it. She's only been eating my cooking lately. She might not be used to changing people. Tisk, you're good. You figured it out so quickly. I quickly slipped into the kitchen and attacked the unfortunate hen. A pot of steaming chicken soup soon filled the air with fragrance. Li Mingyao smelled the fragrance and came out, looking surprised, and asked, Lin Xian, are you making chicken soup again? As soon as he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of two unfamiliar faces on the sofa. She paused, then her face turned red, and she quickly turned around and slipped back in her room. I watched her running away and laughed out loud. This daughter-in-law is so cute. Chapter 11. As my mother walked into the kitchen, she punched my father. Although she didn't punch him hard, my father still took a step back with a grimace. She turned around and scolded my dad. Look at that silly smile of yours. It scared my daughter-in-law away. My dad looked aggrieved. You clearly told me not to have a sour face, but now I'm smiling and you blame me? But he didn't dare to refute and turn around to take his anger out on me. Lin Xian, go check on Meng Yao. She seems to have been frightened by your dad just now. My mother called me. When I heard Meng Yao woke up, I immediately ran to her room and reminded her, Mom, the chicken soup is almost done. Don't add any seasonings. My mother glared at me, obviously still remembering that I disliked her cooking. I pushed open the door and was stunned for a moment. Li Meng Yao was wearing a light purple ruffled skirt and sitting by the window like a fairy. Her temperament and face were simply beautiful. Does it look good? She looked at me shyly, like a fairy descending to earth. I walked over, took her tender hand, and my heart softened. Am I dressed too formally? Will your parents think I'm not serious? If they don't like you, they be blind. I squeezed her hand gently and made her smile. We walked out of the room hand in hand, and she stuck to me like a kitten. I looked at my parents and solemnly introduced them. Mom and Dad, this is Li Meng Yao, the child's mother. Meng Yao greeted quietly, Hello, Uncle and Aunt. My parents were stunned when they saw her. She was even prettier than in the photo. They kept praising me for my good taste. My mother pushed me aside and said enthusiastically, Meng Yao, come and sit with your aunt. Where are you from? How old are you? What do you like to eat? She asked questions rapidly, as if she was checking her household registration. Seeing Meng Yao still reserved, my mother glared at my father and said, Don't you have something to say to your son? Go out and talk. My dad had a puzzled look on his face, but was still kicked out of the living room. As soon as we walked into the yard, I saw my father silently pull the belt out from his waist. I froze, standing still, ready to be beaten. But the next second, Meng Yao suddenly rushed out, threw herself on me, and hugged me tightly. She looked up at my dad, her eyes full of determination. Uncle, don't hit Lin Xian. It's not his fault. It's just the two of us being careless. Lin Xian has been taking care of me all this time. He has taken all the responsibilities. I like Lin Xian. I was completely stunned. It was the first time I saw Meng Yao so brave, and it was for me. My dad looked at this scene and sighed. Lin Xian, you tell me what to do. I held Meng Yao's hand and responded seriously. I will spend my whole life taking responsibility, taking care of her, and accompanying her. Meng Yao blushed and lowered her head. I believe you. My mother also came out and tried to smooth things over. Okay, stop standing outside in the wind. She pulled Meng Yao to the restaurant. Meng Yao, come. Have some chicken soup to replenish your body. My father didn't say anything and quietly took the belt back. I went into the kitchen and fried a few more dishes. After serving them on the table, the family finally sat down to eat. My mother took a bite and her eyes widened. Stinky boy, when did you become such a great cook? My dad also nodded. It's quite decent. My mother kept saying to Meng Yao as she picked up some food for her. Eat more. Nutrition is the most important. Ming Yao's bowl is never empty. After dinner, I took Ming Yao for a walk in the community. The night was gentle. Wife, were you scared just now? I asked her in a low voice. A little bit, but your parents are actually pretty nice people. I nodded. My parents taught me to be upright since I was a child. So when they saw you were pregnant, their first reaction was to beat me. But they beat me because they cared too much about you. Then I won't stop you and let your dad beat you up. Ming Yao smiled mischievously. We went home laughing, and my mom and dad were still sitting in the living room. Lao Lin, your son has become a father now. Isn't it time to show your appreciation? My mother said. Well, let him go to Jinghai to look at the house. We should also do something. This kid rents such a big house. He really doesn't know how to save money. Having a baby costs a lot of money. As they were talking, they took out a bank card. When we came back, I was about to go back to my room to rest when my mother grabbed me. Stinky boy, go check out Jinghai's house these days. Meng Yao is pregnant, and we can't let her suffer. She took out a bank card from her pocket and put in my hand. Here is 1 million. Your father and I saved it. Use it for your wedding. I was stunned. Mom, no need. I already have a house. You have, she stared. I bought this apartment. I said with a smile. Where did you get so much money? Did you borrow it? I rubbed the back of my head. I've been studying investments since I was in college. I've also been doing design work part-time in recent years and saved a little money. I'm saving the money for my sister. She stared at me for a few seconds and suddenly slapped me on the forehead. You're promising. If you don't have enough money, tell Mom. By the way, does Cece know? Not yet. She's at school. Okay, go to bed early. I nodded and looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. I pushed open the door. In the room, the lights were soft, and there was a familiar figure on the bed. She lay on my bed, quiet as a cat. Chapter 12. I looked at the house number to make sure I was in the right place. But Meng Yao was lying on the bed in my room, breathing deeply, curled up like a kitten. I didn't hesitate and climbed onto the bed quietly. I looked at her peaceful, sleeping face sideways and couldn't help but start imagining what to cook tomorrow. Tremella and red date soup nourishes and nourishes the skin, while stir-fried shrimp and broccoli replenish protein. Yeah, I need some more. Just as I was about to get lost in thought, Meng Yao suddenly turned over, put her arms around me, her eyelashes trembling and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She pretended to be asleep so fake that I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wife, are you asleep? I reached out and pinched her soft face. She frowned and then exploded the next second. Ouch, that hurts. She turned over and faced away from me. You big hooligan. I chuckled and took the opportunity to hug her and asked in a low voice in her ear, Honey, why did you come to my room? Humph, this is obviously my room. You came to the wrong place. I nodded vigorously. Yes, I took the wrong turn. Then I will take the wrong turn every day from now on. Okay. My wife is always right. She bit her lip and turned her face away, extremely shy. She raised her fist and hit me. Stop talking. I hugged her in my arms and said, How about we go visit your mother the day after tomorrow? She hummed softly, like a cat purring. What is your mother like? I'll prepare a gift for her. She's not picky, just pick any fruit. No, I'll take you to the mall tomorrow. She yawned, then suddenly leaned over and kissed me on the cheek. Good night, idiot Lin Xian. She turned over and continued to sleep. I was stunned. This woman is really something. She flirts and then runs away. I hugged her silently, with a smile on my face. I will deal with you sooner or later. The next day after lunch, my parents prepared to return to Yanhai City. My mother quietly pulled Meng Yao aside and whispered to her. They were talking and laughing. I wanted to get closer to eavesdrop, but she immediately shut up. Son, take good care of Meng Yao. My mother patted my shoulder. Remember to hurry up and apologize. Okay, I'll go tomorrow. I agreed. After sending my parents away, I curiously asked Meng Yao, What did my mother say to you just now? She smiled but said nothing. I won't tell you. I pretended to be serious and grabbed her chin. Tell me or not. If you don't, I will take tough measures. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. See what you can do to me? I picked her up like a princess and walked into the room. What are you doing? Put me down. Her legs kicked around in my arms, but I held them firmly. Putting her on the bed, I bent down and kissed her forehead. Be good. Take a nap first. I'll take you to the mall when you wake up. She was as shy as a ripe apple, and she curled up in the quilt and didn't say anything. In the afternoon, we drove our Maybach straight to Jinwan Plaza. I picked out a lot of health products, selected high-end bags, and bought middle-aged jewelry. Meng Yao looked distressed. Lin Xian, Don't buy any more, there are already enough. An idea suddenly struck me, and I said with a wicked smile, That's not enough. I want to buy more. She puffed her cheeks and said, If you buy more, I'll be angry. I leaned close to her ear and said, Then kiss me, and I won't buy it. Her face flushed all the way to her neck. Let's talk about it when we get home. There are too many people here. I took her hand and said, Come, I'll take you to see a place. I picked up my phone and called the manager of Jinwan Plaza. I'm Lin Xian. Can I come and take over the shop I bought now? Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. I'll come down to pick you up now. After a while, a manager in a suit came up with a smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Lin. My last name is Chun. Please follow me. I took Meng Yao up to the 5th floor and came to the largest store. The restaurant has a large layout of 150 square meters and floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides, allowing for a panoramic view of the restaurant layout. The land is worth 4.5 million. The system reward is indeed not sure of money. Mr. Lin, please sign here. Manager Chun handed over the contract. I read it carefully and signed Lin Xian in the name column. The store is officially yours. Feel free to contact me with any questions. After the manager left, I turned and looked at Meng Yao. She was still in a daze, obviously not recovered yet. Wife, what do you think this store is suitable for? She gestured blankly. It's so big, of course it could be a restaurant. I smiled and squeezed her fingers, then opened a fish restaurant. She was stunned. Why fish? I hugged her in my arms, because my wife likes fish the most. Chapter 13. She buried her face in my chest, rubbing against it quietly like a cat, and put her arms around my waist, pressing her whole body against me. I looked down at her and felt an indescribable warmth in my heart, as if I really had a home. We stayed together for a while, and then drove back to Jinwan Mansion. I went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meng Yao wanted to go into the kitchen, but I chased her out. Pregnant women can't smell cooking fumes. I pushed her out the kitchen door. She had no choice but to lie on the sofa and watch TV series. Her cell phone rang. It was a message from her best friend Lu Yusin. I was cooking in the kitchen while she was taking selfies in the living room. She also took a picture of me cooking from behind and sent it to her, adding the emoticon wife's perspective. Then she started feeding the dog food. Little Shiba Inu expression. Lu Yusin replied immediately. No way. I'm almost dying of your sweetness. Yao Yao, will love disappear? I miss you so much. Puppy vomiting blood emoji. She replied, I love you too. Xin is fine. Damn it, don't use big letters in front of it. It sounds like an insult. Ha ha. If you want to come, you could just come directly. Does your husband mind? I'm afraid I'll ruin your little world of two. She replied, not yet, my husband. I heard it all clearly in the kitchen and couldn't help but smile. For dinner, I prepared clay pot rice with mushroom and chicken, steamed mandarin fish, and tomato and egg soup. Wife, dinner's ready. She threw herself into my arms and whispered, Thank you for your hard work. My heart felt like it had been soaked in sugar water, so sweet that it made me soft. Lin Xian, UXIN, said she wanted to come over to see me. Is that okay? She asked while eating. Of course you can. You are the hostess here, and she is your best friend. Her face instantly broke out into a smile, and she blinked while eating. I was so speechless at the beauty of the scene. As for the new restaurant I bought, it's still pretty much finished. I need to decorate it first, then hire a manager and a chef. Although I can cook by myself, Meng Yao is pregnant, and I can't run back and forth. Let's deal with my mother-in-law first tomorrow. After dinner, I washed the dishes and played games with my friends, while Meng Yao curled up on the sofa and watched TV series. It was almost 10 o'clock when I came into the room with a cup of hot milk and handed it to her. Wife, drink something hot. After she finished drinking, she came over to me, snuggled into my arms, and rested her head on my shoulder. Are you nervous? I nodded and smiled bitterly. It's because I'm not your mother's ideal son-in-law. She laughed tremblingly. Don't worry, I will help you. By the way, in the afternoon at Jinwan Plaza, you said you wanted to kiss me. As soon as I finished speaking, my cheek suddenly felt hot. She kissed it down, but bit it. I touched the place where I was bitten. Wife, you still bite people. She turned her back to me, as shy as a ripe apple. Good night. I smiled wryly and hugged her from behind, but my heart was full of happiness. This woman is a habitual offender. She flirts and then runs away. After breakfast the next morning, we prepared to set off for Jingshui City. It was a 4-hour drive, and I wanted to drive the Maybach, but she whispered, Let's drive the Xiaomi Su 7. The Maybach is too high profile. What's wrong with being high profile? Of course, I have to be full of energy when I meet my mother-in-law. Besides, the tram needs to be charged, which is so troublesome. I pinched her cheek and said, I rely on Maybach for support. Do you understand this? She curled her lips and said nothing, looking at the purple Xiaomi SU7, feeling a little reluctant to part with it. Of course, I understand her little thoughts. When we come back, you can drive the SU7 to go for a ride with your bestie, okay? She smiled instantly, her whole body glowing. We went downstairs to the garage, and I opened the rear door of the Maybach for her. Wife, for safety, you sit in the back seat. She sat down obediently, and I walked around to the driver's seat. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the Maybach slid out of Jinwan Mansion like a bullet and sped towards Jingshui City. I know that there is more to come than just a 4-hour drive. It is also the ultimate test for my future mother-in-law. Chapter 14. While driving the Maybach, I secretly looked at her through the rearview mirror. She leaned against the car window, humming a little tune with her chin in her hand, her face full of unconcealable sweetness, like a cat in spring. I asked softly, Honey, it's a 4-hour journey. Don't you want to take a nap? I just woke up, and we'll be able to see my mother soon. How can I sleep anymore? She smiled so much that her eyes were curved. I took the opportunity to ask, then tell me about Jingshui City. I really want to know where she grew up, just like I want to know every inch of her memories. Her eyes lit up, as if she had been open to talk. She said that although Jingshui City is a 4th-tier small city, it has a strong sense of human touch, a slow pace of life, and warm neighborhood relationships that are unlike today's society. She said her home was in the old city, with a park downstairs. When she was a child, she almost drove her mother crazy playing hide-and-seek. There was also a tabby cat. When she was a child, she fed it sausages every day. I wonder if it still remembers her. She spoke with great excitement, and I listened with great interest. But as she spoke, she became quiet and slowly fell asleep leaning against the chair. I looked at her sleeping face, smiled softly, stepped on the accelerator, and continued on my way. 4 hours passed in a flash. I drove out of the Jingshui City toll station, pulled over, turned around, and gently pinched her little face. Honey, we're home. She rubbed her eyes and looked out the window dazedly, a long-lost familiarity appearing in her eyes. Have you contacted your aunt? I asked in a low voice. She shook her head and took out her phone to dial. Mom, I'm almost there. A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. The food is ready. Braised fish is waiting for you to come back. After she hung up the phone, I stepped on the accelerator again and drove into her old neighborhood. There was no elevator to the 8th floor, so I held 2 bags of gifts in my left hand, held her hand with my right hand, and climbed up step by step. She skillfully took out the key to open the door and shouted, Mom, I'm back. As soon as the door opened, a middle-aged woman with a gentle temperament rushed over and hugged Meng Yao tightly. I'm glad you're back. Your face has become rounder. Have you gained weight? She teased softly. Meng Yao lowered her head in shame and said nothing. No way. I stood aside and quickly introduced myself. Hello, Auntie, I'm Lin Xian. I handed the gift over to her, and she took it and said, Why are you bringing anything? Come in and sit down. Although the house was old, it was very tidy. The moment I sat down, I could smell the fragrance of food. There were braised fish, braised shrimp, pork belly, tomato and egg, and a boiled fish fillet on the table, all of which were her favorite dishes. Come, Xiaoxian, try Annie's cooking. She picked up the dishes affectionately. Meng Yao sat next to me and ate like a child again, without any concealment of her eating habits. You haven't even waited for them to start eating. The aunt pretended to be angry, but there was a smile in her eyes. I peeled shrimps and picked up some food for her. Seeing her eat so happily, my heart was so warmed. Auntie, this food is delicious. It tastes like home. She smiled gently. Eat more if you like it. Halfway through the meal, the aunt suddenly looked up and asked, How did you two meet? Meng Yao and I looked at each other and were almost speechless at the same time. Yes, we met at a school party. She lowered her head and lied. I quickly added, It was love at first sight, Auntie. I really like her. Auntie nodded, with a hint of ambiguous calmness in her smile. I wanted to help wash the dishes after dinner, but she gently refused. Meng Yao and I sat back on the sofa. She held my hand and asked me if I was nervous. I said, It's worth it even if my legs are broken to marry you. She hit me lightly. Don't talk nonsense, Mom won't hit you. Soon, my aunt came out of the kitchen, sat opposite us, and changed the subject. Xiaoxian, these gifts are too expensive. Auntie is embarrassed to accept them. Auntie, this is my first visit, and this is a token of my appreciation. Her eyes fell on Ming Yao, and she asked slowly, Yao Yao, are you hiding something from Mom? Ming Yao's face stiffened slightly. She bit her lips lightly and hesitated for a few seconds. I felt her little hands were shaking slightly. She looked up at her mother and mustered up the courage to speak. Mom, actually I'm pregnant. Chapter 15. What? Her mother's eyes widened. Without a word of confirmation, her eyes were full of shock. She guessed that we might already be living together and that we were probably planning to get married. But unexpectedly, my girlfriend got pregnant. The air seemed to be frozen, and even the ticking of the second hand could be heard clearly. Meng Yao lowered her head, not daring to look at her mother, and spoke softly, Mom, I am sorry. I stood in front of her and said, Auntie, it's all my fault. I am willing to take responsibility for Meng Yao. Whether you hit me or scold me, I will accept it. Her mother closed her eyes, took a deep breath, frowned, and said nothing. I could see that she was suppressing her emotions. Meng Yao secretly held my hand tightly, as if grabbing the last lifeline. After a long time, she finally opened her eyes. Her tone was still gentle, but there was still anger in her eyes. Yao Yao, go into the room and talk to Mom. Meng Yao glanced at me, and I nodded slightly. She bit her lip, turned, and followed her mother into the room. As soon as the door was closed, I stood in the living room with sweat pouring down my forehead. It would be strange if her mother wasn't furious. In the room, her mother's voice trembled. How could you? How could you be pregnant? I Lin Xian and I couldn't help it. Meng Yao almost cried. Her mother sighed and sat on the edge of the bed. Mom didn't say you can't fall in love, but you're moving too fast. Do you like Lin Xian? I like it. I like it very much. Meng Yao's eyes were firm. Her mother rubbed her temples and said, I can see that he's a good kid. He's polite and good-looking. But I'm still angry because I got pregnant before marriage. Meng Yao quickly said, Don't blame him. I took the initiative to approach him. You little girl. Her mother sighed weakly and fell back on the bed. Meng Yao quickly sat over and held her hand. Mom, when Lin Xian found out I was pregnant, he immediately said he would take responsibility. He's been especially nice to me lately. He also said that as long as you agree, we will get married immediately. These words finally softened her mother's expression. At this time, I was still sitting in the living room, feeling uneasy, my back almost soaked with sweat. The door finally opened. Her mother and Meng Yao came out together and sat opposite me. This time was different. The mother and daughter sat together, and I was isolated on the opposite side. Her mother looked at me and said, Lin Xian, I have a few questions for you. Don't be afraid. I won't hit you, and I can't. I sat up straight. You ask, I will tell the truth. You said you would take responsibility. So how are you going to take responsibility? I answered firmly. After obtaining your consent, I want to get a marriage certificate with Meng Yao and hold a wedding immediately. So where are you going to live? You can't always rent a house, right? I immediately took out my phone and handed over a photo of the property certificate. Annie, this is the house we live in now. We have already bought it, and Meng Yao's name is on the property certificate. She looked down, and her eyes changed obviously. Her affection for me is visibly growing. What are you going to do after graduation? I will take care of Meng Yao full-time, and will consider work after the baby is born. During this time, I will also do some investment myself, so I will not be idle. She nodded. So what did your parents say? They came to see us, scolded me, and told me to come and apologize as soon as possible. I stood up and looked into her mother's eyes. Auntie, please rest assured and leave Meng Yao to me. Meng Yao also ran over and held my hand tightly. Mom, we will live a good life. Her mother lowered her head and shook it. My heart skipped a beat. Meng Yao's eyes instantly turned red. Doesn't it mean that you disagree? But she smiled. It's already a done deal, and you still like each other. How can I stop you? I just didn't expect that I would become a grandmother soon. Mom! Meng Yao could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. Thank you, Annie. I quickly handed her a tissue and wiped Meng Yao's tears. Her mother looked at me, and her tone changed, becoming serious. Lin Xian, remember every word you said today. My mother and I have been dependent on each other since we were young and have suffered a lot. I can't bear to see her suffer in the future. I immediately expressed my opinion. Andy, why don't you move in with us? The house is big enough. She waved her hand. You young people live your own lives. I'm old and not used to moving. Just come back often and visit. She glanced at the time and said, Okay, Lin Xian, you're tired today. Go back to your room and rest. Meng Yao was stunned. Mom, didn't you clean up the guest room for Lin Xian? Her mother grinned. Why are you cleaning up? He's sleeping in your room with you. I, Meng Yao. My wife's face turned as red as a tomato in a second. Chapter 16 Old Husband. Lin Xian walked into Li Mengyao's room. The room was decorated warmly and elegantly, with pink walls and a soft bed. The bookshelves were filled with various books, exuding a girl's gentle atmosphere. Li Mengyao smiled and said, Lin Xian, let's go to bed. Lin Xian changed into pajamas and lay on the bed without saying anything. Li Mengyao turned her head away in embarrassment. Wife, now that Auntie agrees, shouldn't you call me husband? We're not married yet. I'm going to change my clothes. You turn around. Li Mengyao said with a red face. Call me husband, and I'll turn around. Lin Xian said with a grin. Husband. Li Mengyao's voice was mixed with a hint of annoyance, and she glared at him. Lin Xian then turned around happily and faced Li Mengyao with his back. After changing her clothes, Li Mengyao gently climbed onto the bed and hugged Lin Xian. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for passing the mother-in-law's test. Reward, a king-sized apartment in Times Garden, Jingshui City. Please check. The system appeared again? Another house gift this time? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism, rewarding you with a chance to draw a prize. The prize pool includes 1. A triple cash crit card. 2. An exclusive fish recipe book. 3. A voucher for free shop renovations. 4. Thank you for your patronage. Excuse me, host, would you like to draw a lottery? Does the system even have a lottery mode? So, as long as I don't win, thank you for your patronage. I'm willing to spend the huge guaranteed bonus every time my roommate, Zhou Quan, plays Yuanshin just to get into the top 3. Lottery. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving a free voucher for store renovation. It has been placed on the desk in Jinwan Mansion. Please check it. The system is really thoughtful. Now the decoration of the luxurious store in Jinwan Plaza has been settled. Ding dong. A gentle reminder. The host's lucky draw result this time should be thank you for your patronage. But the host successfully used Zhou Quan's big guarantee every time, so he changed it to a free redemption coupon for store decoration. Can you still play like this, Quaner? I'm sorry, laughing wildly. When Lin Xian came to his senses, Li Mengyao was already sleeping quietly. Then the two fell into a sweet dream together. On the other side, Zhou Quan, who was far away in the dormitory of Jinghai University, was clicking on the prayer button in disbelief. I believe your lies. Ah. Why is it another big guarantee? I won the big guarantee 4 times in a row. Mahaha, come out here. Zhouguan ruada tangrili. P.S. Does anyone have any experience with continuous guaranteed wins? Chun Jingming glanced at it with disdain, took out his computer, and fired 10 shots in a row in front of Zhou Quan. Woo! Golden legend. Double yoke. You'd better give up this game as soon as possible. It's against you. Shen Jingming bata Zhou Quan. I'm going to fight you. Zhou Quan roared angrily in the dormitory. The two of them started to make moves. 2 hours later, Li Mengyao was still sleeping soundly. Lin Xian woke up first and tiptoed out of the room. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Xian pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? Yes. Well, I'm a sales manager at Times Homes. The room you ordered, 1201, Building A, Times Homes, is ready. Could you please tell me when you're free to come and check it out? Can I go tomorrow? Of course, I'll wait for you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian sighed at the high efficiency of the system. Lin Xian, are you awake? Come and talk to Andy. When Lin Xian walked into the living room, he saw Huang Shifeng sitting upright on the sofa, looking at him kindly. Yeah, I just woke up. Meng Yao is still sleeping. What do you think of this girl, Meng Yao? Huang Shifeng suddenly asked. Meng Yao is gentle, kind, and gentle, but also strong and courageous. She never backs down in the face of difficulties and always brings me the warmth of home. Lin Xian said with a smile. Meng Yao lost her father when she was young and lacked his love, so she is very independent, has a strong sense of self-esteem, and is also a little sensitive. So, Annie would like to ask you to be more humble. Auntie is leaving her only daughter to you. Treat her well. Huang Shifeng looked at Lin Xian with gentle eyes. Don't worry, Auntie, I will take good care of Meng Yao. Lin Xian responded firmly. Then Auntie will be relieved. By the way, what do you want to eat tonight? I will make it for you. Huang Shifeng asked. Auntie, can I cook with you tonight? I want to ask you for advice on how to make the same dish as Meng Yao's home. Although Lin Xian has the skills of a 5-star chef, He can only bring out the best taste of the ingredients and cannot replicate the taste of Li Mengyao's home. Do you really want to learn? Huang Shifang was surprised, but also relieved. Nowadays, there are very few men who can cook for their wives. Well, I think when Mengyao wants to eat the taste of her childhood home, I can make it any time. Okay, Annie will teach you. Huang Shifang smiled and walked into the kitchen. In the evening, after dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao decided to go out for a walk. The two held hands and came to a small park nearby. Although the park was small, it was well planned, with green trees and colorful flowers. Under the illumination of the night, the soft lights created a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Lin Xian, this is the small park I often visited when I was a child. What do you think? A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mengyao's face. This park is nice and looks very warm, but what? Li Mengyao asked puzzledly. But you called me the wrong name just now. You should call me husband. Lin Xian pulled Li Mengyao into his arms. I'm not used to it. Li Mengyao lowered her head and blushed. You'll get used to it after calling me a few times. Lin Xian lifted Li Mengyao's chin and asked her to look at him. Husband, Li Mengyao said softly. Chapter 17. Isn't it a kiss on the cheek? Looking at Li Mengyao's charming eyes and slightly open mouth, she gives people an indescribable temptation. If it weren't for the crowds around the small park. Meow. A clear and pleasant meow came from under Li Mengyao's feet. Ha Xiaoli, so you are still here. Li Mengyao came out of Lin Xian's arms, squatted down, and gently stroked the cat's soft fur with her little hands. This tabby cat has colorful fur, clear facial features, soft and shiny fur with unique patterns, eyes as crystal clear as amber, and is chubby. It doesn't look like a stray cat at all. This is the kitten I used to feed. It was just a little kitten at that time. So cute. I didn't expect you still remembered me. Li Mengyao stroked the cat, looked back at Lin Xian, and said with a smile. At this time, Xiaoli squinted his eyes and enjoyed Li Mengyao's touch. It's really cute. You can't tell it's a stray cat at all. Lin Xian squatted down and stretched out his hand to touch the little fox, but the little fox dodged lightly and meowed. You don't know him well, so of course I won't let you touch him. But I have a plan. Then Li Mengyao took out a small bag of snacks from her bag and handed it to Lin Xian. Put the snacks in your hand, and the raccoon will come over. Li Mengyao tucked her hair behind her ears and smiled quietly. I'll try. Lin Xian put the snack in the palm of his hand and handed it to Xiaoli. Sure enough, the little fox walked up to Lin Xian with light steps and licked him gently with its little tongue. After a while, the snacks were licked clean, and the little fox did not forget to lick Lin Xian's palm with his tongue. Ha, it's quite itchy. Lin Xian gently stroked the little fox's soft fur with his hand. After feeding the little fox, the two of them strolled around for a while and then went back. At night, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were lying on the bed playing with their cell phones. The two of them were now lying on the same bed naturally. Wife, I'll take you somewhere tomorrow. Lin Xian spoke first. Where are you taking me? Li Mengyao Blinka Kung Fu Shadli. This is her hometown. If anyone wants to take you there, I'll take you there. Then Li Mengyao thought about it, turned around and hugged Lin Xian's waist with her small hands, pouted cutely, raised her head, and said proudly, Are you hiding something from me again? Yes, there is something, but it's a good thing. Lin Xian could not hide his doting eyes. Speak up. Tell me. Li Mengyao hummed in Lin Xian's arms, rubbing her delicate little face against Lin Xian's face. If you don't tell me, I'll ignore you. Li Mengyao raised her head again, pouted her little mouth, and said proudly, Okay, I can say it, but wife, you have to give me a kiss. Lin Xian took the opportunity to put forward conditions. Then kiss me. Li Mengyao hesitated slightly and spoke in a low voice. Li Mengyao thought it was just a kiss on the cheek. She wasn't that shy anymore. Lin Xian gently lifted Li Mengyao's chin, slowly approached her tempting cherry mouth, and then kissed her mouth to mouth. Li Mengyao, isn't it a kiss on the cheek? After a long time, the two lips separated. You asked me to kiss you. Lin Xian was extremely shameless. Li Mengyao was so angry at this time that she raised her jade hand and pinched Lin Xian's soft flesh. It hurts, wife, I was wrong. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly begged for mercy. Li Mengyao twisted Lin Xian's waist hard several times before she slowly calmed down. Lin Xian knew that his wife was no longer angry, so he hugged her again and said gently, Okay, it's getting late, we should go to bed. Li Mengyao said softly. Then they fell asleep together. The next day, the two of them slept until 9 o'clock. Huang Shifang had already left breakfast and went to work. At the dinner table, Li Mingyao was enjoying breakfast quietly. Suddenly, she recalled what happened yesterday, and her little face turned red again. Suddenly, she realized a problem. Lin Xian still didn't say where he was going yesterday. And why is Lin Xian so skilled? Lin Xian looked at his wife, whose face turned red again, and asked, "Wife, what's wrong with you?" Li Mingyao shook her head slightly, glared at Lin Xian, and said angrily, "Nothing." Lin Xian saw that Li Mingyao was angry again, and he must be thinking about yesterday. But since we were getting married, there is nothing wrong with that. Li Mingyao slowly raised her eyelids, which had been lowered, stared into his eyes, and couldn't help asking, Why are you so skilled?" Lin Xian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He didn't expect Li Mingyao to ask this. Boys are naturally gifted at this. They'll learn it the hard way. Li Mingyao thought of a very important thing. Her first kiss was given to Lin Xian, but was it Lin Xian's first kiss? You will get by kissing, right? You have kissed many times before. If not, then which girl did he give his first kiss to? Li Mingyao bit her lip in frustration and continued to ask, "So, is this your first kiss? Tell the truth." Lin Xian suddenly felt a sense of crisis and hurriedly hugged Li Mingyao. What are you doing? Tell me if it is true." Li Mingyao bunsha ina shuanangrili. Lin Xian gently scratched Li Mingyao's nose and said with a smile, "Of course I did. Last night was my first kiss." Li Mingyao felt shy for a moment and subconsciously pulled up her hair to cover her slightly red cheeks and spoke in a low voice. "Oh." After breakfast, the two came to the Maybach Park downstairs. Lin Xian helped Li Mingyao sit in the passenger seat, then drove around and returned to the driver's seat. "You haven't told me where you're going yet." Li Mingyao stared at Lin Xian with her eyes as bright as a deer's. "Go to Times Garden." Lin Xian started the car and drove slowly forward. Chapter 18. This is me, my husband. The unique body of the Maybach shone brightly as it raced through the streets of Jingshui City, attracting the attention of people around it. You should know that in Jingshui, a small fourth-tier city, a Maybach S680 worth more than 3 million yuan is rare. The two soon arrived at Times Garden. Lin Xian parked the car and walked to the gate, holding Li Mingyao's hand. The gate of Times Garden is like a magnificent arch, majestic, solemn, and dignified, showing nobility and elegance. Although it is not as good as the Riverview houses in big cities, this is also a high-end community. Because it is fully decorated, it costs 10,000 yuan per square meter. "Husband, have you been buying things recklessly again?" Li Mingyao hesitated slightly, but still said she was not used to it. "No, these are the ones I should buy, so it's not considered random buying," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Do you dislike my old house?" Li Mingyao asked in a low voice with her head down. "Yes, Lin Xian's family is so well off, he definitely can't get used to living in that old house. Now, that Lin Xian brought her to see Times Garden, he must have already bought it." Lin Xian saw what his wife was thinking, squeezed her little hand, and said gently, "No, I had a very comfortable stay yesterday. But this is not a long-term solution. It will have to be replaced in the future. I don't want my future mother-in-law to have to climb up to the 8th floor every day. Besides, this place is close to my aunt's work schedule, so I don't have to squeeze into the bus every morning. Besides, we'll be back here often, so it's just easier to buy them together." Huang Shifang has not yet reached retirement age and is still working in a nearby shopping mall. Li Mingyao hugged Lin Xian tightly with both hands, raised her head and looked at him, her eyes full of admiring little stars. "Thank you, husband." Lin Xian took advantage of the situation and held Li Mengyao's waist, leaned over and kissed her on the face, smiling cheerfully. "Thank your husband with practical actions." Li Mengyao's face began to turn red, and she whispered, still outside, "Okay, stop messing around. Let's go in and take a look." Then Lin Xian picked up his phone and called the manager of Times Garden from yesterday. "Hello, manager. I'm Mr. Lin, who purchased room 1201, Building A, Times Garden yesterday. Can I check it now?" "Hello, Mr. Lin, of course. Where are you now?" "I'll be there right away. I'm at the gate now. Please wait a moment. I'll be there soon." After a while, a young man in a neat suit and with a confident smile trotted over. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the manager of Times Garden. My last name is Huang." "Hello, Manager Huang. Can you take us there now?" "Of course. Both of you please come this way." Manager Huang didn't dare to be negligent. Mr. Lin bought the top-of-the-line apartment in Times Garden, a mid-rise unit, one of the most expensive in the entire complex. And he paid in full. "Is this your first time visiting Times Garden?" Manager Huang asked with a smile. Yes, this is our first time here. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao looked left and right, taking in the community environment. He bought a house worth over 2 million on his first visit. How rich is that? Then let me give you a brief introduction. The reason why Times Garden is called a garden is because its greening rate is as high as 50%. When you enter from the gate, you will see lush greenery and colorful flowers everywhere, just like a gorgeous painting. The garden's paths meander. The plants on both sides are arranged in an orderly manner. A variety of flowers compete for beauty, and pavilions and towers are dotted among them, forming a beautiful landscape that makes people feel relaxed and happy. Simply put, the environment of our Times Garden community is second only to Jingshui City. No other community dares to claim first place. Following Manager Huang's introduction, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao both nodded with satisfaction. We soon arrived at Building A of Times Garden. The design of the building's king block was obviously more prominent and grand than that of other buildings. Then they took the elevator to the door of 1201. Manager Huang took out the key and opened the door, and Lin Xian and Li Mingyao walked in. This house is also 200 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The decoration is quite good, and the workmanship is very meticulous. You get what you pay for. It's expensive for a reason, but it doesn't have furniture, and it'll need some renovations later. It seems I will have to work hard for a while before I can move in. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and came to the large balcony. The view from the top floor overlooked the entire Times Garden, and the view is quite good. Wife, what do you think? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao gently. It's very beautiful. It has a completely different style from the Jinwan mansion we live in Jinghai City. Li Mengyao smiled happily. Seeing that the two people in front of him were very satisfied, Manager Huang was also very happy. He had closed a big deal and could get a lot of commission. If there are no problems, just sign here. Manager Huang handed Lin Xian a sales contract. After reading it carefully, Lin Xian signed his name. Then congratulations to both of you on becoming distinguished owners of Times Garden. If you have any further questions, please feel free to contact me. I won't bother you anymore. Manager Huang left after saying this. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao carefully inspected the new house again, they took the elevator downstairs together and prepared to go to the nearby shopping mall to pick up their aunt after get off work. Just as the two of them walked out of Building A of Times Garden, a crisp voice rang in their ears. Mengyao, Mengyao, it's really you, your home? The person who came was a girl with a fresh and beautiful appearance. Although she was not very stunning, her smile was charming. Ting Ting, I didn't expect to meet you here. Li Mengyao smiled happily. Mengyao, we haven't been together for a long time. Give me a hug. Then the two of them hugged each other happily. It was only then that Chun Tingting discovered that there was a super handsome guy behind Li Mengyao. Mengyao, why don't you introduce yourself to me? Chun Tingting squinted at Li Mengyao. Mengyao, Mengyao, I haven't seen you for a few months. Not only have you become more and more beautiful, but you also have such a handsome boyfriend. Wow. Li Mengyao turned around and took Lin Xian's arm, blinked her elegant eyes lightly, and said with a smile, Ting Ting, let me introduce you. This is me, my husband Lin Xian. Although they are not married yet, they have a child and have done everything they should and shouldn't do. So Li Mengyao simply introduced him as her husband. Chun Tingting widened her eyes, finding it unbelievable. They hadn't seen each other for just a few months, and Li Mengyao was already married? Honey, this is my childhood friend, Chun Tingting. Li Mengyao continued to introduce. Chun Tingting quickly pulled Li Mengyao aside and said with tears in her eyes, Mengyao, tell me this isn't true. Li Mengyao was a little at a loss and blinked blankly. It's true. Chapter 19, my mom is still here. We haven't seen each other for just a few months, and you're getting married? Chun Tingting asked. Not married yet, but it should be soon. Li Mengyao's face turned red. She secretly glanced at Lin Xian and found that the latter was looking at her, so she quickly turned her head away. Chun Tingting looked at them flirting with each other and said helplessly, Yao Yao, you really have him in your grasp. Yeah, he's very nice to me. Li Mengyao nudda gently. Chun Tingting smiled and said, Well, as a good sister, of course I will bless you. But if Li Jie and the others knew that you were getting married, they would probably scream like ghosts and howl like wolves tonight. Ha ha. Li Mengyao, don't talk nonsense. They and I have always been ordinary friends. Chun Tingting waved her hand. I know. You never gave them any chance. By the way, why are you in Times Garden? Chun Tingting moved to Times Garden not long ago. Her parents sponsored a lot of money, and she was able to barely buy a small apartment of less than 100 square meters. Li Mingyao, we came to see the house and are ready to go back now. Chun Tingting didn't think much about it and said, "Oh, okay. Come to my house next time you have time. I tell you, my view is amazing." She remembered that Li Mingyao's family situation was not very good, and it was unlikely that she could afford such an expensive community. She was probably just looking at it. Okay, we'll have plenty of opportunities to play together in the future. Li Mingyao smiled slightly, walked quickly back to Lin Xian's side, took his arm, and said gently, "Sorry for the wait." Lin Xian pinched Li Mingyao's little face and smiled. "What did you talk about?" Li Mingyao shook her head and smiled happily. "Nothing, just a simple reminisce." "Okay, let's go back then." Lin Xian took Li Mingyao and prepared to walk towards the parking lot. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. I saw Manager Huang running over here." After finally catching up with Lin Xian, Manager Huang gasped for breath. "Manager Huang, do you have anything else to say?" Lin Xian asked puzzledly. I forgot to give you the key to the community access control. I'm very sorry." Manager Huang handed the key to Lin Xian while panting. "I almost forgot. Thank you." Lin Xian picked up the key and left with Li Mingyao. Not far away, Chun Tingting, who had not left yet, was puzzled when she saw Manager Huang. "Isn't this the sales manager I bought the house from? Could it be that Li Mingyao and her husband have already bought it?" Then Chun Tingting walked up and asked, "Hello, Manager Huang, do you remember me?" Manager Huang turned to look at Chun Tingting and said embarrassedly, I don't quite remember. What can I do for you?" "I'm Miss Chun, who bought 3201 in Building E a few months ago." Chun Tingting said angrily that before the deal was completed, she had called every day to ask if she wanted to buy a house and if there were any discounts during this period. Now she doesn't recognize him anymore. "Oh, I remember now. You bought the top floor, right? Sorry, I've been busy with clients lately and can't remember it right now." "What do you want to talk to me about?" asked Manager Huang. "Chun Tingting, I want to ask, did those two people just now also buy Times Garden?" Manager Huang, "Yes, they're VIPs of Times Garden. They bought the 12th floor of Building A, the king of the building, and they paid in full." Chun Tingting widened her eyes in shock. The best-selling apartments in the building were all large 200 square meter apartments, mid-rise ones, and the price was over $2 million. Looking back at my own life, I was forced to choose the top floor due to lack of funds. I was so embarrassed when I just proudly invited Li Mingyao to my house. But she was also really happy for Mingyao. It seemed that she had met the right person. Then Chun Tingting took out her phone and said in a group chat, "I just met your goddess, but she seems to be getting married, so you don't have a chance?" Laughing expression. "This isn't true. Tell me it isn't true. Whoever kidnapped my goddess, I will beat him up. Aren't we getting married? I still have a chance." Dog head expression. On the other side, Lin Xian took Li Mingyao to the supermarket to buy some vegetables, and then came to Hepping Shopping Mall. Huang Shifeng works at Hepping Shopping Mall, and it was time for him to get off work. People in the mall saw a black and slender Maybach parked at the door after to get off work. Although some people didn't know the exact price, they could tell at a glance that it was a luxury car and must be very expensive. At this time, Huang Shifeng and her colleague Chun Li were preparing to take the bus home after to get off work. The two of them walked and talked, and Chun Li started to set her sights on Huang Shifeng's daughter. "Shifeng, why don't you reconsider? My kid works in a state-owned enterprise, and his salary and other aspects are quite good." "No need. Chun Li, my daughter already has a boyfriend." Huang Shifeng declined politely. "Huh? When did this happen? What does your daughter's boyfriend do for a living?" Chun Li was a little surprised. "He hasn't graduated yet." Huang Shifeng didn't want to reveal too much. "Haven't graduated yet? That means you haven't got a job yet. Let me tell you, it's hard to find a job these days. Look, my son works in a state-owned enterprise, and every year many people are scrambling to get a job." Shen Li Buasta. Huang Shifeng thought about how Chun Li's son always acted arrogantly and looked down on others. She also heard that he was very unfaithful and often changed girlfriends. How could she possibly give her daughter to such a person? Just as Huang Shifeng came out to wait for the bus, a dark and slender Maybach stopped in front of them. "Mom, I'm here to take you home." Li Mingyao stuck her head out and smiled brightly. "Yao Yao, is this your car?" Huang Shifeng asked in shock. Although she doesn't know much about cars, she can still roughly tell the difference between ordinary cars and luxury cars. "Auntie, get in the car. We have already bought lunch. I'll show my skills to Auntie when I get back," Lin Xian said with a smile. At this time, Li Mingyao also discovered Chun Li next to her and asked happily, "Aunt Chun, are you going back too? Let's take you back." "No, no need. My son will come and pick me up later. You guys go back first, huh? Shenli Smila Guarli. This is my son-in-law. I'll go back first. Huang Shifeng turned around and said to Chun-Li, then sat in the back seat of the Maybach. Chun-Li sat down on the next bus dejectedly. In the Maybach, Huang Shifeng hesitated and couldn't help asking, Lin Xian, is this the car you bought? Yes, Annie, I just bought it not long ago. It is convenient for taking Meng Yao out. Lin Xian drove steadily. Buying such an expensive car to travel. Lin Xian's family must be very rich. Will my in-laws be difficult to talk to? Will they look down on our family? Mom, doesn't Aunt Chin's son never pick her up from get off work? Li Mengyao asked curiously. Yeah, she's just being stubborn. Her son won't come to pick her up at all. She always pestered me to introduce her son to you. I told her that I already had a son-in-law. Now that she has seen it with her own eyes, she should give up. Huang Shifeng came to her senses. Lin Xian smiled and said, It seems that my wife is still very popular. I have to keep a close eye on her. Li Mingyao's face flushed instantly. She glared at Lin Xian and whispered, My mom is still here. Huang Shifeng covered her mouth and laughed in the back seat. Chapter 20 Morning Sickness. After returning home, Lin Xian went to the kitchen and started cooking. Huang Shifeng tried to help many times, but was rejected, so she had to watch TV in the living room with her daughter. After a while, Lin Xian prepared a table of dishes, including steamed turbot, mushroom and scallop soup, stir-fried beef with green onions, steamed pork ribs with garlic, and stir-fried broccoli. Because Li Mengyao loves fish, there is always a fish dish at every meal. Lin Xian always cooked different dishes for Li Mengyao, and Li Mengyao's face was filled with a happy smile. Dinner is ready, Lin Xian shouted. Lin Xian, you cook so many dishes. Huang Shifeng said with a smile. Not much, just 4 dishes and a soup. Auntie, come and try my cooking. After saying that, Lin Xian first picked up a large piece of fish for Li Mengyao, and then gave Huang Shifeng a large piece of beef. Huang Shifeng felt more at ease about Lin Xian when she saw how well her future son-in-law took care of Yao Yao. This is better than many famous restaurants in Jingshui City. Lin Xian, who did you learn this cooking skill from? It's so delicious, Huang Shifeng exclaimed in shock. I used to enjoy cooking when I was bored at home. If it tastes good, eat more. Lin Xian smiled. After a while, Lin Xian saw that he had almost finished eating, so he said, Annie, I bought a new house in Times Garden. We'll move in together after the renovations are finished. Huang Shifeng's heart skipped a beat, and he said in disbelief, Lin Xian, are you serious? Lin Xian nodded seriously. Huang Shifeng was silent for a moment, thinking that the house in Times Garden was not cheap, and even if Lin Xian had money, he couldn't spend it carelessly. Then he said to Lin Xian, How much will that cost? This house is a bit old, but it's still habitable. Lin Xian, listen to Auntie and return the house. Lin Xian said in a firm tone, It's okay, Auntie. Just leave this old house as it is. Times Garden is very close to your workplace, so you don't have to go up 8 floors. Then he looked at Li Mengyao. Besides, Mengyao and I will come back often in the future. Then the baby will be able to play in the Times Garden community. Huang Shifeng thought about it and finally agreed. They decided to move to Times Garden together after a while. After lunch, Lin Xian wanted to clean up the dishes, but Huang Shifeng snatched them away. With nothing to do, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned to the bedroom early. Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao with one arm and played with her hair with the other. Wife, what kind of decoration style do you want for the new house? Li Mengyao raised her beautiful eyebrows and said, The new Chinese style, the one in Jinhua Mansion, is already a new minimalist style. Let's try a different one this time. As he said this, he showed Lin Xian the pictures he found on his phone. Okay, let's go check out the decoration companies and furniture stores in Jingshui City this afternoon. Okay, Li Mengyao's eyes were full of bright light, and she was as happy as a little child. She soon fell asleep holding Lin Xian. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Xian got up and looked at Li Mengyao, who was still sleeping in his arms. I couldn't bear to wake up the sleeping beauty, so I tiptoed out of the room. After a simple tidying up, I saw Huang Shifeng walk out of the room and prepare to go to work. Auntie, let me take you to work. I just happened to be visiting a decoration company. Lin Xian said with a smile. This is too troublesome. It's no trouble. I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. Afterwards, Lin Xian drove a Maybach to send Huang Shifeng to Heping Shopping Mall, and then went to check out some famous decoration companies in Jingshui City. After an unknown amount of time, Li Mengyao's little hands kept touching around the bed, as if looking for something. Where's my husband? The little hand turned around but couldn't find anything, which meant that Lin Xian was no longer in the room. Li Mingyao rubbed her eyes gently, got up with difficulty, and walked out of the room. I searched the whole house but couldn't find Lin Xian. Li Mingyao thought about it and took out her cell phone. Husband, where are you? Then the bear made an angry expression. 5 minutes later. Wife, are you awake? After seeing this, Li Mingyao directly made a video call. She didn't do it before because she was worried that Lin Xian was driving and it would be difficult for him to answer the video call. Soon, Lin Xian's handsome face appeared on Li Mengyao's mobile phone screen. Why didn't you wake me up? We agreed to go together. Although her tone was calm, the expression between her eyebrows clearly showed that she was a little unhappy. I saw you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't call you. I've looked at several companies. I'll bring you the plans and renderings when the time comes. You can rest well at home. Lin Xian smiled and quickly started to cheer. Then come back soon. Lin Xian was also thinking about her, so he stopped acting like a spoiled brat. I just checked the time, and I slept until almost 5. I'm so sleepy. I might not even be able to get up if Lin Xian calls me. Okay, my dear wife, I'll be back after I pick up my aunt. Then Li Mingyao hung up the phone, her face red. My wife is my wife. Why add adult? Lin Xian worked hard all afternoon and should be hungry when he comes back. Let me cook dinner today and let Lin Xian taste my cooking skills. Then Li Mingyao found the ingredients she bought at noon from the refrigerator and started to get busy in the kitchen. I didn't feel anything unusual at first, but halfway through, I suddenly felt nauseous. Li Mingyao covered her mouth, hurried to the toilet, and began to vomit violently. After vomiting for an unknown amount of time, Li Mingyao came out of the bathroom with a pale face. She picked up a small cup of water, drank some hot water, and sat on the sofa in a daze before she gradually came to her senses. I didn't expect my first morning sickness to be like this. Afterwards, the door was opened and Lin Xian and Huang Shifang came back. I'm back. Lin Xian smiled happily. Li Mingyao hurriedly stood up, walked quickly forward, threw herself into Lin Xian's arms, and said in a hoarse voice, Welcome home. Lin Xian felt something was wrong when he heard it. The voice sounded like she had been crying. He looked at his wife in his arms and saw that her eyes were red with faint traces of tears and her lips were very dry. Wife, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you home alone. I won't do that again next time. Lin Xian picked up Li Mingyao and gently placed her on the sofa. No, I was just trying to make you dinner. But halfway through, I felt really nauseous and vomited. Li Mingyao rubbed gently in Lin Xian's arms and said softly. Huang Shifang looked at the two of them, knowing that she was now redundant, and said to Lin Xian, Lin Xian, I'm going to make dinner first. You take care of Yao Yao. Lin Xian nodded to Huang Shifang. Okay, Annie. Lin Xian turned around and gently wiped away Li Mengyao's tears with a tissue. He felt distressed when he thought of Li Mengyao vomiting violently in the toilet. The first 3 months of pregnancy are the most common time for morning sickness. Lin Xian had always given Li Mengyao small, frequent meals and refused to let her into the kitchen, hoping to minimize morning sickness. But it still happened. Don't go into the kitchen anymore. Leave all the housework to your husband, okay? Li Mingyao leaned in Lin Xian's arms, and the intense discomfort she had just felt disappeared, revealing a happy smile. Chapter 21, I can't finish eating. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went for a walk by the river. Jingshui River is the mother river of Jingshui City, so the residents of Jingshui City will come to the river for a walk at night. Because Li Mingyao's home is far from the river, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao drove there in a Maybach. When they arrived at the river, Lin Xian parked the car, took Li Mingyao's hand, and the two of them strolled along the river together. The banks of Jingshui River are bustling with people, and everyone coming and going has a smile on their face. The river water ripples under the light, reflecting the neon lights on the shore, and is full of life. Life here is really comfortable. Lin Xian sighed as he watched the night view of Jingshui River. Yes, I like this small fourth-tier city very much. There's no hustle and bustle of first-tier cities, only a leisurely life and a peaceful atmosphere. Li Mingyao smiled sweetly at Lin Xian. Once the house in Times Garden is renovated, we can come back any time. Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's little hand and said with a smile, Well, I used to come here to play when I was a kid. I remember there was a kind old man selling candied haws here. They used to give me a candied haws with a small bamboo stick on it. Li Mingyao kept recalling her childhood, and Lin Xian listened quietly beside her. Strolling along the river, they soon passed an ice cream shop. This is an internet-famous store in Jingshui City. Because the ice cream they make tastes so good, there are always many people queuing up every night. Honey, do you want some ice cream? Li Mengyao looked at the ice cream in the store. Her stomach growled, and her face turned red. I want to. Because Li Mengyao had morning sickness in the afternoon, she had no appetite for dinner and didn't eat much. Now I'm out for a walk. I'm getting hungry soon. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao to the ice cream shop. Because there were still many people queuing, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao to an empty seat. Honey, please sit down first. I'll go line up to buy it. What flavor do you want? Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and shook it gently, saying with a smile, I want strawberry flavor. Thank you for your hard work, husband. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao little hand and kissed the back of her hand. It smelled sweet. Good. Li Mengyao quickly pulled her hand back, her face flushed. How could this guy be so shameless as to kiss her in public? Lin Xian smiled and started queuing at the back. Seeing that the line was still very long, Li Mengyao picked up her phone and started watching videos. Lu Yusin, my big Yao Yao, where are you now? I'm here to play with you. Li Mengyao, I'm in Jingshui City. Do you want to come? Lu Yusin, why did you come home suddenly? Li Mengyao, bring your husband home. Lu Yusin, you're calling me husband now? You're not even married yet. Li Mengyao, almost. Lu Yusin, so Annie has agreed? Didn't break his legs. Li Mengyao, don't talk nonsense. My mother has already agreed. Lu Yusin, girls are useless when they grow up. You're just a freeloader. Okay, now you are gone, and I will go play by myself. I want to eat your dog food. Li Mengyao replied with a little bear nodding emoji. Just after finishing chatting with Lu Yusin, a boy sat opposite Li Mengyao. The boy was quite handsome, dressed neatly, and had the Korean fluffy hairstyle that was very fashionable recently. He smiled and chatted with Li Mengyao. Hello, beautiful lady. Can you please add me your contact information? Li Mengyao took a look and said politely, Excuse me, I have a husband. The boy saw that Li Mengyao still looked like a student, and there was no so-called husband next to her, so he guessed that it must be made up. We are very compatible, so we just added each other's contact information. Seeing that he was still not giving up, Li Mengyao said with cold eyes, Please don't bother me anymore. I said I have. Didn't she say she had a husband? Ido. Lin Xian rushed over at this time, staring fiercely at the man who was hitting on his wife. Li Mengyao immediately took Lin Xian's hand and hid behind him. The boy looked at the person in front of him who was taller and more handsome than him, and knowing that he could not compete with him, he walked away in shame. Honey, next time you meet someone who hits on you, just call me and I'll come right over. Lin Xian smiled and handed the extra-large strawberry sundae in his hand to Li Mengyao. Well, why did you only buy one? And there are so many. I can't finish it. Li Mengyao nodded and smiled sweetly. Eat slowly. Lin Xian touched Li Mengyao's little head, then took her hand and continued walking by the river. Li Mengyao looked at the extra-large strawberry sundae in front of her, thought about it, and took out her mobile phone to take a picture and send it to her good friend Lu Yusin. Lu Yusin. Li Mengyao, it's delicious. Lu Yusin. Yao Yao, please be a human being. When Lu Yusin had a boyfriend in college, she showed her love to Li Mengyao every day and kept encouraging Li Mengyao to find one too. Now that they have broken up, it is Li Mengyao's turn to show her love to Lu Yusin. Li Mengyao adjusted her hair and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Lin Xian saw his wife smiling foolishly at her phone and asked curiously, What's so funny? Li Mengyao came back to her senses and looked at Lin Xian with an innocent face. No, nothing. I can't finish it. Li Mengyao looked at the strawberry sundae that she had eaten half of and was in a mess. Then give it to your husband. I'll take care of it. Lin Xian smiled gently. Did you want to eat my? Li Mengyao, realizing Lin Xian's plan, was too embarrassed to continue speaking. She could only glare at Lin Xian and handed the strawberry sundae in her hand to him. After Lin Xian got it, he started eating it in big mouthfuls and swallowed it in no time. The two continued walking along the river, and soon Li Mengyao felt a little tired. Hubby, I'm a little sleepy, let's go back. Li Mengyao pulled Lin Xian's little hand. Okay, let's go back the same way. Just as the two were about to go back, an old man was guarding his candied haw stall on the bustling street, waiting for customers with a smile on his face. That's the grandfather who often gave me candied haws when I was a child, Li Mengyao said excitedly. Then let's go buy a bunch of candied haws. I think he only has one string left, so let the old man close the stall early. Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao gently. Lin Xian walked forward holding Li Mengyao's hand. Grandpa, how much are these candy haws? Lin Xian could feel that Li Mengyao was very happy. $3 a bunch. I want a bunch. Grandpa, do you still remember me? Li Mengyao smiled and looked very happy. The grandfather selling candied haws looked up at the girl in front of him. He felt a little familiar and suddenly remembered. Are you the little girl who often ate my candied haws when we were little? Chapter 22, The Babies Will Grow Up Quickly. It's me, it's me. I didn't expect Grandpa still remembered me. Li Mingyao's eyes were curved with joy. Ah, how could I not remember? When I was little, lots of kids gathered around me to bite candied haws. You just stood not far away and drooled at the sight. Grandpa Tonghalu smiled kindly, and the frown at the corners of his eyes narrowed into slits. Li Mingyao said a little embarrassedly, I was just greedy. Grandpa Tonghalu. That's why I always leave a candied haws for you, ha ha. Hey, this last bunch of strawberry candied haws is for you. Because most candied haws are made from hawthorn, and pregnant women should try not to eat hawthorn-related foods as they will have adverse effects on the body. But if it is a candied haws made from fruit, such as the strawberry candied haws in front of you, pregnant women can eat it. Li Mengyao waved her hands quickly. No, we buy it. Lin Xian took out his mobile phone and scanned the code. Yes, Grandpa, we will buy it. Thank you for taking care of her when she was a child. Grandpa Tonghalu looked at the two of them, holding hands tightly, and smiled with relief. I just felt sorry for you back then. You look so cute with your two braids. It reminded me of my own granddaughter. Ha ha ha. Here, your candied haws. As he said this, he handed the last string of candied haws to Li Mengyao. Thank you, Grandpa. Li Mengyao was as happy as a little child, smiling from ear to ear. When Lin Xian left, he secretly left 100 yuan to Tonghalu Grandpa to thank him for taking care of Li Mengyao. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao continued to return the same way. On the way, Li Mengyao ate candied haws while holding Lin Xian's hand and swinging it up and down as if they were back in their childhood. Wife, is it delicious? Lin Xian smiled. It's delicious, just like when I was little. It hasn't changed at all. Li Mengyao nodded happily, then looked up blankly and asked Lin Xian, do you want to eat? Lin Xian looked at the candied haws that Li Mengyao handed him and smiled. I just ate, you eat. Oh. Li Mengyao continued to taste her candied haws, which were sour and sweet and full of flavor. There's only one left. Are you sure you don't want to eat it? Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian and blinked her elegant eyes slightly. No. Lin Xian said this in a firm tone and continued to look at Li Mengyao's tempting cherry lips. Li Mengyao always felt that Lin Xian had bad intentions, but she was too naive to think of anything and just decided not to eat. Then he stuffed the last candied haws into his mouth. After holding it for a while, his cheeks were about to puff up when Lin Xian suddenly spoke with a smile. Wife, I want to eat candied haws now. There are no more. Li Mengyao looked at the gourd skewers in her hand and shook her pretty head and said, Isn't there another one? There's another one. There's another one in my mouth. Li Mengyao suddenly realized something and quickly reached out to cover her mouth. You can't, but someone got there first. Lin Xian put one arm around Li Mengyao and held her in his arms. With the other hand, he lifted Li Mengyao's chin and leaned over to kiss her alluring lips. This caused Li Mengyao to push hard, and she looked around. Fortunately, there was no one around, and then she looked at Lin Xian angrily. Why did you steal my candied haws? I like to eat sweet candied haws. Lin Xian said shamelessly. Li Mengyao was so angry that she raised her hand to twist Lin Xian's waist. It hurts. Stop twisting it. I already have several scars on my waist. Lin Xian, who was smiling playfully in the last second, became ferocious in the next second. Snort. Li Mengyao pouted and turned her little face slightly so as not to show it to Lin Xian. Okay, wife, I know I was wrong. Let's go back quickly. Lin Xian coaxed. Every time you say you know you're wrong, you do the same thing next time. Li Mengyao scolded angrily and continued to avoid looking at Lin Xian. This girl must be really angry. Lin Xian suddenly felt that the candied haws in his mouth was no longer sweet. After a while, Li Mengyao turned around and looked at the bewildered Lin Xian and burst out laughing. Are you scared? Li Mengyao gently patted Lin Xian with her little hand. I'm scared, wife. Lin Xian also smiled. Next time, don't suddenly. Okay, we can kiss each other when we get home. Li Mengyao stared at him with her bright eyes like a deer and spoke softly. Okay. Lin Xian agreed readily without any hesitation. The two finally returned to where they parked. After Lin Xian sent Li Mengyao to the passenger's seat, he returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and drove towards home. In the car, Li Mengyao looked at her little belly and asked Lin Xian, Honey, Do you think this is a boy or a girl? Is it possible that there is one boy and one girl? Lin Xian replied with a smile while driving calmly. How can we be so lucky to have twins, a boy and a girl all at once? Li Mengyao raised her beautiful eyebrows and smiled happily. It's almost 3 months. The baby needs to grow up quickly. Li Mengyao genti struket her soft baby. Wife, I want to touch it too. Lin Xian glanced at it and said enviously, let's talk about it when we get home. Drive carefully and don't look around. Li Mengyao's face turned red. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned home downstairs. After Lin Xian parked the car, he took Li Mengyao's hand and prepared to go home. Li Mengyao looked and saw a man standing at the door of her house. He was holding a bouquet of flowers. When she got closer, she saw that it was Li Jie. Li Jie is the class monitor of Li Mengyao's high school. He has been pursuing Li Mengyao, but Li Mengyao does not like him and has clearly rejected him several times. However, Li Jie thinks that since Li Mengyao doesn't have a boyfriend, he has a chance, so he keeps pestering her. Later, Li Mengyao simply ignores him. When Li Jie saw Li Mengyao holding a man's hand and getting out of the luxury Maybach, his fist clenched, but he still tried to keep smiling. It seems that what Shun Tingting said is true. Li Mengyao really has a boyfriend. Mengyao, I heard you were back. Why didn't you tell me? These flowers are for you. Li Jie handed the flowers to Li Mengyao with a smile, completely ignoring Lin Xian. Li Mengyao frowned when she saw that it was Li Jie. Li Jie, why are you here at my door? I told you before that we are not suitable. Please give the flowers to someone else. Thank you. After saying that, he was about to hold Lin Xian's hand and prepare to go home. Unexpectedly, Li Jie blocked Lin Xian and Li Mengyao again and shouted anxiously. Mengyao, can't you give me a chance? I've been hired by a well-known company in Jingshui City. My parents are both working, so we'll have a great life in Jingshui City. Li Mengyao's eyes were cold, and she interrupted angrily. I'll say it again, there's no chance for us, and I already have a husband. Get out of the way. It was the first time that Lin Xian saw Li Mengyao so angry. Looking at Li Jie, who was still unwilling to give in, he clenched his fists. But it hurts. Li Jie wanted to explain, but Lin Xian reached out and grabbed Li Jie's arm, twisting it hard and holding him down. After the system gave him the first reward to enhance his physique, Lin Xian's strength was already far greater than that of an ordinary person. I made it very clear. If you dare to harass my wife again, I won't be so polite next time. Get lost. Then Lin Xian kicked Li Jie's but hard, and Li Jie fell flat on his face. Chapter 23, Husband, you are the best. Li Jie got up in a panic, his face grim, and he watched Lin Xian and Li Mengyao leave with gritted teeth. He will not give up easily. He has been pursuing it for so many years and has become obsessed with it. Then he limped away. After Lin Xian and Li Mengyao returned, it was already late, so they quickly washed up and lay down on the bed. Li Mengyao was quietly looking at her phone, while Lin Xian was staring at his wife in a daze. Li Mengyao quickly noticed something unusual, put down her phone, turned around, hugged Lin Xian, and raised her head. Hubby, what are you thinking about? You keep staring at me. Although they are not married yet, it feels natural for Li Mengyao to call him husband now. It is just a matter of time anyway. Lin Xian came back to his senses, stretched out his arms, and hugged Li Mengyao tightly, saying gently, I was wondering why my wife is so popular. The aunt's son this morning, the boy at the ice cream shop in the evening, and the man downstairs just now. 3 people wanted to steal my wife in just one day. It's infuriating just thinking about it. Li Mengyao was a little helpless, but couldn't hide her gentle smile. Is that why you did this? This is not something I can control. They insisted on coming up to me, and there was nothing I could do. Lin Xian smiled and lowered his head, touching his forehead to hers, showing his signature smile. Then I'll have to keep a closer eye on it next time. Sure enough, a barrage of kisses followed, first on her forehead, then moving to the tip of her nose, and finally stopping on her lips. Lin Xian and Li Mengyao stayed in Jingshui City for a few more days. After arranging the decoration and furniture placement of Times Garden, they prepared to set off back to Jinghai City today. The 3 of them went downstairs. Huang Shifeng looked at Lin Xian taking such good care of his daughter, smiled with relief, and handed the household registration book in her hand to Li Mengyao. Yao Yao, take this household registration booklet, and remember to come back often to check it out. Li Mengyao stared blankly at the household registration book in her hand. She understood what her mother meant, and her eyes felt sore. Seeing this, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and said in a firm tone, Auntie, don't worry. We will come back often. Ripples appeared on Li Mingyao's face. Yeah, Mom, we'll definitely come back often. Huang Shifang's eyes also turned slightly red, and she spoke gently. Mom, I know. Be careful on the road. After Lin Xian helped Li Mingyao sit firmly in the back seat, he walked into the driver's seat, started the Maybach, and slowly drove away. Huang Shifang could no longer hold back her tears. Her daughter, who had depended on her for more than 10 years, was now getting married. In a Maybach car, Li Mingyao was also crying with red eyes. Lin Xian was driving quietly in front. He knew the hardship of the mother and daughter, so he didn't go out of his way to comfort them and gave them some time. Soon, for hours passed, the dark and slender Maybach drove into the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion again. After Lin Xian parked the car steadily, he walked out of the door and went to the back seat. Not long after Li Mingyao got on the car, she fell asleep while crying. Now she is sleeping quietly, like a cute little girl. Lin Xian gently picked up Li Mingyao and slowly walked toward the elevator. Soon the beauty in his arms woke up, their eyes met, and she looked at Lin Xian in a daze. Awake, Lin Xian said with a doting look in his eyes. Hurry, put me down. Li Mingyao's pretty face turned red. We're still outside. It would be so embarrassing if someone saw us. It's okay, there's no one here. As he spoke, Lin Xian walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 16th floor. The elevator rose slowly and suddenly stopped at the first floor. The elevator door opened and an old lady and an old man came in. The old lady looked at the two of them with a smile on her face. At this time, Li Mingyao was so embarrassed that she buried her head in Lin Xian's chest and used her little hands to pull her hair to cover her red face. Finally made it to the 16th floor. The elevator was exceptionally slow today. After getting out of the elevator, Li Mingyao struggled to get down quickly, and Lin Xian also slowly let her go. Li Mingyao angrily hit the still smiling Lin Xian with her little hand, but she didn't dare to use too much force, as she would feel bad if she hurt herself. The two finally returned to their home in Jinwan Mansion. As soon as Lin Xian returned home, he started cleaning. Li Mingyao also joined in and did what she could. Originally, Lin Xian disagreed and wanted her to rest, but Li Mingyao insisted on joining together, otherwise she would not let Lin Xian kiss her night. This is simply a trump card for Lin Xian. He has no choice but to let Li Mingyao do some of the lighter work. It is not tiring for men and women to work together, and the house is soon cleaned up. Since returning, Li Mingyao has been preparing for her graduation thesis defense. The two are still senior students and must pass the graduation defense with their university advisor before they can officially graduate. On the other hand, Lin Xian acted as if nothing had happened, playing here and there. In the evening, Lin Xian was staring at his 200-inch big screen in the hall, watching a movie with great interest. Li Mingyao walked out of the room, hugged Lin Xian, rested her chin on his shoulder, and asked curiously, Hubby, you don't have to prepare for your graduation defense. Lin Xian looked at his lovely wife in his arms and couldn't help but lean over and kiss her soft face. Your husband is not talented, but because of his outstanding performance before, he has been exempted from the graduation defense and has been directly admitted to graduation. Li Mingyao puffed up her cheeks and complained. Why is this happening? Lin Xian couldn't stop smiling. Your husband is very good, don't you know? Li Mingyao hooked her small hands around Lin Xian's neck and gently bit his face. I know, husband, you're the best. After saying that, he quickly distanced himself and ran back to the room with his legs clattering. Lin Xian touched the faintly visible tooth marks on his face, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Chapter 24. You have been laughing all the time and never stopped. The day of the graduation defense soon arrived. The sun was shining and the air was fresh. Li Mingyao's graduation defense was scheduled for the afternoon. In order to be in a good state, she took a nap after lunch. After a short nap, she got up early and began to dress herself carefully. She was wearing a snow-white shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbone. She paired it with a black long skirt, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps, like a dancing butterfly. Her shiny black hair falls on her shoulders like a waterfall, emitting a faint fragrance. Li Mingyao walked up to Lin Xian, turned around lightly, and asked with a bright smile on her face, Honey, does this look good? Lin Xian couldn't help but go forward and hug Li Mingyao, sniffing the charming fragrance emanating from her body. He whispered, It looks good. My wife looks good in anything she wears. Li Mingyao angrili skulda. Smooth talk. Okay, let's go. Lin Xian showed his signature smile again. Can I come in and watch your graduation defense? Li Mingyao hurriedly shook her head and said firmly, No, I get nervous. Okay, stop messing around. We're going to be late. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao walked out of the room and came to the parking lot of Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian still chose to drive his Xiaohe, the name Lin Xian gave to the Maybach. After a while, Lin Xian drove the Maybach to the school parking lot. Because Li Mingyao was majoring in Chinese language and literature, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and came to the teaching building of the School of Literature. He found the corresponding classroom and looked inside. There were 5 tutors sitting in the first row in front, and the back row was full of flustered students. Lin Xian said to Li Mengyao gently, Go, don't be nervous. I'll wait for you at the door. In fact, with Li Mengyao's 4 years of diligent study in college, she had basically no pressure in dealing with this graduation thesis defense, but she was still more or less nervous when facing 5 tutors criticizing her. Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian with a red face. Well, kiss me, I won't be nervous anymore. Lin Xian was also stunned. Why was his wife so proactive today? Then he hugged Li Mengyao and kissed her gently on the forehead. Go ahead. Li Mengyao smiled and walked into the classroom happily. Did you really think Lin Xian would be so honest? He had never seen Li Mengyao giving a speech in the classroom before. Lin Xian showed his signature smile again. Lin Xian returned to the parking lot and took out a black hat from Maybach. After putting on his hat, Lin Xian returned to the room where Li Mengyao was having her graduation defense. He sneaked into the classroom from the back door and sat in the last row. It was hard to notice him without looking carefully. I saw Li Mengyao in front of me, still closing her eyes to rest and relax. Lin Xian picked up his phone and started taking photos. If he missed this opportunity, it would be gone. It was his fault that he met Li Mengyao in the last stage of college. After an unknown amount of time, Li Mengyao finally walked up to the podium. Unlike her usual weakness, Li Mengyao was quite confident on the podium. Her language was fluent and well-organized, and her beautiful face was filled with a confident smile. With her profound Chinese language and cultural background and excellent expression skills, she won high praise from the instructors present. Lin Xian quickly took out his cell phone and took pictures. As expected of the school belle, she's beautiful and excels in her studies. Yeah, but I heard that the campus beauty seems to have a boyfriend. Oh my God, which freshman snatched away our school beauty? It seems to be from our school. Lin Xian heard the boys next to him discussing something and smiled. Hey, classmate, what are you laughing at? The boy next to him asked curiously. Did I laugh? Lin Xian said with a smile. You've been laughing all the time and haven't stopped, said another boy. I thought of something happy. Lin Xian raised the corner of his mouth. What's so funny? Tell me about it. At this time, Li Mengyao had completed her graduation thesis defense and returned to her seat to pack up her things. Seeing that his wife was about to come out, Lin Xian quickly ran away. Classmates, I have something to do and I'm leaving first. Come on, everyone. After saying that, he sneaked out of the classroom through the back door. This person doesn't seem to be from our college. Strange. Several people continued to discuss. Lin Xian walked out of the classroom, looked at his phone as if nothing had happened, and stood at the door waiting for Li Mengyao. His handsome figure is as straight as a pine tree, and his handsome face with a slight smile attracts the attention of the girls around him. Finally, a girl couldn't help but come forward. Hello, classmate. Can you add me in contact so we can get to know each other? This female classmate has a sweet appearance, a petite figure, and a charming smile, which makes it easy for people to like her. Sorry, I already have. Lin Xian just opened his mouth to refuse. Suddenly, a figure rushed over. Li Mengyao held Lin Xian's hand, and her eyes became a little colder. Sorry, classmate. He already has a girlfriend. When the female classmate saw that it was the school belle, she felt overshadowed by the comparison and left in shame. Wife, did your graduation defense go well? Lin Xian said with a smile. It's not going well. I saw you with another girl when I came out. Li Mingyao's face fell, and she looked unhappy. My dear wife, it's unfair. I just arrived at the classroom door. Lin Xian quickly protested. Who knows you? Li Mingyao pouted, looking serious. I have a way to prove my innocence. Lin Xian said seriously. What method? Li Mingyao, of course, saw that the girl went to talk to Lin Xian first, but she still wanted to tease him. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and found the photos of Li Mingyao he had just taken in the classroom. Li Mingyao in the photo is beautiful and exudes an elegant temperament. Ah, you're peeking again. Li Mingyao then realized that Lin Xian had been wearing a black hat, and it looked quite handsome, but she was still angry, so she stretched out her little hand and touched Lin Xian's waist. Lin Xian took the opportunity to hug Li Mengyao and let her pinch him, since he had thick skin anyway. I just want to see you in class and experience what it's like to take a class with you. I won't have the chance again in the future. Lin Xian continued gently. After the graduation defense, there will be the graduation ceremony, and generally you will not come back to class. Okay then, send me the photos. Li Mingyao's cheeks flushed. She spoke softly and raised her head slightly. Good. Lin Xian sent the picture to Li Mingyao and also sent it to a group chat of a loving family. Zhang Shulan, my daughter-in-law is so beautiful. Lin Zhengguo, he is indeed my son. His vision is the same as mine when I was young. Lin Cici, this is my sister-in-law. Zhang Shulan, Cici, you're playing with your phone at school? You're so rebellious. Lin Cici, sorry, I sent this to the wrong person. I'm not Cici. Lin Xian, speechless expression. At this time, several boys who had just been discussing next to Lin Xian also came out of the classroom. Seeing the school beauty being hugged by a handsome boy, they gritted their teeth. It seems that the news that the school beauty already has a boyfriend is true. Wait, that's not right. Isn't he the boy who was laughing next to us just now? Damn it. No wonder you were laughing all the time. Chapter 25, that's not my boyfriend. That's my husband. You just said you wanted to experience what it's like to take classes with me, right? Li Mingyao rolled her eyes, tilted her head, and smiled sweetly. Yes, Lin Xian said. Then let's go to the school cafeteria for dinner. You and I have never eaten together at school before. Li Mingyao raised her beautiful eyebrows and raised her head proudly. No, it's not very clean outside. Lin Xian shook his head. Oh, it's just once. Besides, the school should be clean compared to the outside. Li Mingyao continued to act coquettishly. Lin Xian was still frowning and hesitating. Li Mingyao took Lin Xian's hand and started walking toward the cafeteria. Let's go, I'm hungry. If you don't leave, I'll go alone. Lin Xian had no choice but to agree. Soon, the two arrived at the Meiyuan canteen, which has the best reputation in school. It was already time for dinner, and students from Jinghai University came to the cafeteria to eat one after another. Annie, I want a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a serving of braised fish, a serving of stir-fried broccoli with shrimp, and finally 2 fried chicken legs. Auntie, please stop shaking your hands. This is the last time we'll eat in the cafeteria at university. Li Mingyao was as happy as a little child, speaking with a smile. Okay, Annie will give you some more. Auntie gave Li Mingyao a larger amount than usual. Then Lin Xian ordered a few dishes at random, and the two of them went to a corner of the cafeteria and started eating. This is delicious. I used to eat it often in Plum Garden. As she spoke, Li Mingyao put half of the braised fish and a fried chicken leg into Lin Xian's bowl. No wonder I hardly saw you in college. Lin Xian's dormitory and classes are both on the south side of the school, and he also eats in the bamboo garden on the south side. Li Mingyao's is just the opposite on the north side, and the Plum Garden is the cafeteria on the north side of the school. Jinghai University covers a large area, and Lin Xian is a lazy person. He would never go to the north of the school, even if he has nothing better to do. But I've seen you, Li Mingyao said in a low voice. What did you say, wife? Because there were more and more people in the cafeteria, Li Mingyao spoke very quietly, so I couldn't hear clearly. Nothing, come, have a bite. Li Mingyao picked up a shrimp and handed it to Lin Xian's mouth, which Lin Xian swallowed in one gulp. Lin Xian also picked up a piece of braised pork and gave it to Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao ate it in small bites, only biting off half of it, and the rest was swallowed by Lin Xian. When the two of them were feeding each other, they had already become the target of other students' attention. Look, isn't that the campus beauty of our university? Is the guy next to him his boyfriend? Damn it. How come my goddess already has a boyfriend? You know what, that guy's pretty handsome. He's so handsome, he doesn't deserve it. Quickly take a picture of this and post it on the Campus Intelligence Network. Let that guy become the public enemy of all male students at Jinghai University. Snap. Photos of the two feeding each other were posted to the Campus Intelligence Network of Jinghai University. Title: Shocking. The campus beauty of Jinghai University is eating in the cafeteria with her boyfriend. Who is that bastard next to our school beauty? The school beauty has a boyfriend. My heart is broken. It's just a boyfriend. I still have a chance, doghead. Isn't this the great Lin Xianlin from our School of Computer Science? Are we all going to the Institute of Finance together tomorrow? While Lin Xian was eating dinner, he felt countless hostile gazes on his back, which made him feel a little cold. At this time, Lin Xian's cell phone rang. 622 Fantong Group. Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, you've been exposed. Zhong Zixing. Remember to wear a mask at school in the future. This is a friendly reminder. Chun Jingming. Ha, Brother Xian, you're done. Lin Xian, what's going on? Zhou Quan. Pictures, pictures. It was the photo of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao showing affection just now. What a mistake. I have to be more low-key when I go back to school next time. Li Mengyao saw that Lin Xian ignored her and kept looking at his phone, so she scolded him. Lin Xian, what are you looking at? You're ignoring me. I've become the public enemy of all the boys in Jinghai University, Lin Xian said with a helpless smile. Huh? What? Li Menjiao blinked in confusion. Look, it's all because my wife is too beautiful. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and showed the campus intelligence network to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Then I can't help you. You're on your own. Soon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao finished their dinner and walked hand in hand on the campus. At this time, Lin Xian was still worried, afraid that he would suddenly be hit by a hammer from behind. He still believed in Li Mengyao's charm, but he was afraid that some people would not be able to bear the stimulation and become obsessed. Hubby, do you want me to help you? Seeing that Lin Xian was still nervous, Li Mengyao kept laughing. How can you help? Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao expectantly. Call me sister, and I will help you. Li Mengyao tucked her hair behind her ears and smiled happily. She had seen Lin Xian's ID card. Although they were born in the same year, Li Mengyao was a few months older than Lin Xian. A few months was still older, so she should call him sister. No. Lin Xian's face turned red for a rare time. Calling his wife sister was a big deal. It was too embarrassing. I'm older than you, so what's wrong with calling me sister? Just call me that. Li Mengyao pouted and acted coquettishly and cutely. Call one, and I'll give you a reward. Li Mengyao continued to increase the bet and looked at Lin Xian with anticipation. Real. Yeah, I can help you solve the school crisis and get a reward at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Li Mengyao walked up and hugged Lin Xian, then raised her head and smiled slightly. If you don't call me, I'll hold you and won't leave. Lin Xian looked away with his red cheeks and said something softly. Elder sister. My brother is so good. Li Mengyao's eyes were curved with joy. She stretched out her arms to hug Lin Xian's neck, kissed him on the lips, and then quickly withdrew. Usually, Lin Xian make her shy, but she didn't expect that she could win a game today. She is so happy. Is this the reward? Lin Xian touched his mouth. Yes, I don't like it. Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly. I like it, but it's too short. Lin Xian said gently. Still in school. The two continued to wander around the school, and Lin Xian continued to receive hostile looks from the boys across the street, which seemed to be even more serious than before. Wife, didn't you just say you wanted to help me? Lin Xian asked. I helped. You can check the school information network again. Li Mengyao pursed her lips and smiled. Lin Xian took out his cell phone, opened the school information network, and immediately saw a pinned comment that was posted by Li Mengyao. That's not my boyfriend, that's my husband. Chapter 26. I saved the galaxy in my previous life. What? He's already my husband? A newborn, a fucking newborn. I didn't stand a chance, crying, Brothers, it's time to unite and take down this man. Lin Xian looked at the campus intelligence network and felt a chill in his heart. Wife you. At this time, Li Mengyao took advantage of the fact that Lin Xian was looking at his mobile phone and secretly walked to the front, looking back at Lin Xian every 10 steps. Wife, you still want to run away. Lin Xian started running to catch up with Li Mengyao. Don't come over here. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the truth was revealed, Li Mengyao also started jogging forward. One runs in front and the other chases behind. Two cheerful laughs were heard in the silent campus. Because Li Mengyao was still pregnant, she didn't run fast, so Lin Xian easily caught up with her, hugged her, and said gently, Don't run around, be careful. Li Mengyao tidied her messy hair and showed a charming smile. The campus under the night sky. The flowers, plants, and trees appear particularly quiet and mysterious under the moonlight. On campus during graduation season, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao walked hand in hand. Under the moonlight, every step was filled with sweetness. After the graduation defense, after 3 or 4 days of careful teaching by Lin Xian, Li Mengyao can already drive skillfully in the city. In addition, the Xiaomi SU7 has an automatic parking function, so there is no need to worry about not being able to park. Today, Li Mengyao's university dormitory held a farewell dinner, which was also the last meal after graduation. Since they were all girls, Lin Xian felt embarrassed to go with them, so Li Mengyao drove there by herself. When Lin Xian was training Li Mengyao to drive, he found that the girl learned to drive quite quickly and steadily, and smart cars like Xiaomi Su 7 also have intelligent driving and emergency avoidance functions, so he agreed. Honey, I'm going out. Li Mengyao wore a simple white dress, highlighting her elegant temperament. She happily ran to Lin Xian and kissed him lightly on the lips. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Xian pulled her into his arms and kissed her cherry lips with light lipstick on them. I don't know how long it took. Come back early, Lin Xian said with a grin. Li Mengyao touched her hot face and slightly red mouth and did not forget to reply before leaving. Bad husband. Li Mengyao arrived at the parking lot, walked to the front of the Xiaomi Su 7, got in the driver's seat, and skillfully started the car. She also took out a small mirror to touch up her lipstick, which Lin Xian had eaten up. Soon, Li Mengyao arrived at the dormitory building of Jinghai University and picked up 3 roommates whom she had not seen for a long time. Man, wow. Yao Yao, it's only been a few months since we last met, and you're already driving a car. And it's not cheap at all. Yang Lin, yeah, tell me, we saw you publicly confess your love yesterday. Only Lu Yusin, who was standing by, knew all this, but she also joined in the joke. Yeah, our Yao Yao has a husband, and she forgets about her sisters. Li Mengyao blushed slightly when her roommate teased her, and she quickly changed the subject. Stop talking and decide where to eat. I am starving. Hey, the one we ate last time was pretty good, but it seems like there's a new gourmet restaurant nearby. It's over. I have a fear of making difficult choices. I think that one is better. No, I think the other one is better. In this way, the 4 people argued in the car for more than 10 minutes and finally decided by voting. On the other hand, Lin Xian had nothing to do at home. Thinking that the luxury store given by the system had not yet opened, he decided to go to Jinwan Plaza to post a job, and the first thing he wanted to do was to recruit a store manager. The store manager is responsible for all matters in the store, including restaurant operations, recruitment of chefs and waiters, and interior design. This way, Lin Xian could be a hands-off manager and be a boss at ease. Lin Xian immediately drove his Maybach to Jinwan Plaza, printed out a recruitment information, and posted it at the door of a luxury store. Later, Lin Xian felt that this method of recruiting was too old-fashioned, so he posted a job advertisement on the mobile recruitment app, offering a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, including 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. This offer should attract many people. After everything was done, Lin Xian drove home. On the other side, Li Mengyao was having dinner with her 3 good sisters. Li Mengyao told her roommates what had happened in the past few months, but of course she didn't mention her pregnancy. Ah, your boyfriend is so nice. Young Lin Siget. Yes, she's pretty, cooks every day, and is very loyal. Chen Man agreed. Only Lu Yusin remained silent, because she knew what was going on, although Lin Xian was indeed a very good person. Hey Yao Yao, why do you call me husband when we're not even married? Did he propose to you? Lu Yusin couldn't help asking. Not yet. Not yet. I've gotten used to it after being called that many times. Li Mingyao's cheeks turned red instantly. You are really infatuated, my big Yao Yao. Chen Man said with a smile. I remember you had a crush on him during your freshman year, right? Now your dream has finally come true. By the way, Yao Yao, good men like this are very popular. You have to keep a close eye on them. Young Lin Remin dead. Yeah. Li Mengyao also nodded shyly. Can I not keep a close eye on her? We already have a child, and my Yao Yao has become someone else's. Lu Yusin complained helplessly in her heart. All right, we finally graduated. I wish us a bright future. Cheers. The 4 little girls took their drinks and drank them all. After Li Mengyao and her good sisters had eaten and drunk their fill, she sent them back to the dormitory, then drove to Jinwan Plaza and came to a jewelry store. Lin Xian is indeed too easy to attract bees and butterflies. He met one at the classroom door yesterday. He has to find something to prove that he is taken. So Li Mengyao thought of men's rings. Welcome, beautiful lady. How can I help you? A tall and decent-looking clerk came over. That's right. This is the jewelry store where Lin Xian bought the diamond ring before, and even the clerk is the same person. Hello, do you have any men's rings to recommend? Li Mengyao asked in a low voice. Yes, please follow me. The clerk guided Li Mengyao to a display case on the side. Men's rings are displayed in the showcase, shining brightly, and each one exudes unique charm. Soon, Li Mengyao fell in love with a men's ring. It has a simple yet exquisite design and a unique design, showing low-key luxury and elegance. Hello, please help me get this one. Li Mengyao raised her little hand and pointed. Okay, beauty, The clerk then took out the men's ring and handed it to Li Mengyao. Beautiful lady, you have a good taste. This is the latest design, so it fits the aesthetic taste of today's young people. Li Mengyao looked left and right, playing with it back and forth in her hands. It was very beautiful. How much is this one? A total of 18,888. After hearing the price, Li Mengyao gritted her teeth, hesitated slightly, and finally paid. Okay, thank you. Welcome back next time. The clerk packed the items with a smile on her face, wondering what kind of man was so lucky to have such a beautiful woman buy him a ring. He must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Chapter 27, I'm afraid you deliberately left some behind. Li Mengyao drove back to Jinwan Mansion, arriving at the door, extending your hand, unlocking with your fingerprint. Lin Xian was watching a movie in the living room. When he saw his wife coming back, he was about to speak. Wife, go back. Li Mengyao flashed by and quickly ran back to the room. Lin Xian had a big question mark in his mind. What was his wife hiding? She was so mysterious. After Li Mengyao hid the ring she had just bought, she let out a long sigh, patted her face, and then walked out of the room. Honey, I'm back. You were so flustered just now. You must be hiding something. Lin Xian grabbed Li Mengyao and held her in his arms. No, nothing. Li Mengyao's pupils suddenly shrank, and obvious tension flashed in her eyes. It's really nothing. Lin Xian showed his signature smile. That's a girl's secret. You are not allowed to know it. Li Mengyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly. Oh well. Seeing that his wife refused to speak, Lin Xian had no choice but to hug her and watch the movie together in the hall. After watching the movie, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and the two returned to their room to sleep. The next day, a phone call woke Lin Xian up from his sleep. In order not to disturb his wife's sleep, Lin Xian walked out of the room to answer the phone. Brother Xian, are you awake yet, hee? Zhou Quan asked. Quaner, why are you calling me so early in the morning? Lin Xian was a little puzzled. Usually, brothers would send messages to each other and would only call each other when there was something extremely urgent. But when I heard Zhou Quan's laughter, I knew that nothing was wrong. Brother Xian, are you planning to open a restaurant in Jinwan Plaza? Zhou Quan continued to ask. Yeah, how did you know? Lin Xian became a little more sober. I saw it on the recruitment software. Brother Xian, have you found a candidate for the store manager position? Why are you asking that? Brother Xian, I want to apply for. Lin Xian was a little shocked. Didn't Zhou Quan take the civil service exam? Didn't you take the civil service exam? Why do you want to go into business? I didn't pass the exam. I've discovered that civil servants these days are really hard-pressed. You don't know, I scored 80 points on the test, but I didn't even get the interview. I heard the first place got 89 points. Brother Xian, tell me, how perverted are these people? Zhou Quan complained a lot. Quaner, can you do it? Lin Xian asked with some doubt. Of course I can. My family runs a restaurant. Brother Xian, why don't you interview me? Zhou Quan said confidently. Okay then, I haven't seen you for a while. Let's meet at the usual place, the coffee shop near the school. Seeing that his brother was so confident, Lin Xian decided to go and take a look. He knew him well, so maybe it would be a good match. Okay, Brother Xian, I'll go order some coffee for you. Zhou Quan said happily. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian washed up and returned to the room. Seeing Li Mengyao still sleeping soundly, he walked up to her and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Honey, I'm going out for a while. Okay. Li Mengyao's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she responded in a daze. Then Lin Xian walked out of the house, came to the parking lot, and drove the Maybach towards the school. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at a coffee shop near the school. After parking the car, he saw Zhou Quan waving happily as soon as he entered the door. Brother Xian here. Lin Xian came and sat down opposite Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, please interview me. Zhou Quan suddenly said with a serious face. Mr. Zhou Quan, I'm very glad that you are here to apply for the position of store manager. I will ask you a few questions now. Lin Xian also began to look at Zhou Quan seriously. After asking some simple restaurant operation knowledge. Oh my god, you're really something. Lin Xian was a little surprised because he didn't understand much about these things, so he planned to find a store manager to manage the business and be a hands-off boss himself. Hey, Brother Xian, have you forgotten? My family has always been in the restaurant business. I've been working as a handyman in our family's restaurant since I was a child. Don't think I can't cook. I can make you a plate of 9-turn large intestine. It's absolutely delicious. Zhou Quan said proudly. No, I'm afraid you deliberately left some. Okay then, it's you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Xian. Then when can I start work? Zhou Quan was very happy. After the renovation is completed, I will give you a sum of money for the renovation after a while. You can decorate the restaurant first then. As for your salary, if the restaurant makes a profit, we'll split it 30 70ths, 70 30ths. If it makes a loss, I'll still pay you 20,000 yuan a month. Really? Brother Xian, you are so nice to me. Zhou Quan almost jumped up with joy. Don't be too happy too soon. If the restaurant is profitable, everyone will make money. If the losses are too great, I will fire you and then sell the restaurant. Lin Xian still wanted to run this restaurant well, but he would not be stupid enough to do business at a loss. He would let Zhou Quan try first. If it didn't work out, he could still sell at a loss. After all, it was given to him by the system for free, so he would definitely make a profit. Brother Xian, don't worry, I will definitely run the restaurant well. The two continued to chat and started complaining. Brother Xian, why am I so unlucky lately? I've recently had 6 consecutive guaranteed wins on Yuanshan. I'm really impressed. After hearing this, Lin Xian choked on the coffee he had just drunk and almost spit it out. Ahem. Quaner, I think you should change the game. Why did you ask me to change the game? Brother Jingming said the same thing. No, I'll try again later. Brother Xian, I'm going back now, and we'll try to finish the restaurant plan tomorrow. Good. Zhou Quan then went back to the school dormitory. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Xian continued to look at his phone while slowly drinking the coffee in his hand. Okay, it's almost time for the lazy bum to get up, so it's time to go back. Just as Lin Xian walked out of the coffee shop and was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was his ex-girlfriend, Yi Zixuan. Yi Zixuan and Lin Xian were in the same class. Yi Zixuan started pursuing Lin Xian madly in her freshman year because Lin Xian was handsome. However, after dating for less than half a year, Lin Xian couldn't stand Yi Zixuan's vanity and chose to break up. At this time, Yi Zixuan has an outstanding appearance. She wears a white shirt and a black short skirt, which makes her look particularly charming. Lin Xian was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet Yi Zixuan here. Yi Zixuan also saw Lin Xian, and a hint of arrogance flashed in her eyes. Lin Xian had no attachment to Yi Zixuan. He just took a look at her and wanted to leave. What a coincidence, Lin Xian. Yi Zixuan spoke first. Well, it's indeed a coincidence. Lin Xian's tone was calm. How have you been lately? Yi Zixuan tried to greet him. It has nothing to do with classmate you, right? Lin Xian responded coldly. Are you so cold to your first love? You're about to graduate. Have you found a good job? Oh, and my current boyfriend is a leader in a technology company. He has a very good salary and benefits. Since we know each other, I can help you if you want to go. Yi Zixuan began to show off her boyfriend to suppress Lin Xian. She just couldn't stand Lin Xian's arrogant attitude despite having no money. Then congratulations. Lin Xian just replied coldly and left without looking back. Chapter 28, I Believe in You. Lin Xian didn't pay much attention to Yi Zixuan. He walked straight to the Maybach parked nearby, started the car, and left. When the car passed by the coffee shop, Yi Zixuan had just finished buying coffee and just walked out when she saw a dark and slender Maybach driving past. The key point was that Yi Zixuan was shocked to see that it was Lin Xian who was driving. When did Lin Xian become able to drive a luxury car? Even when he was a freshman, no one could tell that he came from a wealthy family. On second thought, it was very likely that Lin Xian rented the car. He looked down on him again in his heart, thinking that he was pretending. Lin Xian bought today's ingredients on the way home. Soon, Lin Xian returned to Jinwan Mansion. As soon as he opened the door, a figure threw himself into his arms. Honey, welcome home. A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mingyao's face. I'm back. Have you eaten the breakfast I left for you? Lin Xian touched Li Mingyao's little head. Eat it. Husband, I find your cooking skills are getting better and better. It also tastes like my mom's. Li Mingyao continued to stick to Lin Xian. Of course. Okay, you go to the living room and watch the show. I'll go to the kitchen and prepare dinner. Then Lin Xian went straight into the kitchen and started to work, and Li Mingyao also obediently returned to the living room to watch TV series. In a short while, Lin Xian prepared 3 dishes and a soup, which was full of fragrance. Wife, let's have dinner. Here I come. Li Mingyao came to the restaurant and enjoyed lunch next to Lin Xian. Wife, do you know that my roommate Zhou Quan is here to apply for the position of manager of our restaurant? Lin Xian said as he picked up some food for Li Mingyao. Huh? Is it the cute boy I saw in the hospital last time? Li Mingyao Rakalyet. Well, his family has always run a restaurant, so he's very familiar with this area. So I'm going to make it for him. Lin Xian discussed it with his wife. It's up to you to decide. I have no opinion. Li Mingyao felt warm in her heart. It seemed that Lin Xian cared about her very much and would consult her opinion. After a while, the two of them had their lunch and watched a show together on the sofa in the hall. When they felt tired, they went back to their room to rest. Lin Xian lay next to Li Mengyao, and after thinking about it, he decided to tell her. Wife, actually, after I went out to meet Zhou Quan, I met someone else. Li Mengyao raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with her charming eyes. Who else did you meet? My ex-girlfriend. Lin Xian didn't want to hide it from her, so he confessed. Then what? Li Mingyao's heart skipped a beat, and she lowered her head. Her cheerful mood instantly dimmed. She knew that Lin Xian had a girlfriend since his freshman year, so now she was wondering what Lin Xian had said to his ex. Would Lin Xian change his mind? Would he abandon her? Pregnant women have very strong emotional fluctuations. While they're having all kinds of thoughts, their eyes feel sore. Lin Xian quickly discovered that something was wrong with his wife. He reached out and gently hugged Li Mengyao, then lifted her pretty head again and rested their foreheads against each other. When their eyes met, one could see that Li Mengyao's eyes were slightly red. I am sorry, honey. I didn't talk to her much this morning. I just treated her very coldly. I started dating her during my freshman year because I was young and naive, and she kept pestering me. But we only dated for less than half a year. I realized she was really vain, so I broke up with her right away. Nothing really happened. Lin Xian explained sincerely. Li Mengyao turned her head away from him, knowing that she was overthinking it. After thinking carefully, she realized that Lin Xian was not that kind of person, but she still felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart. Is it true that nothing happened? Really? Lin Xian answered without hesitation. Have you ever kissed her? Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian again and asked in a low voice. No, my first kiss is for you. Lin Xian continued to hug her tightly and said gently. After hearing this, Li Mengyao stopped acting like a spoiled brat and hugged Lin Xian back, burying her head in his strong chest. Thank you for confessing this to me. Actually, I fell in love with you since freshman year, so I knew you had an ex. Huh? When did this happen? How come I don't know about it? Lin Xian was very surprised. So, his wife has liked him for almost 4 years. I was just peeking at you from a distance at that time. So of course your stupid husband didn't know. Li Mengyao continued to stay in Lin Xian's arms, her voice soft. In fact, Li Mengyao had been in love with Lin Xian since her freshman year. Besides his handsome appearance and outstanding abilities, there was another little-known secret. Lin Xian had once saved her. Li Mengyao started working as a part-time tutor when she was a freshman. One night, because the tutoring time was extended in order to get back to school before the curfew, Li Mengyao took a small path, but was targeted by 2 gangsters. Just when Li Mengyao was in despair, Lin Xian, who happened to pass by, rescued Li Mengyao. She still clearly remembers the fight between Lin Xian and the 2 gangsters. After dealing with the 2 thugs, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao out of the alley and left in a hurry. Li Mengyao was wearing a mask at the time, and it was dark at night, so Lin Xian did not recognize her as Li Mengyao. Wife, I swear, if I treat you and the babies badly in the future, God will punish you. Lin Xian stretched out 3 fingers and prepared to swear. Suddenly, Li Mengyao raised her head and blocked Lin Xian's lips with her seductive lips. After an unknown amount of time, the 2 lips parted. No, you're not allowed to swear. I believe you. How can you not love a wife like this? Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao silently, and the 2 fell into a sweet dream. In the afternoon, Li Mengyao woke up and began to study the books compiled by teachers, preparing to become a teacher in the future. Lin Xian was watching his wife in a daze. Ding dong. Lin Xian opened his phone and saw it was a message from Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, take a look at my freshly prepared plan. Val, Quan est so efficient? Lin Xian read it carefully and felt that Zhou Quan was indeed quite capable. Brother Xian, shouldn't we prepare the renovation fee? Ha! Wait for me in the dormitory. Okay. Lin Xian stood up, quickly changed his clothes, walked to Li Mengyao, and kissed her on the face. Wife, I'm going out for a while to look at the restaurant's decoration design with Zhou Quan. Go, go. Li Mingyao's face flushed. She had just been lying on the bed, and in less than a few minutes she had changed her clothes. Are boys really that fast at changing clothes? Soon, Lin Xian drove the Maybach and stopped downstairs of the dormitory building of Jinghai University. Brother Xian, I'm here. Zhou Quan trotted over, opened the car door, and sat down in the passenger seat. Ah, the seats of luxury cars are so comfortable. Zhou Quan looked very happy. No, this is for you. After saying that, Lin Xian handed an exchange voucher to Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan took it and saw that it was a restaurant decoration voucher. What is this? Is it real or fake? Zhou Quan asked doubtfully. Of course it's true. Let's go to the catering decoration company in Jinghai City and take a look. Will this work? Zhou Quan had never seen anyone exchange a piece of paper for decoration. You'll find out when you get there. Lin Xian didn't give Zhou Quan any further doubt, started the car, and drove out. Now, he has 100% confidence in the system. Can he still be given a short exchange voucher? Ding dong, a friendly reminder. This shop renovation voucher can be used at the highest-end renovation companies. The long-lost system sound rang out again. Chapter 29. You deserve to die. Soon, Lin Xian drove a Maybach to the Jinghai City Catering Brand Design Company. After parking the car, Lin Xian and Zhou Quan walked into the door of the design company. As the best catering design company in Jinghai City, the company's reception area is spacious and bright, with elegant and luxurious decoration, showing a luxurious atmosphere of the reception area. Welcome. Are you here to design and renovate? A tall, elegant young woman in a professional suit came forward to greet him. Yes, we would like to consult about the restaurant decoration. Lin Xian replied politely. The young woman smiled and nodded. Okay, please follow me. Let me first introduce to you some of our company's design cases and styles. As she spoke, she led Lin Xian and Zhou Quan to the exhibition area. Various exquisite design drawings and renderings were displayed in the exhibition area. Lin Xian and Zhou Quan looked at them carefully while the young female salesperson was introducing them seriously. Do you have any requirements for the design of your restaurant? Asked the young female salesperson. We hope that the restaurant's decoration can reflect a fashionable and comfortable atmosphere, while also having a unique personality, said Lin Xian. So how many square meters is your restaurant? Where is it located? The young woman continued to ask while taking notes carefully. Our restaurant is 150 square meters and is located in Jinwan Plaza, said Lin Xian. The young saleswoman was slightly shocked and stopped taking notes. Jinwan Plaza? That's a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and there's a large area of 150 square meters. You two look very young. It's really admirable that you started your own business at such a young age. The young woman quickly recovered and continued. Then, he recommended several suitable design styles based on Lin Xian's restaurant and introduced the characteristics and advantages of each style in detail. Zhou Quan, which one do you think is more suitable? Lin Xian was not particularly clear about these things, so he left it to Zhou Quan. This style looks very good. We can learn more about the specific design details, said Zhou Quan. After discussing various details, it was time for the most tense payment step. Please come here to pay. The young female salesperson kept smiling. Go and give this exchange voucher to her. Lin Xian said with a smile. Brother Xian, are you serious? Is this really going to work? Zhou Quan looked skeptical. Would Lin Xian cheat me just because he had no money? When have I ever lied to you? Go ahead. Lin Xian suppressed his laughter. Haven't you lied enough? Zhou Quan complained inwardly. Helplessly, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go ahead. Hello. Hello, is it okay to use this? Zhou Quan nervously handed over the store decoration redemption voucher in his hand. This is the latest luxury renovation voucher issued by the head office this year. The young saleswoman was stunned. There are only 5 in the country, and I didn't expect to find one here. The head office once said that anyone who came to redeem the coupons would be treated according to the highest standards. Zhou Quan looked at the stunned salesperson in front of him and thought he was being too weird. His face flushed instantly. Brother Xian, I told you it's not possible. Look, I'm so embarrassed. At this time, Lin Xian also walked over with a smile and asked, Hello, can I exchange it? The young female salesperson finally reacted and apologized quickly. I'm sorry, my dear guests, for the poor hospitality. Shally, please quickly bring you a cup of coffee and some snacks. I want the best. I'm so sorry. Please follow me over here. The young female salesperson took Lin Xian and Zhou Quan to the other side of the guest house. The reception area here was luxurious, with gorgeous carpets and dazzling crystal chandeliers, as well as plush leather sofas and a huge LCD TV, creating a luxurious atmosphere. Soon, 2 cups of floral-scented geisha coffee and French desserts were handed to Lin Xian and Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan was stunned by what he saw. The contrast was too great. Dear guests, this voucher has been successfully used. We will help you with the highest standard of decoration and the fastest speed. Do you need any other services? This time, it was not the young female salesperson who came, but the general manager of this branch. He is a middle-aged man with a well-proportioned body. His face shows the traces of time, but his eyes are sharp. Nothing else. I'll contact you if there's anything. Thank you, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, this is my business card. Welcome to visit again. After saying that, the middle-aged man handed Lin Xian a business card. He was also very surprised why a person who looked like a college student had this redemption voucher. He must be a child from a certain family. After a while, the two men, who had eaten and drunk their fill, walked out of the design company, returned to the Maybach car, and prepared to go back. Brother Xian, how did you do it? Zhou Quan couldn't help but ask. Quaner, stop asking about adults' affairs and just focus on being the store manager. Fisk, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. By the way, this is for you. If you have any problems with the decoration, just contact him directly. Lin Xian gave Zhou Quan the general manager's business card. Okay, Brother Xian, where are we going now? Do you want to go out for a meal? Zhou Quan said happily. Buy fish. Lin Xian said in a firm tone. Buy fish and go home to cook for my wife. You deserve to die. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Xian simply invited Zhou Quan to go home for dinner. Would you like to come to my house for dinner? Okay, Brother Xian, you're the best. Lin Xian turned on his phone and told Li Mingyao that Zhou Quan was coming to have dinner together. Then he drove to the vegetable market and bought a long-line fish and a dace, preparing to make a dace fish cake and a long-line fish with garlic vermicelli tonight. The two quickly returned to Jinwan Mansion. Zhou Quan thought that what happened during the day was shocking enough, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to still live in the luxurious Jinwan Mansion. Zhou Quan is slowly getting used to it. Lin Xian and Zhou Quan arrived at the door, unlocked it, and saw Li Mingyao standing in front of them. She smiled and said, "Welcome home. I'm back." At this time, Li Mingyao had changed into a simple blue home suit, exuding an elegant temperament. "Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Zhou Quan, and I'm Lin Xian's roommate." Zhou Quan greeted with a smile. "Hello, come Li Mingyao korad, Zhou Quan adrink." Zhou Quan looked around Lin Xian's home, a luxurious community, a luxurious large flat, and luxurious decoration. Alas, I am really envious, but I can't hate him. After all, he is my boss. Quaner, come help in the kitchen. Zhou Quan had just sat down when he was called to work. Although he cursed in his heart, he had no choice but to go. Zhou Quan, can you really do whatever you want if you have money? Lin Xian, sorry, it is indeed possible. Chapter 30. My wife is so charming. Zhou Quan helped Lin Xian in the kitchen, washing vegetables, while Lin Xian was busy cooking. I didn't expect Brother Xian to actually be able to cook. Zhou Quan was stunned. Soon, 4 dishes and 1 soup were served. Grass carp cakes, long fish with garlic vermicelli, sweet and sour spare ribs, and celery and tofu soup. Wife, let's have dinner. Here I come. Li Mingyao walked over happily and sat next to Lin Xian, while Zhou Quan was on the other side and Lin Xian was in the middle. There are new products today. Li Mingyao's Milat. Come and try it. Lin Xian picked up a piece of fish cake and put it in Li Mingyao's bowl. Delicious. Li Mingyao's eyes were curved with joy. Husband, you try it too. Li Mingyao also picked up a piece and put it in Lin Xian's bowl. Zhou Quan felt that he was superfluous at this moment. He should have not come earlier. He was already full before he even had his meal. But the food made by Xian brother is really delicious. Try it. Zhou Quan also picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth, and was suddenly stunned, as if his soul had left his body. The fish is so tender and juicy that it melts in your mouth. Every bite is full of delicious flavor. It is absolutely delicious. This is the most delicious fish he has ever eaten since he was a child. Why bother hiring a chef? Brother Xian is a great chef. Brother Xian, this is so delicious. I think we don't need to hire a chef. You can be the head chef. Zhou Quan came back to his senses and exclaimed, "No, I want to stay at home with my wife and children. Otherwise, what's the point of having you as the store manager?" Lin Xian continued to feed Li Mingyao. Zhou Quan was fed another wave of dog food. Then my mind turned, hey, I got it. Sister-in-law, do you want to know about Brother Xian's ugly deeds in the dormitory? Zhou Quan said with a sly smile. Huh, what's the scandal? Li Mingyao raised her beautiful eyes, expressing her curiosity. Hee, don't be fooled by Brother Xian's appearance of being fearless. He is actually very afraid of spiders. Even a very small spider can scare him to death. Once a tiny spider, really tiny, smaller than a thumb, crawled onto Brother Xian. He got so scared that he jumped up and swung around. In the end, he even begged me to help him find it. Ha ha ha. Also, there was one time when I cheated Brother Xian in a game, and he teamed up with his roommates and almost took off my pants. Zhou Quan's behavior was like killing 800 enemies, but losing 1,000 of his own. Also, Lin Xian used to like to peek at beauties on the street. Lin Xian quickly covered Zhou Quan's mouth with his hand. Don't talk nonsense. Wife, that's not true. At first, Li Mengyao was still smiling, but then her eyes became a little colder. Honey, is that true? Of course it's fake. Zhou Quan was just joking, right? Lin Xian let go of Zhou Quan and put one hand on his shoulder. Zhou Quan frowned and said slowly, Yes, yes, sister-in-law, I was just joking, haha. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. My brother Xian will certainly not peek at other beauties. Lin Xian picked up a piece of pork ribs and stuffed it into Zhou Quan's mouth with a sharp look in his eyes. Shut your stinky mouth and eat your meal. Soon, the three of them had their dinner. After Lin Xian asked Zhou Quan to wash the dishes, he drove his Maybach to take him back to the school dormitory. Lin Xian returned to Jinwan Mansion and saw that Li Mingyao had returned to her room to rest, so he hurried to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, Lin Xian came to the door of the room and wanted to open it but found that it was locked. Wife, why is the door locked? Let me in. Lin Xian shouted from outside. I want to open the door for you, a bad guy who peeks at beautiful women. Li Mingyao's voice came from the room. Lin Xian scolded Zhou Quan and threatened to deduct his salary from him in the future. My wife is innocent. Zhou Quan and the others tricked me into watching it. Lin Xian cried out for justice. After saying that, Lin Xian heard light footsteps and the sound of the door being unlocked. My wife opened the door. Lin Xian quickly opened the door and walked in. At this time, Li Mengyao had quickly returned to the bed and lay down with her back to him. Lin Xian also climbed onto the bed and lay next to Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao suddenly turned around, and their eyes met, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Xian. How did you cheat? They suddenly said, Look, there seems to be something over there. I looked over there and found out I had been tricked by them. Lin Xian explained patiently. Why did they tease you like this? Li Mengyao raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Because I was like a piece of wood at that time, I had a nickname called Lin Mutu. Lin Xian said with a smile. Really? Why don't I feel like you're a piece of wood? You always kiss me at every turn. Li Mengyao chocolat. In fact, Li Mengyao was not angry at the beginning. She just wanted to tease Lin Xian. If she was really angry, she would not open the door for him. That's because my wife is so charming. I can't help myself. Lin Xian reached out and gently held Li Mengyao in his arms, savoring the faint fragrance. You're so smooth-talking. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xian tightly and hung on him. Good night, wife. Lin Xian kissed Li Mengyao on the forehead, and then they fell asleep together. A week later, Jinghai University held its graduation ceremony. On a sunny and beautiful day, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao stepped into the Jinghai University campus with excitement and anticipation. The campus was shaded by green trees, filled with the fragrance of flowers, and filled with a strong academic atmosphere. Hand in hand, they walked through the campus's tree-lined avenue and came to the graduate dressing room. The room was filled with brand new bachelor's gowns. Li Mengyao put on a black robe for Lin Xian. Lin Xian put on a square hat and tied a bow tie for Li Mengyao. The two smiled at each other, their eyes full of longing for the future. Lin Xian, wearing his bachelor's gown, was elegant and graceful, with extraordinary temperament. His handsome figure was particularly eye-catching in the sunlight. Li Mengyao is beautiful, elegant, and graceful in her bachelor's gown, and her beautiful figure becomes a beautiful landscape on campus. They arrived at Century Square, a spacious and magnificent square in the center of the campus, surrounded by magnificent teaching buildings and beautiful flower beds. In the center stood a tall sculpture and the solemn school motto, symbolizing the inheritance of knowledge and wisdom. Standing in the center of the square, Lin Xian hugged Li Mengyao tightly. Their eyes met, their foreheads touching, and Lin Xian felt her warm body and gentle breath. At this time, Zhou Quan came in front of the two of them reluctantly. Stand still like this, don't move. Zhou Quan took out his camera, adjusted the angle, pressed the shutter, and recorded this beautiful moment. Even though it wasn't good for him. Quaner, give me a few more. Lin Xian said to Zhou Quan. I know. If I die of overreading in the future, it will be because of you guys feeding me. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xian gently kissed Li Mengyao's smooth forehead, and Li Mengyao closed her eyes happily. Worker Zhou Quan came online again, raised his camera, adjusted the angle, and captured this beautiful moment again. Chapter 31, Will You Marry Me? After taking the photos, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao returned to the college to take a group photo. The sun sets in the west, and the afterglow shines. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao held hands tightly and walked on the campus. Their steps were light and leisurely, as if they wanted to deeply imprint this familiar land in their hearts. The school buildings were stained with a golden glow against the backdrop of the setting sun. As the sun gradually set in the west, the golden glow became stronger, symbolizing the end of their college career. In the evening, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao returned to Jinwan Mansion. Lin Xian opened the door and took Li Mingyao's hand and walked toward the living room step by step. "Why don't you turn on the light?" The light was poor at night, and Li Mingyao vaguely felt that the living room in her home was different from usual. Lin Xian did not respond, but continued to hold her hand and walk to the center of the living room. Lin Xian snapped his fingers, and the lights in the room instantly lit up. Li Mingyao was surprised to find that the living room was filled with colorful balloons and flowers arranged in the shape of a heart, and romantic candlelight swayed in the air. Li Mingyao blinked in surprise, her mouth slightly open, not knowing what to say. Lin Xian carefully pulled a delicate little box from his pocket and gently opened the lid. Inside lay a 2-carat diamond ring, gleaming with dazzling light. This ring, valued at 500,000 yuan, shone with a captivating light from every angle, as if narrating an endless display of luxury and preciousness. Then Lin Xian knelt on one knee, looked at Li Mingyao affectionately, and said, "Mingyao, I'm so lucky to have met you in my final year of college. From the moment we met, I knew you would be my lifelong partner. My dear, will you marry me? Let's spend the rest of our lives together and create our own happiness." Li Mingyao was already moved to tears. She gently took the ring, took a deep breath, tried to calm her excitement, smiled and nodded, and said in a firm and soft voice, "I do." These 3 words echoed in the air like the sound of nature. A happy smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. He finally married the person of his dreams. Lin Xian stood up, stretched out his arms, and hugged Li Mingyao tightly. Li Mingyao also stretched out her little hands and wrapped them around Lin Xian's waist, enjoying this happy moment. "Wife, I'll put it on you." Lin Xian looked at his wife with a blushing face in his arms affectionately and said gently, The 2 of them let go at the same time. Li Mingyao stretched out her fair left hand, and Lin Xian picked up the diamond ring that was shining with bright light and put it on gently. "It's so beautiful." Li Mingyao kept moving her left hand to look at her diamond ring from different angles. Suddenly, Li Mingyao was stunned for a moment. She remembered that she also had a ring to give to Lin Xian. "Husband, wait a moment." Li Mingyao quickly ran back to the room and took out the men's ring from the cabinet. "Looking at the diamond ring on my hand, I suddenly felt that the ring I bought was too cheap." After a while, Li Mingyao walked out of the room shyly, came to Lin Xian with a troubled look on her face, and clasped her hands tightly behind her back. "Husband, you stretch out your hand." Lin Xian looked at his wife, who was a little nervous in front of him, smiled, and stretched out his left hand. Li Mingyao gently put the men's ring on Lin Xian's hand. "I've also prepared a ring for you, but this one is relatively cheap. Don't be disgusted. I'll work hard to earn money and buy you a better one in the future." After saying that, Li Mingyao lowered her head slightly and clenched her small hands together again. Lin Xian looked at the exquisite and unique ring in his hand and smiled brightly. "Honey, I like it very much." Lin Xian once again hugged Li Mingyao tightly in his arms, face to face. He gently kissed Li Mengyao's soft cheeks, then to the tip of her nose, and finally landed on her seductive lips. "Okay, I'll clean up. You can rest first, honey," Lin Xian said with a smile. "No, I haven't seen enough. Let's clean it up tomorrow," Li Mingyao said coquettishly to Lin Xian. "Okay," Lin Xian said with eyes full of doting. Then the 2 of them snuggled up on the sofa and watched the show together on the big screen. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao also posted on their moments. It is the graduation photo and proposal photo of the 2 at the school Century Square, as well as the last photo of a big hand holding a small hand, both hands wearing dazzling and eye-catching rings. Lin Xian's comments. Zhang Shulan, "Son, good job." Lin Zhenghua just gave a thumbs up. Lin Cece, "Brother, is this it?" Zhang Shulan, "Cece, aren't you preparing for the final exam?" Lin Cece withdrew a comment. Zhou Quan, "Congratulations, and I wish you 99. Zhong Zusheng, "Congratulations, Brother Xian is so fast." Chun Jingming, "I'm going to book a best man." Li Mingyao has relatively fewer friends. She only has a few real good friends in college. Lu Yusin, Yao Yao my Yao Yao. Chin Man, congratulations. Yusin, wake up. Yao Yao is no longer yours. Yang Lin, oh my god, congratulations. That's incredibly fast. Did you take a rocket? Lin Xian was reading the comments with great interest when the crisp voice of the system rang in his ears again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for his successful proposal. A reward of 100% of the shares of Jinghai Jinwan Technology Company Limited will take effect tomorrow. Please check carefully. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism, rewarding you with a chance to draw a prize. The current prize pool includes 1. A triple cash crit card. 2. An exclusive fish recipe book. 3. Thank you for your patronage. Excuse me, host, would you like to draw a lottery? Last time I drew a free voucher for store decoration, but this time it was canceled. In other words, as long as you draw enough times, you will definitely win something in the prize pool. Let's not trick Zhou Quan this time. Let's just start drawing. Lottery. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exclusive collection of fish recipes. It has been placed on the desk at Jinwan Mansion. Please check it. Our lottery pool is one less prize for every prize drawn. If only the thank you for your patronage prize is left, the system will refresh the prize pool. This system is so powerful. Chapter 32, New Chairman. Before going to bed at night, Li Mingyao lay in Lin Xian's arms, playing with the diamond ring in her hand, and she could never get tired of looking at it. Honey, how much did you pay for this diamond ring? Li Mingyao knew that the diamond ring was very valuable, but she still couldn't help asking. 500,000. Lin Xian answered truthfully. After hearing this, Li Mingyao opened her beautiful eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. She hadn't expected it to be so expensive. Why buy something so expensive? It makes it seem like what I gave you is cheap. Li Mingyao's small forehead was pressed against Lin Xian's chest. It's okay. I like everything my wife gives me. If it's really unbalanced, just kiss me a few more times. Lin Xian said with a playful smile and in a nonsensical manner. Lin Xian knew that the ring his wife bought was definitely not as good as his, but he could tell at a glance that the ring in his hand was not a cheap item, at least worth tens of thousands. For a family like Li Mengyao's, they must have lived frugally in college to save this amount of money. Lin Xian was very touched. Hiss, why are you doing it again? Feeling a sharp pain in his waist, Lin Xian quickly reached out and grabbed the restless little hand. You just kiss every day. Won't you get tired of it? Li Mengyao raised her head and pretended to be angry. No, I can never get tired of kissing my wife. After saying that, Lin Xian rubbed his face against Li Mengyao. I want to sleep. Li Mengyao struggled a little. His wife said she was sleepy, so Lin Xian had no choice but to let her go. The moment he let go, Li Mengyao suddenly attacked, came forward and kissed Lin Xian on the lips, then quickly distanced herself, turned over, and went to sleep. Classic flirt and run. What can I do? I can only indulge him. Lin Xian also fell asleep. On a July morning, the sun had just risen, and the first ray of golden sunlight spread across the earth like a veil. Lin Xian got up early and made breakfast in the kitchen while looking through the exclusive fish recipes given by the system yesterday. This recipe collection actually contains various methods of cooking fish and secret seasonings. According to the book, it can enhance the freshness and tenderness of fish. Lin Xian decided to try it at noon. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Lin Xian turned on the phone and answered it. Son, good job. Zhang Shulan's happy voice came from the phone. Mom, you weren't this happy when I got first place in the exam. Lin Xian said speechlessly. How can this be compared? Hey, I'll soon have a beautiful daughter-in-law and a chubby grandson. By the way, Mom, please pick a good day for us to get the marriage certificate. Lin Xian suddenly thought of it. Yes, I almost forgot about this because I was so happy. Just wait, son. Then Zhang Shulan hung up the phone and went straight to look at the 2024 calendar. You hung up on me just like that? Are you still my son? Lin Xian went back to make breakfast. Not long after, Zhang Shulan called again. Son, the 7th of this month is a great date. July 7th is so auspicious. It's especially suitable for getting married. Her tone was full of anticipation and excitement. Zhang Shulan then went on to explain, the 7th day of the 7th lunar month is the day when the cowherd and the weaver girl meet at the Magpie Bridge, symbolizing the union of lovers. Furthermore, the Chinese character 7 also symbolizes reunion and happiness. Choosing this day to get married will surely bring you happiness and good fortune. Okay, Mom, I'll discuss it with Meng Yao later. Lin Xian said. Where's my daughter-in-law? She's still sleeping. Okay then, take good care of her. If anything happens, call Mom. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian also felt that July 7th was a very good day. Soon, the loving breakfast was ready. Just as Lin Xian was about to wake up the lazy boy, the phone rang again. I thought my mother forgot to tell me something, but it turned out to be an unfamiliar number. Hello, who are you? Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Yi Tiansheng, the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company Limited. Hello, Mr. Yi. Lin Xian was a little surprised. He didn't expect the system to be so efficient. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry to bother you so early. Are you free to come to the company today? I would like to discuss the specific matters of the company's handover with you. Yi Tiansheng said in a very polite tone. Anyone who can acquire all the shares of Jinwan Technology Company at a high price must be a big shot. Okay, I'll be there in a moment. Lin Xian hung up the phone, had a simple breakfast, and put Li Mengyao's portion in the thermal cabinet. Then Lin Xian walked into the room and gently woke Li Mengyao up. Honey, I'm going out for a while. Remember to eat breakfast. After saying that, Lin Xian kissed her fair cheek. Hubby, be careful on the road. Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes drowsily and reminded. Soon, Lin Xian drove a Maybach to Jinwan Technology Company Limited. Although the company looks small, its architectural design is ingenious. Its appearance is simple and elegant. Its courtyard is lush and green, and its logo is eye-catching and unique, highlighting the company's brand image. After parking the car, Lin Xian saw a tall and straight man downstairs of the company. He was wearing a well-cut and exquisitely textured suit, and he looked extraordinary. Compared to Lin Xian, he is much simpler, wearing casual clothes. This person is Yi Tiansheng, the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company Limited. Unexpectedly, Chairman Yi was waiting for him downstairs in the company early. Sorry, Mr. Yi. I've kept you waiting for so long. Lin Xian walked forward with a smile on his face. Who are you? I am Lin Xian. We just spoke on the phone. Yi Tianqing couldn't believe that this young man who was dressed casually and looked like he had just graduated could actually acquire Jinwan Technology Company Limited at high price. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin. You're so young and promising. I didn't expect the new chairman to be so young. Yi Tianqing took the initiative to extend his hand and shake hands with Lin Xian. This young man must have a powerful family background, so Yi Tianqing dare not neglect him in the slightest. Mr. Lin, please follow me. I will show you around the company. Yi Tianqing personally led Lin Xian to visit various departments of the company. First, we came to the R&D department, where a group of top scientific and technological talents gathered. They were immersed in studying various cutting-edge technologies, and I hardly looked up at them. My technical R&D team is the most outstanding people in the entire team. Suddenly, Lin Xian spotted a familiar figure. Wasn't this his roommate, Zhong Zixing? He was so engrossed in his studies that he didn't even notice. It turns out that the company he was talking about working for was Jinwan Technology Company Limited. Lin Xian smiled. Then he went to the marketing department and watched the employees working busily and orderly. Yi Tianqing continued. Our marketing team is very professional and efficient. They can quickly capture market trends and make accurate decisions. Afterwards, they also visited other important functional departments, such as the finance department and the administration department. At each place, Yi Tianqing introduced the main responsibilities and operations of each department in detail, allowing Lin Xian to have a clearer understanding of the company's overall structure. Finally, the two came to the chairman's office, and Yi Tianqing handed a document to Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, we are very happy that you can acquire this company. Sign your name, and you will be the new chairman of Jinwan Technology Company Limited. In the end, Lin Xian successfully completed the company's handover procedures. Chapter 33, Should I Sell the Company? Lin Xian looked at the chairman's office in front of him. The spacious and bright office space and a series of luxurious furnishings showed the company's high-end image. Unexpectedly, he became the new chairman of Jinwan Technology Company Limited overnight. Lin Xian sat in a large black leather chair, turned it around, and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a slight knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Director Lin, is it convenient for you to come in now? Come in. There was a slight sound of footsteps, and a young woman who looked like a secretary walked towards him with a smile. She was dressed in a professional suit, with a graceful figure, light steps, and a faint smile on her face. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am your secretary, Zhou Xia. Zhou Siyue was very surprised when she walked in. She didn't expect the new chairman to be so young and handsome. Zhou Siyue also graduated from Jinghai University 1 year earlier than Lin Xian. Logically, she should be Lin Xian Sr. Hello, Secretary Zhou. I'm new here, and I'll need your advice if I have anything in the future. Lin Xian said with a smile. No, Mr. Lin. Just tell me directly if you have anything to say. Zhou Siyue didn't expect Lin Xian to be so humble. Well, could you please show me a list of all the people in the company so I could take a quick look at it? Okay, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. After saying that, Zhou Siyue first made tea for Lin Xian and then went back to her desk to organize the documents. Lin Xian sipped his tea while thinking about how to manage this company. His wife couldn't leave either, which was really a headache. After a while, Zhou Siyue put the company's personnel list in front of Lin Xian. Director Lin, this is the current list of all the personnel in the company. Please review it. Okay, thank you. You go ahead and do your work. I can take care of it myself. Lin Xian said to Zhou Siyue while looking at the list of people in his hand. Okay. Zhou Siyue left the room and closed the door gently. Lin Xian first looked at Zhou Siyue's personnel file. It turned out that she also graduated from Jinghai University just a year earlier than him. So from now on, he would have to call her senior sister after get off work. Lin Xian then continued to check and found that Jinwan Technology Company Limited had a general manager who was responsible for the company's daily operations and management and coordinated the work of various departments. There were also several department managers who were responsible for the daily management of the department and completing the tasks assigned by their superiors. As the chairman of the company, Lin Xian plays an important leadership and decision-making role. This is really stressful. How can Lin Xian accompany his wife and children every day and be a happy dad? Should I sell the company? Just as Lin Xian frowned, there was another slight knock on the door accompanied by some panting sounds. Gomin, a middle-aged man who looked mature and steady came forward in a hurry. He was Lu Wendy, the general manager of Jinwan Technology Company Limited. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I just went to meet an important client, so I didn't have time to catch up with you when you took office. Lu Wendy was also very shocked. The chairman in front of him didn't look like a chairman at all. He was just a freshly graduated college student. If Yi Tianqing hadn't sent a message confirming the change of chairman, he would have thought someone was playing a prank. It's okay, Secretary Zhou. Please make a cup of tea from Manager Lu. After saying that, Zhou Siyue brought a cup of tea and placed it in front of Lu Wendy. Boss Lu, I've just taken over the company, and I have a lot to ask you about. Lin Xian picked up the tea and took a sip. Lu Wendy also quickly picked it up and took a sip, saying, No, I'll follow Director Lin's arrangements. Lin Xian then asked about various things about the company, including the company's main business direction, personnel structure, salary and benefits, and future plans. Lu Wendy was able to answer all the questions fluently and also put forward his own opinions, which shows that he is very knowledgeable about various matters in the company. Lin Xian is very satisfied with the current general manager of the company, Lu Wendy, and decides to use him for a while to see how it goes. Okay, I'll visit the various departments of the company later. Mr. Lu, you go and get busy first. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Lin, let me take you there and give you a detailed introduction. Lu Wendy said, No, I just want to see what the company really looks like. Lin Xian stood up and extended his hand to shake hands with Lu Wendy. Boss Lu, let's work together to make the company bigger and stronger. Okay, Mr. Lin, I will do my best. Lu Wendy said in a firm tone. Then Lu Wendy returned to his general manager's office to start work, while Lin Xian continued to look at the company's personnel list and found that there were too many of them. So he simply only looked at the information of middle-level leaders and above and ignored the rest. Lin Xian walked out of the chairman's office. The company's leadership office was on the 6th floor, so Lin Xian took the elevator to the finance department office on the 2nd floor downstairs. After walking around the finance department, I saw that everyone in the finance department office was working diligently. Of course, there were also a few who were slacking off and looking at their phones. Lin Xian didn't think it was a big deal. It was okay to play with the phone to relax when tired from work, as long as he didn't fall behind in the work at hand. Everyone in the finance department also saw a strange, handsome young man walking back and forth in their office and thought he was a new intern. Well, could you please give this information to Mr. Lu when you have time? The finance manager asked me to do it. I'm really too busy. Thank you. A slightly older woman handed a piece of information to Lin Xian, obviously treating him as a new intern. Okay. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Currently, Only General Manager Lu Wendy and Secretary Zhou Siyue in the company know Lin Xian's identity, so they agreed to help with this small favor. Then Lin Xian took the elevator to the administrative office on the third floor of the company. The staff in the administrative department are also working diligently, harmoniously, and orderly, and the entire department is full of positive energy. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction again, then left with a smile and continued to take the elevator to the marketing department on the fourth floor, which was also filled with a vibrant and passionate atmosphere. Finally, Lin Xian arrived at the RD department on the fifth floor. As soon as the elevator opened, he met a familiar figure. Yi Zikuan. Chapter 34, What If I Don't? Lin Xian didn't want to have any interaction with Yi Zishuan, but he was a little surprised to see her. How could it be so difficult for enemies to meet? She actually works in this company, and now, by some strange coincidence, she has become my subordinate. If his wife finds out, won't she run away from home? No, no. Yi Zishuan was also stunned when she saw Lin Xian. How'd he get in? Could it be that he still had feelings for me? Who had heard that I was in this company and followed me all the way here? Lin Xian walked past Yi Zishuan with an expressionless face. Hey, Lin Xian, what do you mean? Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Yi Zishuan as if she were a fool. It's been so many years. Why haven't you given up? I told you I already have a boyfriend. Why are you still following me? Or, do you want to work in the R&D department of Jinwan Technology Company? To tell you the truth, my boyfriend is the manager of the R&D department. If you beg me now, I might be able to say something good for you later. Yi Zishuan saw that Lin Xian still looked superior and wanted Lin Xian to bow to her. You also work in the R&D department? Lin Xian still had no expression on his face. Yes, Yi Zishuan said proudly with her arms folded across her chest. I remember you can't write code or program. Lin Xian smiled, having guessed something. Yi Zishuan majored in finance, but because her boyfriend was the head of the R&D department, she was able to go into the R&D department and slack off. I can't, but my boyfriend is a leader. I could do whatever I want in the R&D department. In other words, whether you can join the company's R&D department is also decided by me. Yi Zishuan said with a proud look on her face. Ha ha ha, you're still the same vain person as before. Lin Xian showed his signature smile, then turned around and left, walking into the R&D department office. Why are you pretending? You're just aloof. Yi Zishuan was very angry. She picked up her cell phone and called her boyfriend. Honey, a newcomer in the R&D department just bullied me. Yi Zishuan pretended to cry. Damn, someone dares to bully my girlfriend? How dare a newbie be so arrogant? Shinner, don't be angry. Wait until I come back to deal with him. Zheng Haoran, who was still outside the company at this time, was very angry and drove back without stopping. When Lin Xian came to the R&D department office, he clearly felt the difference from other departments. The members of the R&D department were all listless, with huge dark circles under their eyes, and they were exhausted. The whole department was filled with a tense and depressing atmosphere. Even Zhong Zixing, who was full of energy at school, looked shaky. It's obvious that it's caused by working overtime and staying up late. Lin Xian felt inexplicably distressed. After all, he was now his employee. Lin Xian quietly came behind Zhong Zixing, patted his shoulder gently, and called out Zixing. Fuck. Zhong Zixing shuddered all over and almost jumped up in fright. When he turned around, he saw that it was his college roommate Lin Xian. At this time, Lin Xian was looking at him with a smile. Brother Xian, why are you here? I came to see you. Zhong Zixing was confused and came to see me. Have you also joined the R&D department of Jinwan Technology Company? Lin Xian smiled and said nothing. Zhong Zixing suddenly stood up and dragged Lin Xian to the lounge next to them, finding a place where no one was. Brother Xian, run away quickly. This is not a place for people to stay. Zhong Zixing said in a low voice. What's going on? Lin Xian asked. This company is pretty good overall. Other departments are very comfortable, and the working atmosphere is very harmonious. It's the R&D department that is the most disgusting. The leader of this department is simply insane. He has no technical skills at all, but he only knows how to make us work overtime every day and withhold our overtime pay. Zhong Zixing continued to complain. Is it that serious? Lin Xian didn't expect that Yi Zishuan's boyfriend didn't treat his employees as human beings. Even pearls are not so real. Believe me and run quickly. Zhong Zixing urged Lin Xian. Why don't you leave? Lin Xian asked. I've just started here. If I quit right away, it would be very detrimental to my job search, so I decided to wait and see for 3 months. Zhong Zixing glanced at his phone and continued hurriedly. That stupid boss is coming back at this hour. I'm going back to my workstation first. Brother Xian, Hurry up and don't look back. After saying that, Zhong Zisheng ran back to his workstation and continued working. Thinking of his good brother being exploited like this, Lin Xian sighed. It seemed that he had to reorganize the RD department on the first day of taking office. Lin Xian was about to walk out of the RD office when he was stopped by a man wearing glasses, with a pot belly and slightly bald hair. This person was Zheng Haoren, the RD manager who had hurried back. Are you the new one? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, looking indifferent. I am. Zheng Haoren was so angry that his hair was smoking. He had never seen a newcomer who dared to be so arrogant on the first day. You just bullied Yi Zixuan from our department? Scum like you, go back to where you came from. Lin Xian remained indifferent. I used to be so arrogant. What if I didn't? After saying that, Lin Xian picked up the phone and called Lu Wendy. Boss Lu, could you please come to the RD office? When Zheng Haoren heard Lin Xian talking about Mr. Lu on the phone, he looked at Lin Xian carefully again. He didn't look like someone who knew Mr. Lu. He was just a child from an ordinary family. Stop pretending. What kind of character are you? Mr. Lu, get out of here right now, or I'll call security. Zheng Haoren continued to humiliate Lin Xian, but Lin Xian still smiled slightly, not caring at all, as if it was a heavy punch hitting cotton. Zheng Haoren was so angry that he picked up the phone and started shouting. Security, come up to the RD department on the 5th floor. Someone's causing trouble and refusing to leave. Get him out. After saying that, he stared at Lin Xian fiercely. You little bastard, just wait to be beaten out. Okay, I'll wait. Lin Xian found a seat and sat in the chair leisurely. The employees in the RD department were all talking about it. Who is this person? So bold. Looks like he's new here. He's quite courageous. This is the first time I've seen someone so disrespectful to Zheng Haoren. Only Zhong Zisheng was still worried. He walked to Lin Xian and whispered, Brother Xian, you better leave quickly, otherwise the security will really kick you out. Lin Xian took a look and smiled. It's okay. Zheng Haoren became even angrier when he saw Zhong Zisheng whispering to Lin Xian. Zhong Zisheng, do you know him? If you don't work hard, I'll fine you 1 month's salary. He's my roommate. What's wrong with me talking to him? Zhong Zisheng could no longer tolerate such a leader. It seems like you two are of the same type. That's even better. Get out of here together. When Zheng Haoren heard that Lin Xian was Zhong Zisheng's college roommate, he became even more certain that this person had no other identity. Let's go. Who cares about a dog leader like you who can't do anything? Lin Xian, let's go. After saying that, Zhong Zisheng wanted to pull Lin Xian away together. Suddenly, Mr. Lu came hurriedly to the RD office. Boss Lu, you've arrived just in time. These two, before Zheng Haoren finished speaking, Lu Wendy hurriedly walked up to Lin Xian and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry I'm late. What can I do for you? Lin Xian stood up calmly, took out a document, and handed it to Lu Wendy. This is a document that the finance department prepared for you. I happen to be free, so I helped pass it to you. How can I trouble you, Mr. Lin? With such a small matter, Lu Wendy hurriedly took the information. Also, could you please let Mr. Lu know that a company-wide meeting will be held in the conference room on the 7th floor in 1 hour? I have something important to announce. After saying that, Lin Xian left the RD office with his head held high. Chapter 35, I have other uses. Zisheng, come with me. Lin Xian looked back at Zhong Zisheng, then glanced at Zheng Haoren who was standing there in a daze with disdain. I'm coming. Zhong Zisheng hadn't recovered from the shock yet, and he was stunned for a while before responding. Then the two of them took the elevator to the chairman's office on the 6th floor. Zheng Haoren's face was extremely pale, with beads of sweat on his forehead, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Mr. Lu, is he really the chairman? Where's Mr. Yi? Lu Wendy's eyes became heavy. He could clearly sense that Director Lin was very angry. At the same time, he said to Zheng Haoren without changing his expression, Zheng Li, don't think you can show off just because Director Yi is here. Now Director Yi is gone. You have to take care of yourself. Afterwards, Lu Wendy also left the RD office, leaving Zheng Haoren standing there in a daze. Lin Xian and Zhong Zisheng returned to the chairman's office. Brother Xian, what happened just now? Are you really the new chairman? Zhong Zisheng couldn't help but ask. Yes, I just acquired it yesterday and took over the company today. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Lin Xian poured a cup of tea for Zhong Zisheng. They were very casual with each other as brothers, so Lin Xian did not act like a leader. Brother Xian, you hit very well. Zhong Zisheng said with a smile. Keep a low profile. Zisheng, don't worry. I will deal with these bad apples later. Lin Xian took a sip of tea carefully, looking like an old cadre. Brother Xian, What are you going to do? Zhong Zushing was very curious, with admiration in his eyes. He had long wanted to see Zheng Haoran being taught a lesson. You'll know later. Lin Xian showed his signature smile. When Zhong Zushing saw Lin Xian smile, he knew that Zheng Haoran would be in trouble. Knock, knock. There was a slight knock on the door. Hello, Mr. Lin. Is it convenient for me to come in? Come in. The person who walked in was General Manager Lu Wendy. Director Lin, the conference room is ready. Zushing, you go back first. I have something to discuss with President Lu. Lin Xian said to Zhong Zushing. After Zhong Zushing left the chairman's office, Lin Xian also poured a cup of tea for Lu Wendy. Mr. Lin, I'll do it. Lu Wendy was a little frightened. Mr. Lu, there's no need to be so nervous. Logically speaking, you are my elder, so it's only right for me to pour you a cup of tea. Lin Xian smiled. However, I have some questions. How did Zheng Haoran, who doesn't know how to be considerate of his subordinates and doesn't understand R&D technology, become the manager of the R&D department? Lin Xian suddenly asked. This was promoted by the former chairman. I actually disagreed, but there was nothing I could do. Lu Wenyi almost choked and explained. What do you think of Zhong Zixing? Lin Xian smiled and continued to ask. I personally participated in the interview and recruitment of this young man. He has excellent skills and is hardworking and capable. If he is trained well, he will be able to stand on his own in the future. Lu Wenyi has a very good impression of Zhong Zixing. Okay, I understand. It's almost time. Let's go to the 7th floor for the meeting. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. Lin Xian and Lu Wenyi came to the conference room on the 7th floor and sat at the podium at the front. Good morning, colleagues. I'm sorry to take up your precious time. Due to special reasons, Chairman Yi Tiancheng has stepped down. Starting today, Lin Xian will serve as the new chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. I warmly welcome you all. The more than 200 employees in the audience applauded. A leader who doesn't choose to hold a meeting after get off work is a good leader. Only 2 people were still in shock. One was the R&D manager Zheng Haoran, and the other was Yi Zixuan. The expressions of the two are uglier than crying. Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to serve as the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. I'm new here, so if I do anything wrong, please point it out. I'm always open to your supervision. I believe that as long as we unite as one and work hard, our income will reach new heights. As a company leader, you still have to paint the pie. Besides that, I have one more announcement to make. Lin Xian looked at Zheng Haoran and Yi Zixuan with a smile. This morning, I inspected the various departments and discovered that our D manager Zheng Haoran was exploiting his position to wantonly exploit employees. He even hired his girlfriend to work for free. I will reassign people like him. Nonsense. What evidence do you have? Zheng Haoran knew that Lin Xian would not let him go, so he just made it clear. You want evidence? I don't need it to take you down. But since you want it so badly, I might as well show it to you. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and said a few words to Secretary Zhou next to him. Then the entire conference room was filled with the sound of the previous conversation between Lin Xian and Yi Zixuan, as well as the confrontation with Zheng Haoran in the R&D department. My boyfriend is the manager of the R&D department. If you beg me now, I might be able to say something good for you later. I can't, but my boyfriend is a leader. I could do whatever I want in the R&D department. Scum like you, go back to where you came from. Yes, Lin Xian recorded it from the beginning. Now that all the employees in the company knew about it, Zheng Haoran and Yi Zixuan showed extremely ugly expressions. I'm just like this. If you have the guts, fire me. Zheng Haoran suddenly became angry and embarrassed. Lin Xian smiled slightly. You're dreaming. Why should I fire you? I have other uses for your talents. It just so happens that our company is short of a security guard and a cleaner. You two are perfect for them. Lin Xian did not look down on the professions of security guards and cleaners, but wanted to take this opportunity to force the two to resign voluntarily. If the company directly fired them, it would have to pay them compensation. Of course, if it is a normal personnel optimization of the company, compensation should still be paid, and Lin Xian guarantees that he will not pay a penny less. But what these two people did is not worthy of the money. As for the new R&D manager, Mr. Lu, do you have any recommendations? Lin Xian turned to Lu Wendy and asked. I think Zhong Zixing is very good. He has top-notch skills and is hardworking, Lu Wendy responded. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction again. Then it's decided. Starting today, Zhong Zixing will be the R&D manager. Okay, thank you all for your hard work. The meeting is adjourned. Lin Xian and Lu Wenyi left first, and everyone else left their seats, discussing the matter. The new chairman is so young, and he's very handsome. He's very courageous. He immediately eradicated the company's cancer. Yeah, this Ing Howard always acts so superior. I've been displeased with him for a long time. I, I just asked the chairman to help me pass on the information. In the end, only Zheng Haoren and Yi Zishuan were left standing there in a daze. Chapter 36. Congratulations on being pregnant with twins. Lin Xian returned to the chairman's office again, ready to pack up and go home to cook for his wife. Knock on the door sounded again. Come in. Brother Xian, are you really going to let me be the RD manager? Zhong Zushing walked into the office and asked in disbelief. What's the problem? Lin Xian trusted Zhong Zushing's technical level. In addition, Jinwan Technology Company Limited was technology-based, so he felt at ease letting his good brother take charge of the key departments. I'm worried that I won't be able to do it well. Zhong Zushing was a little worried. I believe in you. Just go ahead and do it. I'll help you if you need anything. Also, what about Brother Xian? I've told you so many times. When you're working, you should use your job title. Lin Xian joked, imitating the tone of a TV drama. Okay, Linji. Zhong Zushing was also amused. Okay, nothing else, I'll go back first. Lin Xian missed his wife. Lin Jiwei, aren't we going to have dinner together in the cafeteria? Zhong Zushing put his hand on Lin Xian's shoulder, just like he did in college. No, I want to go home and cook for my wife. Lin Xian refused. Damn, we're in Versailles again, so let's get together in the dorm when we have time. Can. Zhong Zushing didn't know yet that Zhou Quan was also working for Lin Xian. Lin Xian drove the Maybach out of the company gate, went to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables, and then returned home. I'm back. A petite figure rushed into Lin Xian's arms. Welcome home. Li Mengyao raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Be careful. Lin Xian lifted Li Mengyao's chin and gently kissed her delicate lips. Have you had breakfast? Eat. What time do you eat? Why are you just like my mom? Lin Xian gently scratched Li Mengyao's little nose with his hand. Husband has to take good care of you too. I'm going to go cook first. I understand. Li Mengyao obediently returned to the sofa and continued watching the show. For lunch today, Lin Xian tried the exclusive fish dish recipe given by the system. Wow, husband, your cooking skills have improved again. Li Mengyao exclaimed. Of course, Lin Xian's 5-star cooking skills plus secret seasonings make it even more delicious. Then eat more. Lin Xian continued to pick up food for Li Mengyao. If I eat any more, I'll get fat. Li Mengyao pouted slightly and took the meat back from the bowl. You have to eat more when you're pregnant, and you're not fat at all. Lin Xian continued to pass the meat to Li Mengyao, who continued to eat happily. Wife, let's go get the marriage certificate on July 7th. Li Mengyao's little face turned slightly red. I didn't expect that I would get married and get a marriage certificate right after graduation. After lunch, the two returned to their room for a nap. In the afternoon, after waking up, Lin Xian suddenly remembered that Li Mengyao had been pregnant for more than 3 months, and she had to go to the hospital for another pregnancy checkup. I looked at the time. It was past 3 o'clock. Wife, wake up. Lin Xian shook her gently. What are you doing? Don't disturb my sleep. Li Mengyao rubbed her beautiful eyes with her small hands and muttered. Wife, we're going to do a pregnancy checkup. Lin Xian gently lifted Li Mengyao with both hands. Oh, Li Mengyao's body softened again. There is no way. I can only pamper my wife, who is a lazy wife in bed. Half an hour passed. Husband, let's go. Li Mengyao dressed up simply and smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand and came to the parking lot. After sitting down, he started the car and headed to Jinghai People's Hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Lin Xian carefully helped Li Mengyao out of the car. Entering the hospital lobby, Lin Xian was busy registering and paying the bill, while Li Mengyao sat quietly by the side and waited. Li Mengyao was already 13 weeks pregnant at this time. This prenatal checkup mainly checked whether the embryo was developing healthily, whether the mother was healthy, and whether the embryo had any congenital defects. When it was Li Mengyao's turn to be examined, Lin Xian stayed by her side nervously. There was a kind middle-aged female doctor examining her carefully, and Lin Xian's eyes never left Li Mengyao. How many weeks pregnant are you? About 13 weeks, Li Mengyao said in a low voice. The female doctor felt emotional. He is so young to have a child, and the child is so beautiful. This guy is really blessed. Soon, the inspection was over. The fetus is fine, and both little ones are very well behaved. 2. Li Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes wide instantly. Yes, from the ultrasound, it is confirmed that there are 2 embryos. Congratulations on your twin pregnancy. Lin Xian had brought Li Mengyao for a physical examination before, but no ultrasound examination was done, so he didn't know that she was pregnant with twins. But you still need to maintain a balanced diet, exercise properly, and get enough rest. The female doctor smiled and advised. Okay, thank you, doctor. Lin Xian smiled and thanked her, then took Li Mingyao's hand and left. At this time, Li Mingyao thought that she was pregnant with twins, and the babies were growing up healthily every day, and a happy smile appeared on her face. In fact, boy-girl twins are a type of twins, and they are fraternal twins. However, since domestic laws prohibit fetal sex identification for non-medical reasons, many women who are pregnant with twins will not know whether they are boy-girl twins until they are born. When they arrived at the hospital parking lot, Lin Xian helped Li Mingyao get into the car and then drove the Maybach back to Jinwan Mansion. Wait a minute, honey. I'm going to get a package. Li Mingyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly shouted, Send me the pickup code, and I'll go get it. Lin Xian parked the car aside, unbuckled his seatbelt, and prepared to pick up the express delivery. Li Mingyao blinked her elegant eyes gently, stretched out her little hands to hug Lin Xian, and kissed his lips. Thank you for your hard work, husband. That's it. Li Mingyao just touched it lightly, and Lin Xian didn't feel anything. What else do you want? Lin Xian raised his hand and grabbed her forehead, pulled her over, and continued to seal her seductive lips with a kiss. It took a while before Lin Xian let go of Li Mingyao. Go! A blush appeared on Li Mingyao's delicate face, and she glared at him angrily. Only then did Lin Xian get out of the car, contentedly, to pick up the express delivery. Soon, Lin Xian returned to the car with 2 express parcels. Honey, what did you buy? I won't tell you. When the two returned home, Li Mingyao couldn't wait to open the express box. Lin Xian walked forward and saw that they were 2 sets of couple outfits. How is it? It looks good. Li Mingyao picked up the clothes and gestured at her body, smiling slightly. Wife, try changing into it. Li Mingyao picked up her clothes and went back to her room. Lin Xian picked up a suit, took a look at it, and felt that there was no need to try it on. It would definitely fit him. Boys are so casual, not to mention that he had such a good figure. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for accompanying the baby for another prenatal checkup. A cash reward of 1 million yuan, plus a 5x critical hit, totaling 5 million yuan. This has been transferred to your bank card through official channels. Please check. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for triggering the lottery mechanism, rewarding a chance to draw a prize. The current prize pool is 1. 1 triple cash crit card. 2. Thank you for your patronage. Excuse me, host, would you like to draw a lottery? Lottery. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 3x cash critical attack card. I have successfully used it for the host. Please check it. Chapter 37. The day we got our certificate. The system's voice came again in Lin Xian's mind. What does this cash 3x crit card mean? Lin Xian was a little confused. Cash 3x critical attack card means your current amount will be multiplied by 3 times. Then can I keep it and not use it for now? No, it takes effect as soon as you draw it. Lin Xian also wanted to save more cash and use it together later so that he could exchange it for more cash. Jinwan Technology Company Limited still has 50 million in its account. If it were to take it out and use it 3 times, that would be 150 million. Alas, what a pity. Lin Xian opened his mobile phone and saw that there was more than 20 million in his bank card, and he instantly became a multimillionaire. Just when Lin Xian was feeling complacent, Li Mingyao changed her clothes and came out. Honey, it looks good. Li Mingyao wore a snow-white shirt and a simple gray miniskirt. What was even more eye-catching was that her clothes were decorated with a cute little bear pattern, making her look fresh, refined, playful, and cute. She walked lightly towards Lin Xian, like a fairy descending to earth, her long, straight legs swaying slightly. Then, she turned lightly like a dancing butterfly, her skirt fluttering in the wind, exuding a charming charm. Lin Xian stared at Li Mingyao and swallowed. Li Mingyao suddenly felt something was wrong and was about to escape, but Lin Xian got there first. He reached out and gently pulled the beauty into his arms. My wife is so beautiful. Lin Xian left a kiss on the soft pink lips and smiled. Why don't you change? Li Mingyao gently placed her small hands on Lin Xian's solid chest. Her face flushed slightly. I'll change it right away. Lin Xian let go of Li Mingyao and started taking off his clothes. Why do you take off your clothes directly? Li Mingyao covered her eyes with her delicate hands and pretended to be angry. How can I change without taking off my clothes? Lin Xian laughed. Then go back to your room and change. Li Mingyao continued to cover her eyes, but secretly left a gap between her fingers, and her fair cheeks turned red instantly. Wife, you've seen this before. Why are you so shy? Lin Xian continued to tease. Then a sofa pillow was thrown over. It was so soft that it had no killing power at all. I'm done. Boys change clothes very quickly. Just put them on tightly. Lin Xian was wearing a snow-white short-sleeve shirt with a pair of slim black trousers. The clothes were also decorated with a cute little bear pattern. His 180 centimeters tall figure was even more eye-catching. His fair skin emitted a faint luster under the light. His black and shiny hair was slightly curly, and there was a deep light between his sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. His lips were slightly raised under his high nose bridge, and he was smiling at Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao stared at Lin Xian blankly. Her husband was simply a male model. Are you stunned? You're the one who's looking stupid. Li Mingyao came back to her senses and scolded angrily. Then the two of them came to the mirror. Li Mingyao straightened Lin Xian's collar, then took his hand and walked him in front of the mirror, looking at him carefully. When he was sleeping at night, Lin Xian suddenly asked, "Why did you buy clothes all of a sudden? And there's a cartoon pattern on the chest, which makes me look childish. It's very cute. We'll wear this when we get our marriage certificate. No objections." Li Mingyao stretched out her index finger and gently tapped Lin Xian's lips. "Whatever my wife says is what it is." Lin Xian took a light bite and said with a smile. Li Mingyao rolled her eyes, then fell asleep holding Lin Xian in her arms. After a few days, July 7th finally arrived. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Li Mingyao, who was still asleep, felt something moving on her face, as if something was kissing her face. Then she stretched out her jade hand, patted it lightly, and said softly, "Stop it, wife. Have you forgotten what day it is today?" Lin Xian continued to breathe into Li Mingyao's ear. "Whatever day it is." Li Mingyao was still dazed and unwilling to open her eyes. "Today is July 7th, the day we get our marriage certificate." Li Mingyao opened her eyes instantly after hearing this and blinked blankly. "What time is it?" "It's 9 o'clock. Why didn't you call me earlier?" "I called you a long time ago, but even kisses couldn't wake you up." Lin Xian had a speechless expression. Li Mingyao quickly got up and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Half an hour later, the two changed into the couple's clothes they bought yesterday and walked out of the house and came to the parking lot. Lin Xian started the Maybach and drove straight to the Jinghai Civil Affairs Bureau. Soon, the two arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and walked to the hall. At this time, the marriage registration office was already full of people, all of whom were preparing to get married today. The two waited quietly in the back. An hour later, Lin Xian held Li Mingyao's hand tightly and walked out of the hall together. He carefully looked at the bright red marriage certificate, which had his and Li Mingyao's names and photos printed on it. Both of their faces were filled with happy smiles. Li Mingyao also stared at the marriage certificate, a gentle light in her eyes. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, revealing a sweet smile. "Wife, I finally brought you home." Lin Xian looked at her gently. "You've been home for a long time." Li Mingyao gently pinched Lin Xian's face and smiled slightly. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao's super high looks attracted the envious gazes of passersby. They are truly a fairy couple. Back in the Maybach, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao each shared their marriage certificates on their moments. Zhang Shulan, "My son has made great progress." Lin Zhenghua, "It looks good." Huang Shifeng, "When will you bring it back to show mom?" with a smiling face. Zhou Guang, "Congratulations. I knew I'd be bullied today." Dog head emoji. Zhong Zusheng, "Happy wedding, brother Xian." Chun Jingming, "When are we going to have the banquet?" Hurry up. Lu Yusin, "Congratulations, Yao Yao." My Yao Yao, crying expression. At this time, Lin Cece did not make any comments because her mobile phone was confiscated. Chapter 38. Your husband's money is your money. The phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Mom." Lin Xian picked up the phone and answered the call. "Son, have you got the marriage certificate?" Zhang Shulan's joyful laughter came from the other end of the phone. "I just finished receiving it and was about to go back. Give my daughter-in-law the phone number. Oh, and quickly add her to our loving family group. Is he still my biological son? He changes him with just one word." Lin Xian complained. "Hurry up. Wife, it's my mother's call." Lin Xian handed the phone to Li Mingyao helplessly. "Hello, Auntie." Li Mingyao was so nervous that she forgot to change her address. "Why are you still calling me Auntie? It's time to change your tone, my good daughter-in-law," Zhang Shulan said with a smile. "Mom." Li Mingyao was still a little uncomfortable. "Why?" Lin Xian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, could only see Li Mingyao's mouth corners slowly rising, and she would look up at him from time to time. Okay, Mom. Then Li Mingyao smiled slightly and returned the phone to Lin Xian. Wife, what did Mom say to you? Lin Xian asked curiously. Do you want to know? Li Mingyao blinked her beautiful eyes slightly. Lin Xian nodded. My mom told me that I should ask my husband to hand over his bank card after we get married. Oh my God. Mom is trying to trick her son. Honey, do you think this is right? Li Mingyao leaned forward and asked with a smile. It was the familiar scene, the familiar distance, the familiar lips. Lin Xian took advantage of the situation and grabbed Li Mingyao's forehead and kissed her again. After kissing for a while, Lin Xian let go contentedly. The angry Li Mingyao hit Lin Xian hard. Of course, Li Mingyao was joking. She didn't want Lin Xian's bank card. She just wanted to tease him. Unexpectedly, she still suffered a loss. But just now on the phone, Zhang Shulan also taught her how to control her husband's lifeline. And the most important one is to get her husband to hand over his bank card. At this time, Li Mingyao turned her face away and ignored Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled, silently started the car, and drove out of the Jinghai Civil Affairs Bureau. After driving for a while, Li Mingyao finally realized something was wrong. This was not the way home. Husband, aren't we going home? Li Mingyao turned her head and couldn't help asking. Let's go somewhere first, Lin Xian said with a smile. Soon, a dark and slender Maybach drove into the parking lot of a bank in Jinghai City. Why are you in the bank? Honey, didn't you ask for my bank card? I'll transfer the money to you. Lin Xian unbuckled his seat belt with a smile and went over to help Li Mingyao unbuckle hers as well. I'm just kidding. I don't want her bank card. Li Mingyao shook her head cutely. Your husband's money is your money. Let's go. Lin Xian pinched Li Mingyao's little face. Then, I'll keep it for you. Just tell me if you need money. Li Mingyao whispered. Then the two got out of the car and walked hand in hand to the lobby of Manhwa Bank in Jinghai City. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao walked to the counter. Lin Xian handed his bank card to the teller and told the teller to transfer all the money in the card to Li Mingyao. The bank teller picked up Lin Xian's card and swiped it and was instantly shocked. There was 20 million in it, and the other party was so young. May I ask who this lady is to you? Because the amount involved is huge, the bank teller still has to ask carefully to prevent Lin Xian from being deceived. She is my wife, Lin Xian said with a smile. Is there anything you can prove? Sorry, the transfer amount is huge, so we need to verify it clearly. Lin Xian handed the marriage certificate he had just received to the bank teller. After operating for a while, the teller informed Lin Xian that the transfer had been successful. A few minutes later, Li Mingyao received a message on her phone. 20 million yuan had been deposited into her bank account. Li Mingyao looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Hubby, so many? Lin Xian gently pinched Li Mingyao's face again. Yes, now you have my lifeblood in your hands. You must take good care of me in the future. Li Mingyao glared at Lin Xian coquettishly. I will keep it well for you. Just as Lin Xian and Li Mingyao were about to walk out of the bank, a figure appeared in front of them without warning. He was a middle-aged man, with a figure as straight as a pine tree, well-dressed and elegant, and his every move revealed a calmness and confidence. Dear guests, please stay. I am Lu Yong, the branch manager of Manhwa Bank in Jinghai City. It is such an honor to meet you two here today. Hello, President Lu. Is there anything I can help you with? Lin Xian shook hands with Lu Yong politely. Well, our bank just saw that you two have 20 million yuan in your bank cards, but it's a current account, so the interest rate is relatively low. I wonder if you two are interested in learning about our bank's latest fixed deposit product. It turned out to be a salesman, and he was received personally by the branch manager. Okay, what exactly is it like? Please follow me, both of you. Then, with a smile on his face, Lu Yong led the two people into the luxuriously decorated and tranquil VIP room of Vanward Bank. As soon as they entered, someone immediately served them several cups of fragrant high-end coffee and exquisite and delicious snacks. Lu Yong took out a brochure and handed it to Lin Xian. The two of you just deposited 20 million in a current account. The interest rate is a pitiful 0.5%, which means you will only earn 100,000 yuan in interest a year. If you do nothing for a year, you can earn 100,000 yuan, which is equivalent to the annual income of many people. But if two people deposit 20 million yuan in a one-year fixed deposit, we can raise the interest rate to 2.3%, which means they will have 460,000 yuan a year, more than 4 times the interest rate of a current account. At the same time, our Vanward Bank will also give away 2 distinguished VIP black cards. Cardholders can enjoy the bank's exclusive account manager services, high-end benefits, consumer discounts, and other high-quality services. If you're not in a hurry to use the money, you too might seriously consider a one-year term deposit. Lin Xian was a little hesitant. He really had no use for the 20 million given by the system at the moment. It would be best to deposit it in the bank, but if he deposited it all, it would be very cumbersome to withdraw it in case of emergency. Husband, you can deposit 10 million in a fixed deposit and the rest in a life deposit. Li Mengyao seemed to see Lin Xian's worries and spoke in a low voice. Lin Xian suddenly realized, quickly kissed Li Mengyao on the cheek, and said with a smile, "My wife is really smart." Li Mengyao glared at Lin Xian, her pretty face flushed red. Someone was still there. Then can we deposit 10 million in a fixed deposit and the remaining 10 million in a life deposit? Lin Xian asked. Of course, no problem. Please follow me. Lu Yong beamed. His sales for this month finally settled. He then led the two of them to the VIP counter. 10 minutes later, the two finally handled the 20 million. The VIP counter is really fast. The regular counters have to wait at least an hour. Lu Yong bowed slightly and solemnly handed two luxurious VIP black cards to Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, smiling and saying, "Congratulations to both of you on becoming VIP guests of Vanward Bank. From now on, you will enjoy the bank's highest level of treatment." Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took the black card and felt its heavy weight and the exquisite patterns on it. After saying goodbye to President Lu Yong, the two men walked out of the Vanward Bank lobby and returned to the Maybach. "Honey, are you hungry?" "I am hungry." Li Mengyao smilatapili. "Then let's go home and eat." Chapter 39, Xianmeng Restaurant. Lin Xian started the car and drove home. After the two returned to Jinwan Mansion, Lin Xian prepared a sumptuous lunch, and Li Mengyao was eating in small bites. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and pulled Li Mengyao into the group chat of a loving family. He then took a photo of his wife, sipping her meal, and sent it to the group chat. "Zhang Shulan, my daughter-in-law eats so deliciously." "Lin Zhenghua, it looks better than your mom's." Lin Cece is taking her final exams. After finishing her meal, Li Mengyao picked up her phone and saw that her photo had been sent to the group. "Lin Xian, you're taking pictures of me again." Li Mengyao glared at him. When she was angry, she would call Lin Xian by his name. After Lin Xian put the dishes into the dishwasher, he heard his wife calling him. "I think it looks pretty." Lin Xian sat next to Li Mengyao and said with a smile. Li Mengyao still twisted his waist angrily. "Hello, Mom and Dad. I'm Li Mengyao." Li Mengyao greeted in the group. Okay, take this money. I wish you a happy wedding." Afterwards, Zhang Shulan initiated a transfer of 100,001 yuan. After seeing this, Li Mengyao hesitated, not knowing whether she should accept it. Although she and Lin Xian no longer needed the money, it was still a lot for an ordinary family. At the same time, it was also a token of her parents' kindness. If she didn't accept it, it would be disrespectful to the elders. "Wife, keep it. We'll buy some gifts for them when we go back to Yinhai City to visit them." Lin Xian saw his wife's concerns and smiled. "Okay." Li Mengyao nodded and accepted the money. Li Mengyao, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Lin Xian, "Mom, where's mine?" Zhang Shulan, "Go play somewhere else." Confirmed that they are his biological children. In the afternoon, Lin Xian received a message from Zhou Quan just after waking up. "Zhou Quan, Brother Xian, the restaurant has been renovated. When are you free to come and take a look?" Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. What a hassle. It would be so nice to be at home with my wife, but now I have a restaurant to manage. Then he kissed Li Mengyao, who was still sleeping, sent a message to report, and left the room. After washing his face and waking up, Lin Xian picked up his phone and called Zhou Quan. "Quaner, where are you now?" Now that everyone has graduated, they no longer live in the dormitory. "Brother Xian, I'm here at the rental house. Send me your location and I'll pick you up. We'll go check out the restaurant later." "Okay." 20 minutes later, Lin Xian drove a Maybach to Zhou Quan's rental house. Zhou Quan ran down without stopping, opened the car door and got in. "Brother Xian, I'm here. Congratulations on your wedding." As he said that, he took out a red envelope and handed it to Lin Xian. "Thank you, Quaner. Let's go." After Lin Xian accepted it, he started the car, arrived at Jinwan Plaza. After parking the car, Lin Xian and Zhou Quan came to the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza and were immediately attracted by the luxurious and magnificent scene in front of them. The entire restaurant uses high-end materials and exquisite design, with gorgeous wallpaper on the walls and mirror-smooth marble on the floor. A dazzling crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, emitting a soft and warm light, illuminating the entire space. The dining table and chairs are neatly arranged. The table is covered with a white tablecloth and paired with exquisite tableware and flowers, creating an elegant and comfortable dining atmosphere. Lin Xian was slightly shocked. He didn't expect the decoration to be so luxurious. Hee, Brother Xian, this decoration is pretty good, right? Zhou Quan said proudly. Lin Xian walked into the restaurant and looked carefully. It was simply a five-star restaurant. It's very good. The next step is to start preparing for business. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. Brother Xian, you are right, but haven't you forgotten something? Zhou Quan smilat. What did you forget? Lin Xian asked puzzledly. Money, Brother Xian, I have no money. How can I recruit soldiers without money? Zhou Quan complained fiercely. Oh, I almost forgot about that. I've been too busy lately. Please send me your bank account number. Yes, I've been busy getting married recently. Just tell me whether you want it or not. Yes. I'll send you the bank card account number. Zhou Quan replied quickly. Then Lin Xian transferred 1 million yuan to Zhou Quan via his mobile phone. I'll give you 1 million yuan as startup capital. If it's not enough, tell me again. You'll be responsible for everything in the restaurant from now on, and we'll split the profits 70% and 30%. Okay, you're worthy of being Brother Xian. You spend 1 million in one go. Zhou Quan smilatapili. Stop flattering me. If you don't do your job well, I will fire you. Lin Xian said jokingly. Yes, boss. By the way, should we name the restaurant? Zhou Quan asked. Let's call it Xianming Restaurant. The specialty is fish dishes. Of course, you can add some other dishes. Lin Xian touched his chin and thought for a while before speaking. It feels good to take one name from each of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. Anyway, you're the store manager now, so don't let me down. Lin Xian patted Zhou Quan on the shoulder. He was still very confident in Zhou Quan. Although he was silly sometimes, he was very decisive when doing things. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Zhou Quan even saluted. He's such a grown man. Okay, Lin Xian took back his previous thought. After explaining the restaurant matters, Lin Xian sent Zhou Quan back to the rental house and went to Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. As Lin Xian walked into the company gate, the front desk clerk greeted him warmly. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello. Lin Xian smiled politely in response. After that, every time Lin Xian met an employee, he would greet him enthusiastically, and Lin Xian responded one by one. Is this what it feels like to be the chairman of a company? It's awesome. When Lin Xian arrived at the chairman's office, he saw 2 resignation letters and a red envelope on the table. Lin Xian opened the red envelope first, which contained several $100 bills and a small note. Lin Jiwei, happy wedding. Lin Xian smiled slightly. This kid. Then he picked up 2 resignation letters, which were indeed from Zheng Haoren and Yizi Xuan. Then Lin Xian waved his hand and agreed immediately. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Lin Xian left the company and drove home. In fact, the main affairs of the company are handled by General Manager Lu Wendy. The 2 resignation letters were given to the chairman for personal handling due to special reasons. Wife, I'm back. Lin Xian changed his shoes, walked into the hall, and hugged Li Mengyao, who was jogging towards him. Honey, why do you go out so often recently? Are you doing something secretly? Li Mengyao potakuteli. My husband went to check on the restaurant's renovations. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and handed the photos he took in the restaurant that afternoon to Li Mengyao. Wow, this is too luxurious. Li Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes. Honey, have you named the restaurant? Li Mengyao asked. I've got it. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to go into the kitchen to cook. What's your name? Li Mengyao hugged Lin Xian and continued to ask. Xianming Restaurant, what do you think? Lin Xian pinched Li Mengyao's little face and said with a smile. Chapter 40, You Are a Big Fool. Xianming Restaurant. This poetic name seems to be the fruit of the love between Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, representing Lin Xian's love for Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao's beautiful eyes, as clear as autumn water, looked at Lin Xian, and gradually, ripples of emotion appeared on her face. Lin Xian saw tears in Li Mengyao's eyes and was instantly at a loss. What's wrong, honey? Did I hurt you just now? I'm sorry, it's my fault. Li Mengyao shook her head gently, threw herself into Lin Xian's arms, hugged him tightly, opened her red lips, and said in a dreamy voice, Husband, why are you so good to me? Lin Xian took a deep breath, gently lifted Li Mengyao's forehead, and said with tenderness in his eyes, Because you are the only one in my life and the one I love most in this life. You are my wife and the mother of my baby. I am willing to use all my strength to protect and cherish you and make you happy forever. Lin Xian's gaze was firm and blazing, as if burning with a flame that would never go out. Li Mingyao stood on tiptoe, put her arms around Lin Xian's neck, and gave him a sweet kiss. Husband went to cook, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then he turned and went to the kitchen to start cooking dinner. Li Mingyao nuda asakariga. After dinner, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao watched a TV show on the big screen in the living room. Li Mingyao leaned her long legs on Lin Xian's legs, snuggled in Lin Xian's arms, and was watching the show with relish. Lin Xian picked up the tablet and read the company daily report sent by General Manager Lu Wendy. When he is not at the company, he will take time in the evening to read the company's daily report to see what important things the company has done today and how much profit the company has made, instead of completely ignoring it. Husband, what are you looking at? Li Mingyao leaned forward and saw a series of data reports. I'm reading the company's daily operations report, Lin Xian said with a smile. Company? What company? Li Mingyao blinka kumfushadli. Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Husband, are you going to work? Li Mingyao thought that Lin Xian had been taking care of herself in recent months, so he had not looked for a job, so it was normal for him to go to work now. Hubby, you should focus on your work. I can take care of myself. Li Mingyao pursit hadips. What are you thinking about? Your husband has tens of millions of assets. It's impossible for him to go to work. Lin Xian pinched Li Mingyao's pretty nose. What is your company? Li Mingyao asked doubtfully. This is my company. I am the chairman of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited, and you are the chairman's wife. Lin Xian smiled. Li Mingyao couldn't help but be slightly stunned, her face full of disbelief. Then take me to visit it next time. Okay, little idiot. You're a fool. After watching the TV series in the living room, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao went back to their room to rest together. The next morning, Lin Xian slept until he woke up naturally, then got up and started making breakfast. Lin Xian was still eating breakfast when the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Zhou Quan. Brother Xian, have you had breakfast, hey? I have something I want to discuss with you. Eat and talk. It's about the restaurant chef. I already have a candidate. It's my cousin and his wife. They're in a fish restaurant in Jinghai City, but recently the rent is too expensive, so they're planning to move. They happen to be good at fish dishes, and they have a very good reputation in Jinghai City. They can directly bring customers to Xianming Restaurant, so I want to invite them to be chefs. Zhou Quan said a lot in one breath. Have they agreed to come to Xianming Restaurant to work as chefs? Lin Xian asked. Of course, with such a prosperous location and such luxurious decoration, anyone who sees it would be willing to come. Okay then, ask them to come to the restaurant later. I want to see it myself. The chef is the soul of a restaurant, so Lin Xian must personally oversee it. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian put Li Mengyao's breakfast into the thermal cabinet as usual, walked into the room, gave her a kiss, and left. Half an hour later, Lin Xian arrived at Xianming Restaurant on the 5th floor of Jinwan Plaza. As soon as I walked in, I saw Zhou Quan and a young couple. Brother Xian, you are here. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Zhou Yong, and the other one is my cousin-in-law Wang Li. Zhou Quan introduced. Hello, Boss Lin. I'm Zhou Yong, and this is my wife Wang Li. Lin Xian and Zhou Yong shook hands politely. Zhou Yong is a tall, slightly plump man with an honest and simple appearance. Wang Li was a slightly petite woman, but with a beautiful face and a mature beauty. Both of them were in their early 30s, not much older than Lin Xian. Hello, I'm Lin Xian, Zhou Quan's college roommate. I've heard Zhou Quan praise your excellent cooking skills. No. Zhou Yong smiled foolishly. Then can you make me some steamed turbot to try? Lin Xian said with a smile. Zhou Yong knew very well that Lin Xian was testing his cooking skills. So he walked into the backstage area of the kitchen without hesitation and started making it. Lin Xian also followed, carefully observing every subtle movement and technique Zhou Yong used. He expertly selected a fresh, plump turbot and quickly cleaned it for later use. Zhou Yong then lit the stove, expertly controlling the heat and timing until the water in the steamer gradually boiled. Soon, an enticing aroma emanated from the kitchen, and a delicious steamed turbot was served. Lin Xian picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, and put it into his mouth. It was tender, juicy, and melted in his mouth. The special delicious sauce made it even more delicious and mouth-watering. You are worthy of being a great chef. The food is delicious. I very much welcome you to join Xianming Restaurant. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, Boss Lin. But I can take your cooking to the next level. What? Zhou Yong is still very confident in his cooking skills. Could this guy, who is several years younger than him, be a master? After Lin Xian finished speaking, he returned to the kitchen, and everyone followed him. I saw him skillfully pick out a fresh and plump turbot, clean it even more quickly, light the stove, control the heat and time more accurately, and personally prepare the exclusive sauce. After a while, the kitchen emitted an even more tempting aroma than before, which immediately whetted everyone's taste buds. Chapter 41 Baby, remember to eat breakfast. A steamed turbot with a fragrant aroma and attractive color was served, paired with exquisite plating, like a work of art. Everyone try it. Everyone couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks, pick up a piece of tender fish, and put it into their mouths. Before they could chew it, the delicate and delicious taste flowed through their entire mouth like a stream of clear spring water, instantly stimulating every taste bud. This. Zhou Yong was so surprised that he couldn't speak normally. Brother Xian, it has to be you. It's so delicious. Zhou Quan couldn't stop eating. Wang Li was also eating silently on the side, not saying much, but from her expression, you could tell that she was amazed by the deliciousness. Soon, the whole plate of turbot was eaten up. Zhou Quan even licked the plate. Boss Lin, can I become your disciple? Zhou Yong looked at Lin Xian with admiration. Ahem, there's no need to become my apprentice. As long as you become the head chef in my restaurant, I'll teach you for free. Lin Xian felt somewhat embarrassed to be accepted as a disciple by someone who was several years older than him. Really? That's great. Zhou Yong jumped up happily. Boss Lin, can I learn too? Wang Li asked gently. Sure. What about me, Brother Xian? Zhou Quan shamelessly moved forward. Go have fun and manage the restaurant well. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Quan and Wang Li again and suddenly said seriously. But I have a condition. What conditions? Zhou Yong asked hurriedly. Add a confidentiality agreement to your employment contract. I will teach you all my exclusive fish cooking recipes, and I guarantee that your cooking skills will be greatly improved. Lin Xian smiled. What confidentiality agreement? The exclusive fish dish recipe must not be leaked to outsiders in any form. Otherwise, a fine of 5 million renminbi will be imposed. Lin Xian changed the subject and said in a firm tone. 5 million is not a small sum for an ordinary family. Many people cannot earn this much, even if they work hard all their lives. I promise you, Zhou Yong, will never be such a treacherous villain, Zhou Yong said with a firm look in his eyes. I promise you too, if my husband can do it, I can do it too, Wang Li said in a firm tone. Okay, Zhou Quan, go prepare the labor contract and we'll sign it right away. Okay, Zhou Quan ran out happily to prepare the labor contract. While Zhou Quan was preparing the labor contract, Lin Xian chatted with the couple. Suddenly, Lin Xian's phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was his wife. Hey, baby. When Li Mengyao heard Lin Xian calling her baby, she was slightly stunned. Why did he suddenly change his tone today? Husband, where are you now? I'm still in the restaurant. My roommates want to come over for dinner later. Is that possible? Just now in Li Mengyao's roommate group, Chen Man and Yang Lin kept clamoring to come and see her, and Lu Yusin was also fanning the flames. Li Mengyao had no choice but to call Lin Xian for his opinion. Of course, I'll go back and buy some more vegetables later, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, baby, remember to eat breakfast, Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mengyao hung up the phone shyly. She just called her husband baby and now baby again. What's wrong with her husband today? Li Mengyao patted her face lightly, picked up her phone, clicked on a roommate group, Rich Women Foursome. Come over here. Man. Hey, Yao, I'm here. Yang Lin, where's the address? How can I get there without it? Li Mengyao shared an address. Chen Man. Yang Lin. Chen Man and Yang Lin obviously didn't expect that Li Mengyao lived in Jinwan Mansion, the most luxurious area in Jinghai City. On the other side, Zhou Quan finally came to the restaurant with 2 labor contracts. Brother Xian, I'm ready, take a look. Lin Xian took the 2 labor contracts and looked at them carefully. Finding no problems, he signed his name and then handed them to Zhou Yong and Wang Li. If there is no problem, please sign this labor contract. I have a question. Is Zhou Quan considered an outsider? Zhou Yong smiled and looked at his cousin. Okay. Lin Xian also looked at Zhou Quan with a smile and said jokingly, Brother Xian, don't do this. We've been roommates for 4 years. Okay, I'm just kidding. I've handed the restaurant over to you to manage. Isn't that enough trust in you? Lin Xian laughed. Brother Xian, I will definitely make the restaurant bigger and stronger, Zhou Quan said with a grin. I'll leave the rest to you. If nothing else, I'll go home. After saying goodbye to them, Lin Xian drove his Maybach to the supermarket to buy some vegetables and then went home. Back to Li Mingyao. Ding dong, the crisp doorbell rang. After hearing the doorbell, Li Mingyao put down what she was doing and went to the door. She confirmed through the screen of the smart lock that it was her roommates, and then opened the door with confidence. "My Yao Yao, happy wedding." Yang Lin walked up to her, hugged her, and gave her a gift. "And mine, Yao Yao, happy wedding." Chen Man Man also walked in and handed the gift to Li Mingyao. "Here, this is mine, Yao Yao, happy wedding." Lu Yusin also smiled. "Thank you." Li Mingyao smilat uppili. Chen Man Man sat down on the sofa, looking very happy. Yang Lin followed closely behind, and only Lu Yusin was helping Li Mingyao prepare drinks and fruits. "Yao Yao, you are so comfortable now. You are like a rich woman." Chen Man Man exclaimed. "Yes, such a big house with a river view. This is the life I have always dreamed of." Yang Lin also sighed. "Come, have some drinks. There are also fruits here." Li Mingyao brought a plate of fruit and a few drinks and placed them in front of them. Chen Man Man, Yang Lin, and Lu Yusin sat on the sofa, while Li Mingyao lay on the lazy chair, all gossiping and complaining about recent events. "Yeah, you don't know, my internship is so hard now. Do you know that I have to work overtime every day?" Chen Man Man complained. "Everyone does. I have to work overtime to correct homework every night. It's really a headache." Yang Lin also complained. "Yao, why don't you have to go to work?" Chen Man Man asked. I'll find time to go to work later." Li Mingyao lowered her head and explained hesitantly. "Yao, you lied? Huh? Tell the truth. You can't fool us good sisters." Yang Lin saw through it at a glance. She's a key protected person now. How could Lin Xian let Yao go to work? Lu Yusin said. Lu Yusin felt that there was no need to hide it from her sisters anymore. After all, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao had already gotten married and obtained a marriage certificate. "What do you mean? Key protected person? That's weird." Chen Man Man stared at Li Mingyao with a smile. "Actually, it's because I'm pregnant." Li Mingyao blushed and spoke in a low voice. Chapter 42, I want to hear the baby's voice. "What? Yao, you were pregnant." Yang Lin widened her eyes and said in disbelief. "Oh my God, when did it happen? How could it happen so quickly?" Chen Man Man couldn't believe it either. "It's been more than 3 months." A blush appeared on Li Mingyao's delicate face. Only Lu Yusin remained silent. She had known it for a long time. "Yang Lin, 3 months ago, that is before you graduated." Chen Man Man, "And she's pregnant before marriage." "Yusin, aren't you surprised?" "I am surprised." "Didn't you see that?" Lu Yusin deliberately put on a surprised expression. Yang Lin, "Okay, so you already knew it, but you didn't tell us." Chen Man Man, "That's right, we're still good sisters, Lin. Let's go together. I'm warning you, don't come over here. If you come over again, I'll scream." Lu Yusin said fearfully, holding a pillow. Yang Lin and Chen Man Man surrounded Lu Yusin together and stretched out their hands to tickle her. Chen Man Man, "Scream. No one will pay attention to you even if you scream your throat out. Ha ha." Yao, save me, ha. Lu Yusin was tickled so hard that she begged for mercy and laughed until tears came out. "Okay, stop making trouble. I told Xin not to say it." Li Mingyao hurriedly stopped them. Chen Man Man, "Well, since there's a pregnant woman pleading for you, I won't bother with you." Yang Lin, "By the way, Yao, is Lin Xian good to you?" Chen Man Man, Yes. Is he good to you?" "Lin Xian is very good to me, and I love him very much." Li Mingyao said with a blushing face. Is this still the pure campus beauty of Jinghai University, who always maintains a very cold attitude towards boys in our usual impression? Yang Lin, you're married and have a child. Yao, you're truly a winner in life. Hey, what do you think? Should senior Deng Junyi give up? Chen Man suddenly remembered that there was a senior in school who was obsessed with Li Mingyao and had been pursuing her. Yang Lin, yes. I heard that he is preparing to return to China. Let him give up on this idea. Yao is already taken. Lu Yusin did not have a good impression of Deng Junyi. I've rejected him many times. He probably won't come to me again this time. Li Mingyao purset hadips. Suddenly, the sound of the door unlocking was heard. "Wife, I'm back." Lin Xian walked in carrying a big bag of things. Chen Man and the others only saw Li Mingyao quickly get down from the lazy chair, put on her shoes, trot over, and throw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Welcome home. Every time Lin Xian returns home, he can always feel a warm breath coming towards him. And the source of this warmth is Li Mengyao's hug, which makes him deeply feel the warmth and happiness of home. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mingyao's hair and asked softly, Wife, how are you feeling today? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Li Mingyao shook her head gently. I'm fine. Ahem. Li Mingyao looked back and saw Chun Man Man and the others looking at the two of them excitedly. Only then did she let go of Lin Xian, her face as red as a tomato. Hello, I'm Li Mingyao's husband, Lin Xian. Hello, I'm Chen Manman. Chen Man Man smiled brightly. Chen Man Man is tall and slender, with neat short hair, giving people a free and unrestrained feeling. Hello, I'm Yang Lin. Yang Lin also smiled slightly. Yang Lin is completely the opposite. She has a petite figure and long, shiny black hair, giving people a quiet and elegant feeling. As for Lu Yusin, naturally, there is no need to introduce her in detail. She looks like a domineering queen. You guys continue chatting. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Lin Xian smiled slightly, then walked into the kitchen and started preparing lunch. The four of them returned to their original positions and continued their discussion. Yao Yao, your husband is really handsome. Oh my God, how did you hold his lifeline? Please teach me. At this moment, Li Mingyao could only blush. After a while, Lin Xian brought out the last dish. Dinner is ready. Everyone came over after smelling the scent. Smells so good. Today we have stir-fried lamb with scallions, cumin spare ribs, beef short ribs with soy sauce, spicy chicken, and a big plate of grilled fish. Wow, this is so delicious. I have never eaten anything so delicious in my life. Chen Man Man took a bite, and a look of happiness appeared on her face. Yes, even chefs in big hotels can't make food this delicious. Yang Lin also sighed. Yeah, it's really delicious. Lu Yusin pretended to be calm, so as not to be surrounded by her two good roommates who would find out that she had been there before. Soon, Chun Man Man and the others had eaten and drunk their fill and were ready to go back. Chun Man Man, Lin Xian, Yao Yao is now in your care. Please take good care of her. Yang Lin, yes, otherwise we sisters will not let you go. Okay, I will protect Ming Yao as the most precious person to me. Lin Xian held Li Mingyao's hand and said in a firm tone. After Chen Man Man and the others went back, Lin Xian cleaned up the dishes. Because he had sweated a lot, he went back to the bathroom for a quick shower and then returned to his room. At this time, Li Mingyao was leaning against the head of the bed and reading quietly. Lin Xian also climbed onto the bed and lay next to Li Mingyao. Baby, what are you looking at? Ew, why did you suddenly call me baby? Li Mingyao's face turned red. She was not used to it. Because you are my baby, Lin Xian said with a smile. Shameless. Li Mingyao's face turned red instantly, and she continued to read the book silently, as if she wanted to use the book to cover up her embarrassment and shyness. Seeing that his wife ignored him, Lin Xian's eyes involuntarily fell on Li Mengyao's soft belly. He slowly reached out his hand, quietly lifted Li Mengyao's clothes, and gently put his ear against her soft belly. Accompanied by a burst of fragrance, a wonderful feeling surged in his heart. Husband, what are you doing? Li Mengyao was startled by Lin Xian's sudden action. She tried to stop him, but she was a step too late and her face turned even redder. Li Mengyao stretched out her little hand and tried to push him away, but the latter did not move at all. Seeing that she couldn't push him open, Li Mengyao began to knead Lin Xian's handsome face hard. Wife, I want to hear the baby's voice. Lin Xian said gently. Even though Li Mengyao was already 13 weeks pregnant and the fetus had developed to a certain stage, Lin Xian still couldn't hear any movement of the baby, even though he was holding her belly close to his. Li Mengyao was amused by his innocent and cute appearance, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Did you hear that? I heard it. The baby said, Daddy is so handsome. Shameless. Li Mengyao just looked at Lin Xian quietly. At this moment, he was like a baby. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Chapter 43, brother. Just wait for me. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Lin Xian reluctantly picked up the phone and found that it was his mother calling. So he quickly answered the call. Hey, Mom, what's going on? Son, have you eaten yet? Have eaten. It's good to eat. When will you bring my daughter-in-law home to see me? Zhang Shulan said impatiently. Lin Xian put down his phone and turned to look at Li Mengyao. Wife, can we go back to Yanhai City tomorrow morning? Yeah. Li Mengyao nudda wadianli. Mom, we'll go back tomorrow morning. In the afternoon, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao prepared to go to Jinwan shopping mall to buy some gifts to bring back to Yanhai City. Husband, let's go. Li Mengyao changed into a dark blue denim dress, tied a black belt around her waist, and finally wore a pair of white canvas shoes, showing the girl's freshness and vitality. My wife looks so beautiful today. Lin Xian walked up to her and put his arms around her, savoring Li Mengyao's fragrance. Okay, stop hugging me and let's go. Li Mengyao pushed him away gently. Lin Xian held Li Mengyao's hand, came to the parking lot, started the Maybach, and headed to Jinwan Plaza. The two went to the second floor of Jinwan Shopping Mall, found a jewelry store, and walked in. Hello both, welcome. Hello, do you have any bracelets I can recommend? They're for elders. Yes, please wait. The clerk took out several bracelets with a smile, showed them to Lin Xian and Li Mengyao, and introduced their features. Honey, how about this? Will Mom like it? Li Mengyao took a fancy to a jade bracelet, which was crystal clear and had a smooth texture, just like emerald green lake water. She should like everything my daughter-in-law gives her. Lin Xian said with a smile. His biological son status is becoming less and less. Hello, how much is this? Li Mengyao asked politely. Beautiful lady, you have a good eye. This is the one most loved by the elders. The materials used are all icy jadeite, so the price will be slightly higher, 100,000 yuan. Li Mengyao turned to look at Lin Xian, as if asking for Lin Xian's opinion. Wife, the money in the house is in your hands, you decide. Lin Xian saw what she was thinking and smiled slightly. Hello, I want this one. Li Mengyao smilat. Okay, I'll pack it right away. Please pay here. The clerk was overjoyed. He sold a large order right after starting work in the afternoon. These two young people are really rich. Beautiful lady, please keep it, and welcome to visit us next time. After Li Mengyao got the bracelet, she returned to Lin Xian, took his arm, and walked out of the jewelry store. Let's go and see if there's a gift Daddy likes. Lin Xian gently snatched the packaging bag. My dad doesn't have many other hobbies except for fishing. Sometimes he even stays up all night, so I decided to buy him a fishing rod. Do all boys like fishing when they reach middle age? But there doesn't seem to be any fishing tool store nearby. Li Mengyao blinked her beautiful eyes. Look, there seems to be one there. Li Mengyao followed Lin Xian's gaze and found one in a corner of Jinwan Shopping Mall. Let's go then. Li Mengyao happily pulled Lin Xian toward the store. The two walked into the store. Since Li Mengyao didn't know how to choose a fishing rod, she handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed a fishing rod specially used for fishing competitions and looked at it carefully. The fishing rod is pitch black, with a faint light flickering on it, as if it contains endless power. Lin Xian gently gripped the handle, feeling the texture of the fishing rod, and tried to swing it a few times. It felt pretty good. This is really good. Dad will probably like it very much. Lin Xian smiled. Then this one, Li Mengyao smilat. The two went to the front desk to check out. The boss was a middle-aged man who was preparing bait for the evening in the store. It was obvious that he was a veteran fishing enthusiast. Hello, boss. How much is this? Li Mengyao smiled slightly. This 60,000 yuan rod is for competitions, and the materials used are top-notch. The owner of the fishing shop didn't expect that two such young people would come to buy fishing rods. A fishing rod costs 60,000 yuan? Boss, can you give me a discount? Li Mengyao looked at the fat middle-aged man with pitiful eyes. Do you like fishing? The boss looked at the two of them and asked. Yeah, we love fishing the most. Li Mengyao blurted out. Only Lin Xian looked at his wife in shock. Is this how his wife bargains? Well, since you two are young and love fishing, I'll sell it to you at a lower price. 50,000 yuan. It really can't be any cheaper. Thank you, boss. Li Mengyao was so happy that she almost jumped up. After walking out of the store, Lin Xian couldn't help laughing. Hubby, what are you laughing at? Li Mengyao bota. I'm laughing. Honey, you're so virtuous. Do you really know how to fish? Ha ha ha. Li Mengyao's pretty face flushed red. She raised her jade hand and twisted it towards a familiar place. Okay. Honey, I was wrong. By the way, honey, what is your sister like? Li Mengyao suddenly remembered that Lin Xian had a younger sister. Cici, you don't have to buy her anything. If you really want to buy something, I think you can buy 5 years of college entrance examinations and 3 years of simulations. Lin Xian showed his signature smile. Lin Cici, brother, just wait for me. Be serious. Li Mengyao rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and suddenly saw an Apple mobile phone store upstairs. I know what to buy, let's go. Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's hand and walked upstairs. The two soon arrived at the door of the mobile phone store. Wife, do you want to buy a mobile phone for Cici? Lin Xian asked. Yes, Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Her cell phone was just confiscated at school. Lin Xian smiled heartily. It's okay, just let her play at home. Li Mengyao felt that she shouldn't be so strict with her children and that she should relax. Lin Cici, sister-in-law, My dear sister-in-law, I love you. Then the two of them walked in. Hello, both of you. How can I help you? A clerk came forward. Hello, do you have a latest model of Apple phone? Li Mengyao asked politely. Yes, this is our latest Apple 15 version. It is not only equipped with the most advanced chip technology, but also an ultra-high-definition camera, which allows you to easily take high-quality, clear, and detailed photos and videos. It has a stylish and simple appearance and a variety of colors to choose from, showing your personal charm. The clerk explained in detail. How much is this top-of-the-line model? The top configuration costs 18,999 yuan. Li Mengyao was a little hesitant. She bought 50,000 or 100,000 yuan items for her parents, but only 10,000 yuan for her sister Lin Xian. Would she be considered a bad sister-in-law? Chapter 44, a bit like selling insurance. The clerk saw Li Mengyao frowning and suddenly remembered that they were both students and probably couldn't afford such expensive things. If you think the top-of-the-line model is too expensive, you could take a look at the standard version. No need. Do you have the latest laptop? Li Mengyao had an idea. Yes. Or do you want the top model? The clerk asked in surprise. Yes, the top-of-the-line one. Li Mengyao nodded slightly. Okay, please wait. Soon, the clerk brought a notebook and placed it in front of Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. This is our latest top-of-the-line Apple laptop. It has amazing speed, tons of memory, and is incredibly light. It's also a bit more expensive at 22,399 yuan. Honey, what do you think? Li Mengyao looked up at Lin Xian. I think Cici is laughing so hard now. Lin Xian nodded helplessly. We want these too. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Okay, please wait. The clerk left and immediately returned. Hello, beautiful lady. If you want these two items, you might want to try our latest complete gift package, which includes a mobile phone, iPad, laptop computer, and wireless headphones. They're all top-notch. The original price is 77,888 yuan, and now the discounted price is 67,888 yuan. It's better to buy the whole set directly, which is more cost-effective. The clerk introduced. Li Mengyao pursed her lips and looked at Lin Xian hesitantly again. Buy it, my dear. You have plenty of money anyway. It's a big gift for Cici. Lin Xian smiled. Okay, let's buy the whole set. Li Mengyao smiled again. Okay, please wait. The clerk packed up excitedly and completed another big order. Alas, even Lin Cici's gift is more valuable than her father's. It turns out that family status determines value. Lin Xian glanced at Li Mengyao, who was playing with her mobile phone, and suddenly realized that his wife was still using the old mobile phone. It's just that Li Mengyao loves cleanliness and always wipes her phone clean, making it look like new. In fact, she bought it during her freshman year of college. Hello. Could you please add one more latest model of Apple 15 top-of-the-line mobile phone? Lin Xian said to the clerk who was still packing. Okay, it will be ready soon. The clerk smiled even more happily. Husband, why do you want to buy another mobile phone? Li Mengyao gently squeezed Lin Xian's hand. Wife, how many years have you been using this cell phone? Lin Xian looked at her gently. It won't. Will take long. It can still be used. Li Mengyao blushed slightly and said in a low voice. It's my fault that I just realized it now, wife. You don't have to worry about how to save money in the future. Just spend it boldly. Elena Xuanzhen Liuja, Li Mengyao. No, we have to be frugal and manage our household well. Li Mengyao murmurat. This girl is really so lovable. Be obedient. Lin Xian said gently. Oh, soon. Lin Xian walked out of the store carrying a lot of bags. Li Mengyao took his arm and continued to look left and right to see if there was anything else he needed to buy. Honey, don't buy any more. I can't carry it anymore. It's okay, I can still get it. Li Mengyao was unmoved, and then she discovered a men's clothing store. Let's go over there and take a look. Li Mengyao happily stretched out her little finger and pointed. Clothes? I don't lack clothes. Lin Xian said. I'm tired of seeing you wearing the same clothes over and over again. Be obedient. Li Mengyao grabbed Lin Xian's hand and walked into the store. Don't boys always change a few clothes back and forth? Lin Xian didn't understand, but he still listened to his wife and walked in. The two walked into the store. Li Mengyao took a look, then walked up, picked up a few pieces of clothing, and tried them on Lin Xian. This style is not good looking. Li Mengyao shook her head slightly. The color of this piece is too eye-catching. Li Mengyao continued to choose. This polo shirt and that short-sleeve t-shirt are both pretty good. Honey, you should try them on. Li Mengyao nodded with satisfaction. Good. Lin Xian picked up 2 pieces of clothing and went to the locker room to change. After Lin Xian tried on 2 pieces of clothing, Li Mingyao smiled and nodded, saying, "These are the 2 I want." She turned her head and glanced at the suit beside her. She had never seen Lin Xian wearing a suit before, so how could she miss this opportunity today? Then he picked one and handed it to Lin Xian again. "Husband, try again." Li Mingyao raised the corners of her mouth slightly. "Huh? Come again." Lin Xian picked up his clothes helplessly and went back to the locker room, while Li Mingyao waited quietly outside. Not long after, Lin Xian walked out of the locker room wearing a clean white suit, a classic black suit as his outer shell, an exquisite black belt, and slim black suit pants. He looked particularly energetic and dignified. "Wife, how is it?" "Ha ha, it looks good, really good. It's a bit like selling insurance. Ha ha ha." Li Mingyao's eyes were curved with joy. "Wife, you're kidding me." Lin Xian's face turned red with embarrassment, and he hurried back to the locker room to change back. Li Mingyao was really happy, because her husband was also sometimes dull. "Hello, please help me pack these 2 in the suit he just wore." "Okay, please wait." Lin Xian and Li Mingyao walked out of the store, finally finishing their shopping in the mall. "Wife, let's go back and eat." Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and prepared to leave, but the latter did not move, staring at a barbecue restaurant upstairs. "Honey, I want to eat barbecue." "No, there's a strong smell of cooking fumes there, and I'm afraid you'll have morning sickness again." Lin Xian refused. "This barbecue restaurant has a smoker at every table, so there's no smell of oil smoke." "That won't work either. Who knows if the meat here is fresh?" Lin Xian refused again. "This barbecue restaurant is ranked first in Jinghai City. The meat is very fresh, isn't it?" Li Mingyao pouted and said coquettishly. The 2 of them walked around for the whole afternoon, and Li Mingyao didn't want Lin Xian to go home and work hard cooking. Besides, the barbecue was really delicious. Under Li Mingyao's soft and hard persuasion and cute behavior, Lin Xian had no choice but to agree. But there is a prerequisite. Lin Xian will first taste it to see if it is fresh. If he finds that the meat is not fresh, he will immediately take his wife home for dinner. Afterwards, the 2 happily walked into the barbecue restaurant. After a while, the waiter brought all the ingredients that needed to be grilled. Lin Xian picked up a piece of beef, put on the baking tray, and roasted it slowly. After it was cooked, he put it in his mouth and tasted it carefully. "How is it not bad?" Li Mingyao almost drooled when she saw it. After all, she was really hungry. "Well, the meat is pretty good and quite fresh." After saying that, Lin Xian picked up another piece of beef and put it on the baking tray. After it was thoroughly cooked, he gently blew away the heat on the surface and then brought it to Li Mengyao's lips. "Honey, be careful, it's hot." Li Mengyao opened her mouth slightly and took a bite of the beef. Suddenly, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. At this moment, in a corner, a figure was looking towards Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. "Isn't this our school's most beautiful girl, Li?" Chapter 45, what are you? A follower? Zhang Hua is Deng Junyi's friend, and he happened to be eating at this barbecue restaurant at that time. Then he slowly took out his phone from his pocket, turned on the camera, and pointed the lens at Lin Xian and Li Mengyao. When Lin Xian gently put the food to Li Mengyao's mouth, he pressed the shutter button and sent it to Deng Junyi. An hour later, Li Mengyao took Lin Xian's arm and left the barbecue restaurant contentedly. "Wife, let's grill at home next time." Lin Xian looked at Li Mengyao gently. "Ukai, Li Mengyao usmilat suatli." Just as Lin Xian and Li Mengyao were about to leave Jinwan shopping mall, an uninvited guest suddenly stood in front of them. This person was Deng Junyi. Deng Junyi is 180 centimeters tall, about the same height as Lin Xian. He has a good appearance, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome face, but he is still a little inferior to Lin Xian. At this moment, he is looking at Lin Xian with an arrogant expression. "Long time no see, junior sister Mengyao." Deng Junyi looked at Li Mengyao gently. "Long time no see, senior Deng." Li Mengyao responded politely. "This is a gift I brought you from abroad. Do you like it?" Deng Junyi completely ignored Lin Xian and handed the exquisite high-end perfume in his hand to Li Mengyao. "I'm sorry, I don't like this perfume. Senior Deng, you should keep it for yourself." Li Mengyao said calmly. "It doesn't matter if you don't like this. I'll buy you what you like." Deng Junyi continued. "No need, Senior Deng. You don't have to give me anything." Li Mengyao said in a cold tone. "Don't you understand my feelings? I've liked you for 4 years. Who is that person next to you?" Deng Junyi clenched his fists and said angrily when he saw a shining diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand. "I know, but I said a long time ago that we are not suitable. The man next to me is my husband." Li Mengyao held Lin Xian's hand tightly. Why? Why did you get married after I'd only been away for a year? He's just a gigolo. Mengyao, don't be deceived by him. Deng Junyi said angrily. People who randomly and maliciously comment on others are often dark at heart. It's not your place to comment on my husband. Please don't harass me again in the future. Husband, let's go. Li Mengyao's eyes turned cold in an instant, and she said angrily. Li Mengyao doesn't like Deng Junyi, so she calls him Senior Deng out of politeness. But he slandered Lin Xian, and Li Mengyao certainly couldn't agree. If I'm a gigolo, what are you? A follower? Lin Xian looked at Deng Junyi and smiled disdainfully. Then, Li Mengyao held Lin Xian's hand tightly, walked around Deng Junyi without hesitation, and walked forward with big strides. At this moment, Deng Junyi's face became extremely ugly. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes flashed with anger and unwillingness. Suddenly, Deng Junyi turned around, as if he had lost his mind. He waved his fists like crazy and rushed straight towards Lin Xian. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Xian remained remarkably calm. He seemed to have already sensed the movement behind him, quickly releasing Li Mengyao's hand and turning around with lightning speed. Lin Xian accurately caught Deng Junyi's fist, then pushed him hard, followed by a beautiful shoulder throw, knocking Deng Junyi to the ground. Ah! Deng Junyi screamed and fell to the ground, unable to move for a while. A sneak attack from behind. You're really a follower. There are surveillance cameras here. I'm warning you. If you do anything wrong again, we will call the police. Lin Xian said coldly. Honey, are you okay? Li Mengyao was frightened and hurried back to Lin Xian, looking carefully to see if he was injured anywhere. It's okay. He's just desperate and can't hurt me at all. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Let's go. Li Mengyao saw that everyone around her was looking at her strangely, so she took Lin Xian's hand and left. After returning home in the evening, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao began to pack their luggage. After packing her luggage, Li Mengyao went into the bathroom to take a shower, while Lin Xian lay on the sofa and read the corporate daily of Jinwan Technology Company, Limited. Honey, go get me some pajamas. Li Mengyao opened the bathroom door crack, slightly revealing her little head with a shy look on her face. Okay, where are your pajamas? Lin Xian said with a smile. I forgot. Can you help me find it? Li Mengyao said nervously. Lin Xian first went to the closet, but didn't find it. Then he went to the huge balcony and saw cute pajamas hanging there at a glance. Soon, Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's cute pajamas and came to the bathroom door. At this time, Li Mengyao quickly retracted her cute little head into the bathroom, leaving only one white and delicate arm exposed, emitting a charming luster. Lin Xian was stunned. Okay, are you okay? Li Mengyao asked in a low voice. Here, Lin Xian came back to his senses and handed the pajamas to Li Mengyao. Thank you, husband. Li Mengyao was about to take back her pajamas, but found that she couldn't pull them off no matter how hard she tried. Lin Xian, let go. Li Mengyao said angrily. Wife, why don't we take a shower together? Lin Xian showed his signature smile. No, you big hooligan. Okay, honey, I was just teasing you. Lin Xian gently let go of his hand. Big bad guy. After Li Mengyao withdrew her hand, she quickly closed the door and did not forget to scold Lin Xian. Lin Xian returned to the living room with a smile. Half an hour later, Li Mengyao finally came out of the bathroom, glared at Lin Xian, who was still grinning on the sofa, and went back to her room to rest. My wife is so cute when she's angry. Later, Lin Xian also walked into the bathroom and started to take a shower. Halfway through, he suddenly realized, where's my towel? Where's it? After searching a bathroom for a long time, Lin Xian had no choice but to open the bathroom door slightly. Wife, my towel is missing. Can you help me find it? I can't hear you. Wife, I was wrong. What's wrong? The mistake was not teasing my wife. Will you dare to do it again in the future? I don't dare anymore. There was no response from Li Mengyao. Just as Lin Xian was still admitting his mistake, he suddenly heard light footsteps slowly approaching the bathroom. Suddenly, a blue light flashed before Lin Xian's eyes. He looked closely and saw Li Mengyao standing at the bathroom door, holding a blue towel. She moved very quickly, like a guilty thief, and hung the towel on the bathroom doorknob, then turned around and ran back to the room, seemingly with a hint of laughter. Chapter 46, This is my home now. After taking a shower, Lin Xian returned to the room and saw Li Mengyao pretending to read seriously with an unconcealable smile on her face. From time to time, she glanced at Lin Xian, who was standing in front of the window. Lin Xian had already roughly guessed the reason. Wife, where did you find the towel? Lin Xian was lying on the bed next to Li Mengyao. Well, on the balcony. Li Mengyao said calmly. That's strange. I found your pajamas on the balcony, but I didn't notice my towel hanging there at that time. Lin Xian smiled. You saw it wrong. Li Mengyao continued to pretend to be calm. Then is there a possibility that my wife secretly took my towel and pretended not to know? Lin Xian showed his signature smile again. That's not possible. Connie, I'm sleepy. Good night. Li Mengyao put the book beside the bed as quickly as possible, and then climbed onto the bed as lightly as a cat. She lay flat on her back quietly, her eyes closed, and her breathing became steady, as if she had really fallen asleep. However, the slightly upturned corners of her mouth betrayed her. After seeing this, Lin Xian didn't tolerate it and leaned over to kiss those tempting lips. I'm ignoring you. Li Mengyao turned around, leaving Lin Xian with only the back of her head looking pretty. In the end, she was the one who suffered. Li Mengyao couldn't understand why, and suddenly she thought of something. Li Mengyao turned around again and looked at Lin Xian with worry in her eyes. Hubby, will Cece dislike me as her sister-in-law? Of course not. My wife is so gentle and beautiful as a fairy. Anyone who sees her will like her. Lin Xian took the opportunity to stroke Li Mingyao's hair with one hand, emitting a charming fragrance. Stop kidding, I'm serious, Li Mingyao said a little embarrassedly. Cece is a lively person. The more lively the atmosphere, the happier she is. Don't worry, my wife. Okay, it's getting late. The baby should go to bed. Lin Xian hugged Li Mingyao tightly and comforted her. Then the two fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao didn't get ready to get up until the sun was shining on their butts. After the two finished washing up, Lin Xian went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, and Li Mingyao checked her luggage to see if she had missed anything. Soon, after finishing breakfast, the two came to the parking lot downstairs of Jinhua Mansion. Just as Lin Xian was about to walk towards his Maybach, Li Mingyao suddenly grabbed him. Honey, let's drive the Xiaomi SU7 this time. Li Mingyao smiled slightly. Why? Lin Xian asked puzzledly. Because you dote on Xiao He too much. Don't you think it's too serious? You haven't driven this Xiaomi many times. Li Mingyao blinked her elegant eyes slightly. Lin Xian thought about it and realized that he had indeed never opened it. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Lin Xian took Li Mingyao to the Xiaomi SU7. After she sat firmly in the back seat, he returned to the driver's seat and started the car. Ding! It's detected that the host needs to drive the Xiaomi smart car for a long journey. For the safety of the babies, the system will help you upgrade the Xiaomi SU7's smart driving system and battery for free. 1 minute later, congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the Xiaomi SU7. The intelligent driving system has been upgraded to the future top level. The host no longer needs manual driving. The battery has also been successfully upgraded. The host only needs to charge it once to run for a year. There's such a good thing. Originally, Lin Xian was planning to drive manually, but the system upgraded for free. Xiao AI, turn on the smart driving mode. Lin Xian said with some anticipation. Then, a gentle response sounded. Okay, may I ask where you need to go, master? Go to Yanhai City, Lin Xian replied. Okowo. Okay, the destination has been set to Yanhai City. We are about to depart. Please fasten your seatbelt and relax. After the Xiaomi SU7's intelligent system issued a prompt sound, the vehicle slowly started and drove smoothly towards Yanhai City. Lin Xian sat quietly in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel lightly with both hands. At first, he was still a little worried, fearing that an accident might occur, so he was ready to take over the vehicle at any time. Soon, Lin Xian witnessed the power of the system and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. The system is so powerful that the upgraded intelligent driving is already very advanced, and its reaction speed is even much faster than that of humans. Along the way, Lin Xian looked at the scenery and talked to Li Mingyao about his hometown, Yanhai City. It is a beautiful coastal city with a stunning coastline and unique charm. Can I go see the sea then? Li Mingyao asked with anticipation. Li Mingyao has never seen the sea since she was a child. Of course, Lin Xian said with a smile. While chatting, Li Mingyao fell asleep again. Soon, 3 hours passed. Lin Xian drove out of the Yanhai City toll station and came to a place he was familiar with. Wife, wake up. We have arrived in Yanhai City. Elena Xuanpata Li Manyo Janli. Are we there yet? Li Mingyao rubbed her eyes with her little hands, then looked out the window in surprise. The city is located on the shore of the Blue Sea. The edge of the city is connected to the sea, and the blue sea and the sky merge into one, forming a beautiful picture. Wow, so beautiful. We can go for a walk on the beach in the evening. Let's go home now. Lin Xian smiled slightly. Okay. A hint of happiness flashed across Li Mingyao's face. Xiaomi Su 7 started again and slowly drove towards Lin Xian's hometown. After a while, the two came to a community that looked very warm, with good greenery and beautiful environment. Although this neighborhood has been lived in for several years, it still maintains a brand new appearance. Lin Xian parked the car in the parking lot, then took Li Mengyao's hand and walked towards the elevator door. When they walked into the elevator, Lin Xian could clearly feel that Li Mengyao's little hands were slightly sweating, which made him laugh. Still nervous? It's okay. Haven't we seen this before at home? Relax. My mother should be the only one at home at this time. Lin Xian smiled slightly. I'm still nervous, Li Mengyao said in a low voice. At this time, the two had arrived at Lin Xian's house. He took out the key, opened the door, and walked in. Mom, I'm back, Lin Xian said happily. My daughter-in-law is here. You must have had a hard time on the journey. Zhang Shulan came forward enthusiastically and bypassed Lin Xian directly. Come, this is your home now. Don't be polite. Okay, Mom, Li Mengyao said a little nervously. After Li Mengyao sat down, Zhang Shulan turned around and looked at her son. What are you still standing there for? Bring in all the luggage. I know, Lin Xian said helplessly. After Lin Xian brought the luggage in, Li Mengyao took out the jade bracelet from inside and handed it to Zhang Shulan with a slight smile. Mom, this is a gift for you. Zhang Shulan smiled happily. Why buy me a gift? You are the best gift. Zhang Shulan picked up the crystal-clear jade bracelet and could tell at a glance that it was not cheap. Mom likes it very much, but you're not allowed to buy it next time, okay? Lin Xian and Li Mengyao just continued to smile, pretending not to hear. Of course, they would continue to buy. Daughter-in-law, have you been to the hospital for a checkup recently? How is the baby? Zhang Shulan asked impatiently. The baby is developing very healthily, the doctor also said. Li Mengyao lowered her eyes nervously. What else did you say? Zhang Shulan asked anxiously. The doctor said it was twins. Zhang Shulan was stunned for a moment. Chapter 47. Lin Xian treats me well. What? Twins? Zhang Shulan jumped up from the sofa as if there was a spring under her, but then quickly walked to Li Mengyao and sat down, holding her little hand tightly, her face full of joy, her mouth almost grinning from ear to ear. Mengyao, are they really twins? Zhang Shulan asked excitedly again. Yes, it's true. Li Mengyao was frightened by her mother-in-law's series of abnormal behaviors. Here, this is the pregnancy test report. Lin Xian quickly handed Li Mengyao's most recent pregnancy test report to his mother. Zhang Shulan took the report and saw the words twins clearly written on it. She was so excited that her hands began to tremble. That's great. Son, you're really good. Lin Xian smiled slightly, and Li Mengyao's face turned slightly red after hearing it. Zhang Shulan read the pregnancy test report again and again and kept muttering, Twins are good. Twins are good. Suddenly, Zhang Shulan thought of another thing. Son, did you bring your and Yao Yao's marriage certificate? Let me see it. Here it is. Lin Xian continued to hand the little red book to his mother. Zhang Shulan looked left and right, a happy smile on her face. My idiot son finally got married, and my daughter-in-law is so beautiful. She is so beautiful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground. What's even more surprising is that my daughter-in-law is pregnant with twins. Maybe they're a boy and a girl. Li Mengjiao blinked in confusion. She had never expected her mother-in-law to be so excited. How can I not be excited? I have 2 kids at once and will be grandparents soon. After a while, Zhang Shulan realized that she had lost her composure, so she sat back down next to Li Mengyao and said with a smile, Mom is just too happy. Don't be offended. Li Mengyao was still a little nervous and said, Mom, I understand. She was also very shocked when she found out she was having twins. Zhang Shulan looked at Li Mengyao's belly. She was 14 weeks pregnant and carrying twins, so why didn't she show any signs of pregnancy yet? You little brat, didn't you provide my daughter-in-law with enough nutrition? Why isn't her belly showing yet? Zhang Shulan glared at Lin Xian. Mom, some pregnant women show their pregnancy later. Lin Xian explained helplessly. Mom, Lin Xian is very nice to me. Li Mengyao said in a low voice. Mom is too anxious. Zhang Shulan immediately changed her expression to a gentle one and smiled at Li Mengyao. Son, go to the kitchen and make lunch. Also, remember to stew some old hen soup for Mengyao to supplement her nutrition. Zhang Shulan had a different expression towards Lin Xian. Huh? Why do I have to cook when I get home? Lin Xian complained. You're the one who's always disliked my cooking since we were little. Go. Lin Xian had no choice but to walk into the kitchen and start to get busy. Li Mengyao clenched her hands tightly together. She became even more nervous after Lin Xian left. Zhang Shulan saw the diamond ring on Li Mengyao's left hand and the bracelet she gave to her daughter-in-law for the first time, and her heart was filled with joy. Mengyao, don't be so nervous. Just treat it as your own home. Yeah, Li Mengyao nodded slightly. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened, and it was Comrade Lin Zhenghua who came back. Wife, I'm back. He walked in with a sad face because of the pressure of working in a state-owned enterprise. Then he was glared at by Zhang Shulan. This glare made him feel uneasy and trembled all over. Then he discovered that his daughter-in-law Li Mengyao was sitting on the sofa in a dignified and quiet manner, feeling a little restrained and nervous. Dad, Li Mengyao lowered her head slightly and called softly. Huh? Mengyao, you're here, huh? Lin Zhenghua came back to his senses, immediately put on a friendly smile, and responded enthusiastically. Did that kid Lin Xian bully you? Tell Dad, and I'll teach him a lesson. Lin Zhenghua sat down on the sofa opposite and said with a smile. No, Lin Xian is really good to me. Li Mengyao's pretty face flushed red. Kissing shouldn't be considered bullying. Dad, this is a gift I brought you from Jinghai City. Li Mengyao handed Lin Zhenghua the competition-specific fishing rod she had bought at the mall. Lin Zhenghua could tell at a glance that this fishing rod was worth a lot of money. He held it in his hand and kept stroking it, thinking, what a good rod. He had wanted to buy a fishing rod like this a long time ago, but unfortunately the financial power was in the hands of Zhang Shulan. Zhang Shulan felt that it was not worth spending tens of thousands of dollars to buy a broken fishing rod. Thank you, Mengyao. I like it very much. Lin Zhenghua said happily. By the way, Lao Lin, take a look at this. Zhang Shulan pointed to the small red book and a pregnancy test report on the table. Lin Zhenghua picked up the marriage certificate and looked at it, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Then he picked up the pregnancy test report and was stunned for a moment. A few seconds later, a smile broke out on his face. Where is Lin Xian? Lin Zhenghua asked impatiently. Cooking in the kitchen. Zhang Shulan replied. Then I'll go help. You guys continue chatting. After saying that, he walked into the kitchen happily like a little child. Zhang Shulan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Lao Lin usually gave people an impression of being calm and reserved, but this time, he simply ignored his image. Come to the kitchen. Lin Zhenghua slapped his son Lin Xian hard. That's great, little brat. You let me become a grandfather of 2 children at once. Lin Zhenghua said happily. Dad, be gentle. Lin Xian looked at his father speechlessly. If there's anything else you need to cook, Dad will help you. Dad, aren't you tired after get off work? In Lin Xian's impression, Lin Zhenghua was always very tired after get off work. Why are you tired? I'm full of energy now. I'll help you and add a few more dishes for the babies. Then Lin Zhenghua picked up a kitchen knife and started to get busy. After a while, the father and son prepared a table full of dishes. Dinner is ready. At the dinner table, Zhang Shulan kept picking up food for Li Mengyao, and her bowl was never empty. But Li Mengyao really couldn't eat so much, so she had to look up at Lin Xian and raise her eyebrows. Lin Xian understood what Li Mengyao meant and finished everything she couldn't finish. Mengyao, can we go back to Lin Xian's hometown together in a few days? His grandparents have always wanted to see you, Zhang Shulan asked. Okay, Li Mengyao nodded slightly. After lunch, it was Zhang Shulan who cleaned up the dishes. Lin Xian took Li Mengyao's hand and returned to his room. After Li Mengyao entered, she looked around carefully. It was a spacious and tidy room with a bed. Opposite the bed is a wardrobe with a simple and practical style. There is a desk next to the bed with a notebook on it, and the bookshelves are filled with various books and some Gundam mecha models. Honey, you're still playing with this. Li Mengyao picked up one of the models and smiled slightly. Those are all things we played with when we were little. Okay, time for a nap. Then the two hugged each other and fell into a sweet dream together. Chapter 48, Number 1 Scholar. The time has come, 3:30 in the afternoon. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman in his arms who was still sleeping soundly. He carefully tried to get up quietly. Just as Lin Xian was changing clothes, Li Mengyao's sensitive little hands noticed Lin Xian's departure and she opened her eyes in a daze. Honey, where are you going? Li Mingyao supported herself with one hand, rubbed her eyes gently with the other hand, and asked in a soft voice, I'm going to pick up Cece and take her home. She's going to have summer vacation soon. You can continue sleeping, honey. Lin Xian responded gently. I want to go too. Li Mingyao quickly sat up and hugged Lin Xian. Li Mingyao wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Cece. Okay, let's go together. Lin Xian rubbed Li Mingyao's pretty head. Another half hour passed. Husband, let's go. Li Mingyao changed into a simple white shirt, paired with an elegant black skirt, and put on light makeup, giving people a fresh and natural temperament, highlighting her purity and charming charm. Lin Xian stared at her again. Don't kiss me. I just changed it with great difficulty. Li Mingyao stretched out her little hand and gently pressed against Lin Xian to prevent him from succeeding. But Miss Li Mingyao's strength was no match for Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched Li Mingyao's tempting lips lightly with lightning speed. Just a kiss, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, let's go. Li Mingyao's face turned red. She quickly broke free from Lin Xian's arms, took his hand, and walked out. The two came to the parking lot and got into the Xiaomi 7. Student Xiao AI, please go to Yunhai City No. 1 Middle School. Lin Xian said. Yes, master. Xiaomi 7 started slowly and drove towards Yunhai City No. 1 Middle School. More than 20 minutes later, the Xiaomi SU7 parked steadily in the parking lot of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon, and Lin Cece still had half an hour to finish the last subject of the final exam. Lin Xian originally wanted to stay in the car and wait for his sister to finish the exam. Honey, can we go for a walk inside the school? Li Mingyao pulled Lin Xian's hand and smiled slightly. Okay, let's go. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao got out of the car and walked hand in hand to the security room at the school gate. Uncle, do you remember me? Lin Xian greeted the security guard with a smile. Hey, isn't this Xiao Xian? How come we have time to come back? The security guard responded with a smile. I brought my wife back to visit my alma mater and pick up my sister for the holiday. Can I go in and take a look? Lin Xian smiled heartily. Xiao Xian is a celebrity in the school. Of course you can come in. The security guard pressed the button in his hand, and the school gate slowly opened. What a talented couple. Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to get married so soon. The security guard looked at the two of them with a kind look. Uncle, you are also ready to retire, right? Lin Xian asked. Yes, I will retire after I finish my work this year. Now you can go in. The security guard said with a smile. Thank you, sir. Li Mingyao responda politedi. No. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao came to Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, which is the top institution of higher learning in Yunhai City and gathers outstanding students from all over the city. The campus is shaded by green trees and blooming flowers. Modern teaching buildings are neatly arranged and the environment is clean. Every corner exudes rigor and order. The two walked side by side on the greenway, their steps slow and gentle, as if they were afraid of breaking the tranquility. Li Mingyao raised her head slightly, quietly feeling the unique atmosphere of the campus. The breeze gently brushed her face, bringing a faint scent of grass. She imagined every day that Lin Xian spent in high school, his focused expression in class, and the way he laughed and played with his classmates after class, and a feeling of joy involuntarily welled up in her heart. On both sides of the greenway, every 10 or so meters, there are display boards of glorious deeds of college entrance examinations over the years. Li Mingyao strolled through the exhibition boards, her eyes casually scanning them. Suddenly, her eyes stopped at a certain one, and she took a closer look. Wasn't it her current husband, Lin Xian? It was clearly written on the glorious deeds board. Lin Xian won the top spot in Yunhai City Science subject with an astonishing score of 687 in 2020 and was successfully admitted to Jinghai University. Li Mingyao was stunned. She knew that Lin Xian was very smart and had a strong learning ability, but she didn't expect that he was the top scorer in science. No wonder the security guard just said Lin Xian is a celebrity in the school. Husband, why didn't you tell me these things? Li Mingyao raised her head slightly and asked with a smile. Your husband is very low-key. Besides, you didn't ask. Lin Xian smiled proudly. Lin Xian wanted to reach out and pinch Li Mingyao's little face, but she easily dodged him. You're in high school, so you better behave yourself. Lin Xian then gave up. Isn't this Lin Xian? Why are you back? A middle-aged woman approached slowly. She was wearing a light blue dress and white high heels, her steps light and graceful. This person was Lin Xian's high school teacher, Miss Chiu. Teacher Chiu, long time no see. You are still as beautiful as ever, and you look younger and younger. Lin Xian smiled with surprise. You are different now that you go to college. You even start making jokes about your teachers. Xiao Ruixue couldn't help laughing. Lin Xian chuckled and introduced the woman next to him to teacher Qiu. This is my wife, Li Mengyao. Then he turned to Li Mengyao and said, Wife, this is my senior year homeroom teacher, Teacher Qiu. Hello, Teacher Qiu. Li Mengyao Ratapuliteli. Hello, you're such a beautiful girl. You two are a perfect match. I didn't expect Xiao Xian to get married so soon. Xiao Ruixue smiled with satisfaction. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Li Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly after hearing Xiao Ruixue's compliment. You might not know this, but because Lin Xian is so handsome, he had a lot of girls courting him in high school, some of them very pretty. But he remained unmoved and only cared about studying. So in the end, everyone called him a nerd. But those girls are not as pretty as you. Our Xiao Xian has really good taste. Xiao Ruixue said with a smile as she recalled Lin Xian's high school days. Li Mengyao was a little confused after hearing this. A nerd? Would a nerd hug her and kiss her every night? Chapter 49, Sister-in-Law. You are simply my savior. Ding ling ling. The exam time is up. Please stop answering questions. The bell indicating the end of the exam time rang. Teacher, I still have things to do. Please come back to visit your alma mater often when you have time. Xiao Ruixue said goodbye with a smile. Then Lin Xian and Li Mengyao came to Lin Cici's teaching building and waited. Not long after, a girl with skin as white as snow, delicate features, a high-nosed bridge, and eyes as deep and bright as Lin Xian's was the first to run out of the teaching building. Her high ponytail bounced up and down as she ran, highlighting her innocence and cuteness. The intelligence revealed between his brows makes people's eyes light up. Elder brother, Lin Cici saw Lin Xian coming to pick her up at a glance, and waved her hands excitedly and shouted loudly. At the same time, she also saw the elegant and beautiful woman next to Lin Xian. That should be my sister-in-law. Lin Cici trotted over excitedly, took Lin Xian's hand, and said happily, Brother, you can pick me up? Lin Xian reached out and touched Lin Cici's little head, smiling, and said, Yes, let me introduce you. This is your sister-in-law, Li Mengyao. Lin Cici then said to Li Mengyao happily, Hello, sister-in-law. I am Lin Xian's sister, Lin Cici. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Hello, Cici. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. I knew she was a great beauty from the photos I saw in the group chat. I didn't expect that she was even prettier in person. She's like a fairy descending to earth. Then Lin Cici looked at Lin Xian with a questioning look. Lin Cici couldn't figure out how her idiot brother managed to marry such a beautiful sister-in-law. Lin Xian immediately saw through his sister's thoughts and gave her a light slap. What are you thinking about? Go back to the dormitory and move your luggage out. Brother, won't you help me move? Lin Cici covered her forehead and complained with a frown. It's not convenient for me to enter your girl's dormitory. I will drive the car to the downstairs of your dormitory later, and you can just move down. Lin Xian explained. Oh, after all, Lin Xian had just graduated from college, not much older than these high school students. Entering the girls' dormitory in the name of a parent would have a bad influence. Cici, let me help you move your luggage. Li Mengyao said to Lin Cici in a soft tone. Sister-in-law, this is absolutely not possible. You are pregnant. If my mother knew about it, she would beat me to death. Lin Cici hurriedly waved her hands to refuse. It's okay. I'll just help carry some light things. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. No, the school is getting ready for the holidays, and the dormitory corridors are full of people. What if you bump into someone? Lin Xian quickly spoke up to stop Li Mengyao. Okay then. Li Mengyao said softly. Cici, go back and pack up. We'll be waiting for you downstairs in the dormitory. Lin Xian said with a smile. Yeah. Lin Cici responded, and then ran towards her dormitory building like a little rabbit. Cici is so cute. Li Mengyao said with a smile. She's just a lively and cheerful little girl. Okay, let's get back to the car. Not long after, the two returned to the car, started the Xiaomi Su-7, and drove to the downstairs of Lin Cici's dormitory. Half an hour later, Lin Cici was carrying a small and exquisite school bag, dragging a large suitcase with one hand, while with the other hand, she was leisurely drinking an iced drink. Lin Cici stood on the side of the road, looking left and right, but she didn't see her father's car. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart, why is this old man so slow? Beep! Lin Xian pressed the horn. Lin Cici looked in the direction of the voice and found her brother sitting in a brand new Xiaomi Su-7. Lin Cici's eyes lit up and she immediately trotted over with the suitcase. At the same time, Lin Xian opened the car door and got out. He walked quickly towards Lin Cece and took the large suitcase from her hand. Wow, brother, when did you buy a new car? It's so cool. Lin Cece exclaimed with surprise. I just bought it recently. Lin Xian said as he deftly stuffed Lin Cece's luggage into the trunk. Then could you? Stop. You don't even have a driver's license. Don't even think about it. Get in the car and sit still. Before Lin Cece could finish her words, she was ruthlessly interrupted by Lin Xian. Lin Cece had no choice but to shut up and got into the car silently. After Lin Xian put his luggage away and closed the trunk, he got into the car. When he turned around, he saw his sister sitting in the back seat with an aggrieved look on her face. After you graduate from high school and pass the driving test, I will buy you a new car. How about it? Lin Xian said gently. Really? Lin Cece instantly broke into a bright smile. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Xian smiled generously. Isn't it you who swindled all the New Year's money I received every year? Lin Cece pouted mischievously. How can it be called a lie between us siblings? It's just a temporary loan. Lin Xian defended himself without changing his expression. His shamelessness was shocking. Li Mengyao on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. I don't care. I'm going to charge interest. When I get my driver's license, you have to buy me a brand new car. Lin Cece said coquettishly. I understand. I will buy it for you as a high school graduation gift. Lin Xian said with a smile. Speaking of gifts, Li Mingyao suddenly remembered something and took out the full set of Apple gift packs she had bought at the mall and handed it to Lin Cece, smiling slightly. Cece, this is a gift from your sister-in-law. Wow, sister-in-law, you're my savior. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lin Cece took out the Apple gift bag, which contained everything she had been longing for: a cell phone, a computer, an iPad, headphones. Don't be too happy too soon. You can only play with these during holidays and can't bring them to school. Lin Xian reminded with a smile while starting the car and turning on the advanced intelligent driving mode. The Xiaomi SU-7 slowly drove towards home. Why? My academic performance has not been affected by playing with my phone. I have always been in the top 10 in the grade. Lin Cece pouted in dissatisfaction and protested. One had to admit, Lin Cece had always been at the top of his class at Yunhai City's #1 middle school. If nothing unexpected happened, he'd definitely be accepted into Jinghai University. With a little more effort, he might even be able to achieve the same top score in the city's exams as his brother. Being in the top 10 now doesn't mean you'll be in the top 10 in the future. I guess I have to add another condition. If I find out you've secretly brought your phone to school, I won't buy you the car. Although Lin Xian's tone was gentle, the firmness contained in it was unquestionable. Chapter 50, Walking on the Beach. I understand. Lin Cece could only agree. Brother, don't you need to hold the steering wheel tightly? No need, it's intelligent driving now. Lin Xian responded with a smile. Wow, this is amazing. Lin Cece looked expectant, hoping that she could drive a smart car in the future. Not long after, the Xiaomi SU-7 parked steadily in the community parking lot, and then the three of them returned home together. It's still so comfortable at home. Lin Cece sat down heavily on the soft sofa with an expression of great enjoyment. Li Mingyao also looked a little tired, and she sat gently next to Lin Cece. Brother, tonight I want to eat braised beef, boiled pork slices, pickled fish, and grilled lamb chops. Lin Cece likes the food cooked by her brother the most, and she hasn't eaten it for a long time. You are so greedy. Lin Xian rubbed Lin Cece's little head hard, then turned and walked into the kitchen and began to prepare dinner for tonight. A man who knows how to cook cannot escape the fate of cooking no matter where he is. After seeing her brother enter the kitchen, Lin Cece turned to look at her sister-in-law Li Mengyao, with curiosity flashing in her eyes. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful and elegant. How did you and my brother meet? How did my brother pursue you? Lin Cece couldn't help but ask softly. Well, we met in the library, and then it was love at first sight. Yeah, that's it. Li Mingyao smiled slightly, and a blush appeared on her delicate face. After hearing this, Lin Cece's eyes lit up and she smiled and said, I knew my brother was a nerd, but sister-in-law, although my brother may seem silly sometimes, he is a really good person. Then, she stretched out a cute little hand and began to count. He can not only cook, but also is good at doing housework. He has excellent academic performance and is very caring to his family. Every time she counted an item, Lin Cece's face was filled with pride. You might have some misunderstanding about your brother. He's just a kissing maniac. What was Li Mingyao's true inner thoughts at this moment? Mingyao? Cici? Are you back? At this time, there was a sound of a door opening. It was Zhang Shulan who came back. She saw her daughter and daughter-in-law sitting on the sofa chatting. Mom, you're back. Lin Cici quickly stepped forward and took a large bag from her mother's hand. Well, how did you do in the final exam? Zhang Shulan asked with a smile. Aren't you clear about your daughter's level? Don't worry, there's no problem. Lin Cici showed a confident expression. Mom, welcome back. Li Mingyao, who looked a little tired at this time, hurried forward to greet Zhang Shulan. Mingyao, are you feeling unwell? Did that brat bully you? Zhang Shulan asked anxiously when she saw Li Mingyao's tired look. No, I'm just a little sleepy, Li Mingyao responded softly. Li Mingyao was a bit attached to her bed, so she didn't sleep much in Lin Xian's room in the afternoon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have noticed that her husband had gotten up. Then go back to your room and have some rest. I'll call you when dinner is ready. After saying that, Zhang Shulan took Li Mingyao's hand and went back to the room. Li Mingyao nodded obediently and lay down quietly. Only then did Zhang Shulan walk out of the room with peace of mind. Li Mingyao was indeed very sleepy and fell asleep quickly. What time is it? Li Mingyao opened her beautiful eyes drowsily, sat on the bed, and stretched gently. Wife, it's already 8 o'clock. A gentle voice came. Ah, husband, you're scaring me to death. Li Mingyao was startled and suddenly found Lin Xian lying next to her. She was half asleep and didn't notice it. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't mean to scare you. Lin Xian quickly stood up and hugged Li Mingyao, comforting her softly. I know. Li Mingyao also reached out and hugged Lin Xian, feeling his body warmth and the sense of security his embrace brought. Her heartbeat gradually calmed down, and her mood became cheerful. Have you had dinner? Li Mingyao raised her head and looked into Lin Xian's eyes and asked. I've already eaten it. We specially left a portion for you. Lin Xian said gently. Why didn't you wake me up? Li Mingyao scolded. It seemed very rude of her to do so. I see you are sleeping so soundly that I can't bear to wake you up. Let's go and eat now. The babies are starving. Lin Xian gently touched Li Mingyao's hair, his eyes full of pampering. Lin Xian held Li Mingyao's little hand and came to the dining table. After Li Mingyao sat down steadily, Lin Xian took out a dinner from the thermal cabinet and gently placed it in front of her. They were all her favorite dishes. At this time, Li Mingyao was already very hungry and began to eat in small bites, while Lin Xian watched quietly from the side. Where are my parents and Cici? Li Mingyao looked up and found that only she and Lin Xian were left at home. Mom and Dad went out for a walk after eating, and Cici went out to play with her classmates. Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh, Li Mingyao continued to eat. Soon, Li Mingyao was full and burped with satisfaction. Wife, let's take a break and go for a walk. Okay, Li Mingyao usmila tapili. After eating, Li Mingyao rested for more than 10 minutes, and then the two walked out of the house. Lin Xian took Li Mingyao's hand and came to a small electric scooter. Honey, aren't we going for a walk? Li Mingyao asked, looking at the cute electric car in confusion. Yes, let's go for a walk on the beach. It's quite a distance from here, so we'll ride an electric bike. Lin Xian said with a smile. Li Mingyao's eyes curved with joy when she heard that she could go to the beach to play. Wife, get in the car. Lin Xian sat on the electric scooter, handed a small pink helmet to Li Mingyao, and said with a smile. This is Lin Cici's little helmet. Lin Xian used to take her out for a ride often. Li Mingyao put on her helmet, held Lin Xian's shoulders, and gently took a step forward with her long, beautiful legs. With graceful and neat movements, she sat steadily behind Lin Xian, wrapped her hands tightly around his waist, and smiled happily. Hubby, I'm ready. Then let's go. Lin Xian started the car and slowly drove towards the beach. As the electric scooter advanced, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao got closer and closer to the beach. The salty sea breeze blew over, making people feel relaxed and happy. Li Mingyao closed her eyes, feeling the embrace of the breeze, and felt particularly relaxed. Finally, they reached the seaside. The seaside at night is quiet and mysterious, and the moonlight sprinkles on the sea like water, making the waves sparkle. After Lin Xian parked the electric scooter, Li Mingyao couldn't wait to get off. She opened her arms, welcoming the baptism of the sea breeze and enjoying the tranquility and freedom brought by the sea. Lin Xian stood quietly by, admiring Li Mingyao's beautiful figure, his heart full of love. Chapter 51. Kissing more and you'll become experienced. It's so beautiful here. Li Mengyao said in amazement and took out her mobile phone. She smiled slightly and took a click, successfully capturing the intoxicating beauty in front of her. At this moment, Lin Xian quietly walked behind her, gently stretched out his arms, gently hugged Li Mengyao, and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the seaside at night with his wife. Lin Xian has lived here since he was a child and often comes to the beach. He is very familiar with this beach. How come he didn't realize that it is so beautiful before? After Li Mengyao finished capturing the spectacular scene of waves crashing against the shore, she lightly touched the screen with her small fingers, and the phone instantly switched to selfie mode. Two faces filled with happy smiles immediately appeared in front of the camera, and the beautiful moment was frozen in time. Wife, let's take a walk along the beach. Lin Xian asked softly, his tone full of tenderness. Yeah, Li Mengyao nodded slightly. So they walked hand in hand on the beach, their steps slow and leisurely. The waves occasionally rushed onto the beach, gently brushing Li Mengyao's little feet, bringing waves of cool touch. Li Mengyao recalled that her father often carried her everywhere. Whenever he met an acquaintance, he would happily introduce her. Look, this is my daughter, huh? At that time, Li Mengyao was still young and only knew how to play on her father's back. She felt that her father's shoulders were particularly strong. Ever since her father passed away suddenly, Li Mengyao has never been carried on anyone's back again. The two continued to walk forward leisurely, and suddenly Li Mengyao stopped moving, as if she was frozen. What's wrong? Lin Xian turned around and asked gently. Honey, I can't walk anymore. Li Mengyao's watery eyes blinked as she looked at Lin Xian. Huh? What should we do? Why don't we go back? Of course, Lin Xian knew his wife's little thoughts, but he still pretended to be ignorant. I can't even walk back. Li Mengyao puffed up her cheeks and said angrily. Then, can I carry you on my back? Lin Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a doting smile, then turned around and squatted down. Hee, hubby, I'm going up. Li Mengyao was as happy as a child. She took a small step back, then quickly quickened her pace and jogged. Finally, she jumped up lightly, lay steadily on Lin Xian's broad back, and hugged his neck tightly. Be careful. Lin Xian quickly grabbed Li Mengyao's long legs with both hands. Honey, let's go. Li Mengyao shouta aksitavli. Yes, my dear wife. Lin Xian turned around and headed back. Husband, why are you going back? I haven't seen enough. Li Mengyao pulled Lin Xian's clothes and said anxiously. Huh? Didn't my wife say she couldn't walk anymore? So I'm carrying you back now. Lin Xian smiled heartily. Li Mengyao quickly realized that Lin Xian did it on purpose, then lowered her head and kissed Lin Xian's shoulder lightly. Hiss. Wife, I was wrong. I'll change it back now. Lin Xian hurriedly changed direction again. After hearing what Li Mengyao said, Lin Xian became a little more obedient. Li Mengyao smiled happily when she saw the small teeth marks she left on Lin Xian's shoulder. Honey, am I heavy? It's not heavy. Lin Xian felt a surge of crisis. But I weighed myself yesterday, and I've gained 2 kilograms. Li Mengyao bota. It's normal to gain weight during pregnancy. Besides, you are pregnant with 2 babies. Lin Xian explained patiently. What if I can't lose weight again after giving birth to the baby? Li Mengyao asked, resting her little face on Lin Xian's shoulder. No, my wife will definitely lose weight again. Lin Xian said in a firm tone. I mean, what if? Li Mengyao looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Then I'll eat myself fat too, and we'll get fat together. Lin Xian said gently. After saying that, Li Mengyao kissed Lin Xian hard on the right cheek. Wife, why are you kissing me secretly? Lin Xian tried to turn his head to look, but Li Mengyao turned to the other side. When Lin Xian turned to the other side, Li Mengyao hid back to this side, just to prevent Lin Xian from seeing her. How dare you say that? Before, someone would kiss me secretly all the time, and every time I couldn't breathe. Li Mengyao said with a slight blush on her face. I'm doing this to train you. You'll become more skilled if you kiss more. Lin Xian said shamelessly. Still talking, Li Mengyao stretched out her little hand and hit him lightly. Lin Xian continued to walk forward with Li Mengyao on his back. The two felt the refreshing sea breeze and listened to the sound of the waves. Honey, you can put me down now. Li Mengyao patted Lin Xian's back and said softly. Good. Lin Xian nodded slightly and carefully put Li Mengyao back on the ground. After Li Mengyao landed, she moved her body a little and was about to turn around and walk back. However, a gentle hand gently grabbed her and pulled her back into Lin Xian's warm arms. Husband, what are you going to do? Li Mengyao's gaze fell on Lin Xian's deep eyes, and she instantly understood his intention. My wife just kissed me secretly. Should I kiss her back? Lin Xian whispered. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian did not give Li Mengyao any chance to resist. He gently lifted her chin and then kissed her seductive lips without hesitation. At this moment, there was only each other in their world, and everything around them became blurry. From afar, the two figures hugging each other tightly are like a beautiful painting, which together with the sea and the moon form a charming scenery. After returning home, Lin Xian and Li Mengyao took a shower and lay down on the bed. Li Mengyao nestled in Lin Xian's arms, her mind still recalling the scene of her passionate kiss with Lin Xian on the beach, and her little face turned red again. Wife, why do you like the sea? Lin Xian asked gently, looking at his wife in his arms. Lin Xian could see that Li Mengyao longed for the sea. Because my father promised me before he died that he would take me to see the sea. Li Mengyao said with her head down. Wife, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Lin Xian hurriedly hugged Li Mengyao, stroked her hair, and comforted her. It's okay. I'm very satisfied now. Li Mengyao raised her head slightly, looked at Lin Xian, and smiled slightly. How about we take our wedding photos at the beach? Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Okay. Chapter 52, I haven't gotten in the car yet. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up first, tiptoed out of the room, went to the kitchen, and started preparing breakfast for the family. I don't know why, but since getting the system's 5-star chef, Lin Xian actually likes cooking. He loves his family eating the delicious food he cooks, loves his family praising his cooking skills, and loves the happy smiles on their faces. Soon, a big pot of fragrant shrimp porridge was served, along with steaming pumpkin pancakes and fresh and smooth egg custard. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan had already gotten up and were sitting on the sofa waiting for dinner. Lin Xian first came to the door of his sister Lin Cici's room, gently pushed the door open, and saw the little guy sleeping soundly on the bed at a glance. I saw that she was sleeping in a big human shape with the quilt kicked aside, her mouth slightly open, and she was snoring softly from time to time. Sister, get up and have breakfast. Lin Xian shook Lin Cici and called softly. Hey, I finally have a day off. What's wrong with letting me sleep for a while? While complaining, Lin Cici hid her little head in the quilt and continued to immerse herself in her sweet dream. Lin Xian had no way to deal with this sleepy sister, so he had to turn around and leave the room. As for his wife Li Mengyao, Lin Xian has always been very doting to her and usually waits for her to wake up naturally. Lin Cici, Lin Xian returned to the dining table and could only enjoy breakfast with his parents first and put the rest in the thermal cabinet. An hour later, Li Mengyao felt that the baby in her belly was hungry. She gently rubbed her charming eyes, then struggled to sit up in bed. Because of her pregnancy, her movements seemed a little clumsy and labored, but she still managed to get out of bed, slowly walked to the bathroom, and started washing up. When she finished washing up and came to the hall, Mengyao, you're awake. Are you hungry? Zhang Shulan saw her daughter-in-law get up, hurried forward, took her hand, and led her to the dining table. Mom, good morning. Li Mengyao smiled slightly. Zhang Shulan took out a breakfast from the thermal cabinet and placed it in front of Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao began to enjoy her breakfast in small sips, and suddenly realized that her husband seemed not to be at home. Mom, where's Lin Xian? Li Mengyao asked. I asked him to go to the roof to dry clothes, and he hasn't come back yet. Okay. Li Mengyao nodded slightly and continued eating breakfast. Soon, the sound of the door opening was heard. It was Lin Xian who came back. Wife, are you awake? Lin Xian came back and sat next to Li Mengyao and asked softly. Yeah, Li Mengyao smiled and nodded. Zhang Shulan looked at the two of them and Lin Zhenghua, who was watching TV in the living room, and suddenly realized that there seemed to be one person missing. Lin Cici. This lazy little bug was still sleeping. Mengyao, take your time eating. I'll go wake Cici up. After saying that, Zhang Shulan stood up and walked towards Lin Cici's room. 10 minutes later, Lin Cici was forced to go to the restaurant to have breakfast with a resentful look on her face. Fortunately, her brother's cooking skills were good and the delicious food made her feel better. Lin Xian glanced at the time. It was only 9:30. Wife, do you want to visit the aquarium later? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Okay, I haven't been there yet. Li Mingyao's eyes lit up and a happy smile appeared on her face. Then, Cici, are you going? Lin Xian turned to look at his sister and asked with a smile. I'm not going. If I go, I don't know how much dog food I'll have to eat from you. I want to take a nap. Lin Cici seemed still a little sleepy and muttered with a little grumpy look. After Li Mingyao had a full breakfast, she went back to her room, dressed up carefully, and went out with Lin Xian. The two came to the parking lot and got into the Xiaomi SU7. Just as Lin Xian was about to start the car, he heard a familiar voice calling from behind. Brother, brother, wait for me. I haven't gotten on the car yet. I haven't gotten on the car yet. Lin Cece shouted anxiously from behind. Lin Cece sat in the back seat, panting. Cece, didn't you say you wouldn't go? Lin Xian couldn't help laughing and teasing. If I don't go, my mom will make me read and do homework. I might as well eat your dog food. Lin Cece pouted and complained reluctantly. Then let's go together. You can have fun when you get there. Lin Xian then started the car and asked Xiaomi to locate the Yunhai City Oceanarium. The Xiaomi SU7 slowly drove towards the destination. After a while, the Xiaomi SU7 parked steadily in the parking lot of Yunhai City Oceanarium. The three of them got out of the car immediately. Li Mingyao stared in amazement at the amazing sight before her. The architecture of Yunhai City Ocean Museum is magnificent. The museum cleverly uses advanced high-tech means to create a three-dimensional whale on the surface of the building. The huge whale appears lifelike on the surface of the building, as if it is swimming freely. This whale is so lifelike that it seems as if it may jump out of the surface of the building at any time, giving people an unparalleled, shocking feeling. Walking into the aquarium, the interior is like a dreamlike underwater palace, magnificently decorated with many marine animals swimming around, making you feel like you are in the underwater world. Lin Xian and Li Mingyao first came to the Marine Life Museum, where there are various marine creatures, a wide range of fish, colorful corals, ancient and solemn sea turtles, etc., vividly demonstrating the diversity of marine life. Lin Cece was also watching from the side. Wow, it's spectacular. This turtle is so cute. As Li Mingyao spoke, she excitedly pointed with her little hand at a little turtle that was swimming slowly past her, a happy smile on her face. Lin Xian silently recorded his wife's surprise moment with his mobile phone. Then the three of them came to the Jellyfish Museum. The jellyfish here are illuminated by special lights, like elves, emitting a mysterious and charming glow. The elegance and agility of the jellyfish make the entire Jellyfish Museum full of poetic and romantic atmosphere. These jellyfish are so beautiful. Li Mingyao couldn't stop smiling with joy. Wife, let's take a photo here as a souvenir. Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay. Li Mingyao's face was filled with a happy smile. Cece, come and take a picture for me. Lin Xian smiled and shouted to his sister not far away. I knew it. Lin Cece curled her lips. Lin Cece reluctantly took out her cell phone and carefully took a few photos of Lin Xian and her sister-in-law Li Mingyao. At this time, Li Mingyao noticed Lin Cece's little mood and asked gently, Cece, do you want to take a photo together? Okay. Lin Cece immediately smiled brightly. She hadn't taken a photo with her brother for a long time. Then she ran to stand between Lin Xian and Li Mingyao. Lin Xian randomly found a passerby to help take pictures. He walked up and said politely, Hello, could you please take a picture for us? Sure. Thanks. Then the passerby took the phone that Lin Xian handed over and pointed the camera at the three people. Get ready, 1, 2, 3. Click. The three people in the photo are smiling and full of happiness. Chapter 53. Mom is cooking lunch today. After visiting the Jellyfish Museum, Lin Xian and the other two came to the underwater tunnel, feeling as if they were in a magical underwater world. The blue light falls softly on my body, and I'm surrounded by the sparkling sea water where fish swim freely. The huge glass curtain wall closely connects people with marine life. Lin Xian held Li Mingyao's hand and walked slowly along the tunnel, with Lin Cece still following behind. Li Mingyao was looking at the beautiful scenery in front of her with relish. Suddenly, a shark roared past overhead, scaring Li Mingyao so much that she hugged Lin Xian's arm tightly. Honey, why don't sharks eat other marine creatures? Li Mingyao blinked confusedly and asked curiously. Because the sharks here have adapted to artificial breeding. They have no shortage of food and naturally will not prey on other marine life. Lin Xian explained patiently. Oh, then let's go to the shark tank. Li Mingyao smilatapili. Aren't you afraid? Lin Xian said with a smile. What's so scary about this? Li Mingyao said proudly. Then the three of them walked out of the underwater tunnel and headed towards the shark tank. Walking into the shark aquarium, you feel like you are in the shark's territory. Under a giant glass screen, sharks swim among them, including the ferocious great white shark, the petite lemon shark, the docile nurse shark, and the extremely fast mako shark. It was the first time that Li Mengyao saw these giant marine creatures up close. She hugged Lin Xian's arm tightly. Although she said she was not afraid, her body's reaction honestly revealed her inner fear. Lin Xian noticed it quickly and said with a smile, "Okay, we've seen enough. We should go back." Li Mengyao nodded slightly. There's indeed a feeling of deep-sea fear. The three of them left the Yunhai City Oceanarium together and returned to the Xiaomi SU-7. Lin Xian started the car, and the Xiaomi SU-7 slowly drove out of the parking lot. On the way home, Li Mengyao suddenly saw a BMW 4S store and thought of something. "Husband, wait a minute. Li Mengyao shouta uryadli. What's wrong?" Lin Xian quickly took over the Xiaomi SU-7 and parked it by the side of the road. "Let's go to the BMW 4S store and have a look." Li Mengyao pointed with her little finger. "Wife, do you want to buy a new car?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "No, I want to buy one for my dad. Didn't you say that he likes the BMW series the most?" Li Mengyao shook her head slightly and smiled. When Li Mengyao went out in the morning, she saw Lin Jinggua's old BMW, which he had been driving for almost 10 years. "Okay, let's go and take a look." Lin Xian smiled slightly. Lin Xian's heart was moved when he heard this. He knew that his father had always loved BMW cars, but for various reasons he had never changed his car. Now that Lin Xian is not short of money, it is time to upgrade the family car. "Brother, can you buy me one?" Lin Cece asked expectantly. "If you want beauty, you can take a look at it now. I will buy it for you after you graduate and get your driver's license." Lin Xian turned around and said to his sister. Then Lin Xian drove the car into the parking lot of the BMW 4S store. The three of them got out of the car and walked into the BMW 4S store together. "Welcome, everyone. Are you here to buy a car?" A young female salesperson with a graceful figure, dressed in a well-fitting professional suit and sexy black stockings, came forward lightly. As they say, the more expensive the product, the younger and prettier the salesperson. "Yes, we are here to buy a car. Do you have any BMW models to recommend?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "Excuse me, sir, what is your budget?" asked the saleswoman. "Wife, how much do you think is appropriate to buy?" Lin Xian turned to Li Mengyao and asked gently. "You decide this. I don't understand these things." Li Mengyao lowered her eyes slightly and spoke in a low voice. "About 1 million to 1.5 million. After receiving the empowerment from his wife, Lin Xian answered without hesitation. Li Mengyao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but she quickly came to her senses. After all, they now have tens of millions of assets. The female salesperson and Lin Cece were stunned by what they heard. The female salesperson thought that since there were three young people coming, one of whom looked like a high school student, they would probably choose the cheapest BMW series. She didn't expect that the price would suddenly reach the million level. Lin Cece was also shocked. When did her brother become so rich? If it's in this price range, we highly recommend the BMW 8 series. It has a stylish and dynamic exterior, exquisite interior, and an ultimate driving experience. It is the perfect fusion of luxury and sportiness. The female salesperson led Lin Xian and the other two to a BMW 8 series and introduced it. Lin Xian walked forward, carefully looked at the cool car in front of him, then sat in the driver's seat to experience it personally. He was very satisfied. His father should like this car very much. Is this the top-of-the-line version of the BMW 8 series? Lin Xian raised his head and continued to ask. The saleswoman smiled and shook her head and replied, "No, sir, if you want the top-of-the-line version, you can come with me to take a look at the car here." After that, she led everyone to another BMW parked not far away. This is the BMW 8 Series i840 version, the top model of the BMW 8 Series. As the female salesperson spoke, she opened the car door and invited Lin Xian to get in and experience it. Lin Xian got into the car and felt the comfort and texture of the top luxury car and felt very satisfied. The female salesperson then gave a detailed introduction to the BMW 8 Series i840, from its cool exterior design to its exquisite and luxurious interior details, and then to its high-end and advanced configuration. "I want this one." Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you very much for your choice, sir. However, since there is only one top-of-the-line BMW 8 Series in stock in our store, the car you ordered may not be delivered to you until 3 days later." The female salesperson handed Lin Xian a contract. "Okay, thanks." Lin Xian took a look at the contract and paid the deposit, as there was no problem. After the transaction was completed, Lin Xian and the other two left the BMW 4S store and returned to the Xiaomi SU7. Lin Xian started the car and drove the Xiaomi SU7 towards home. Cici, which car have you taken a fancy to? Li Mengyao looked back at Lin Cici and asked gently. Not yet, sister-in-law. Lin Cici showed a sly smile. At first, Lin Cici thought that even if her brother bought her a new car, it would not be too expensive, at most tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. I didn't expect that my brother is so rich now, he could buy $1 million car just like that. So she has to think about it carefully. How can I give my brother a good beating? Soon, the Xiaomi SU7 parked steadily in the community parking lot, and the three of them took the elevator to their doorstep. We're back, Lin Xian shouted as he opened the door. Zhang Shulan heard the noise and came out of the kitchen with a smile on her face. Hey, you guys are back. Was the aquarium fun? Fun, Li Mingyao smiled slightly. That's good. Let's wash our hands and get ready for dinner, Zhang Shulan said, turning and walking into the kitchen. Lin Xian and Lin Cici looked at each other. Mom is cooking lunch today? Chapter 54. Maybe they're twins, a boy and a girl. Lin Xian and Lin Cici, a brother and sister, have always been skeptical about their mother's cooking skills, so they secretly went to the kitchen to take a look. It turned out that it was Dad Lin Zhenghua who was instructing Zhang Shulan on how to cook. Zhang Shulan's cooking is actually not too bad if she works hard. But in order to let her daughter-in-law, Li Mingyao, taste more delicious dishes, she asked Lin Zhenghua to give her some guidance. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Lin Cici finally felt relieved. Before long, four exquisite dishes and a bowl of delicious soup were neatly placed on the table. Dinner is ready, Zhang Shulan shouted loudly. The whole family sat around the dining table. Lin Xian first picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in his mouth to taste it. Although it was not as delicious as the one he cooked, it tasted really good. What do you think? Don't think that your mother, really can't cook, Zhang Shulan said when she saw her son's shocked look. Mingyao, come and try this piece of pork ribs. Zhang Shulan picked up a piece of fragrant pork ribs and gently placed it in Li Mingyao's bowl. As Mingyao's mother-in-law, she naturally had to cook a sumptuous meal for her daughter-in-law herself. Delicious, Li Mingyao showed a satisfied and happy smile after taking a bite. Mom, just do this from now on. I like it very much, Lin Cici said contentedly, taking a piece of beef at a time. Okay, I'll make it for you from now on. Zhang Shulan was also very happy. The whole family happily enjoyed this warm lunch. After lunch, the family returned to their rooms and began packing their luggage, preparing to return to Lin Xian's hometown in the afternoon to visit his grandparents. After Lin Xian and Li Mingyao finished cleaning up, they lay down on the bed together and prepared to take a nap. At this time, Li Mingyao was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Lin Xian noticed something strange and reached out to gently hug Li Mingyao. Wife, are you nervous? Lin Xian asked gently. Li Mingyao tucked her little head into Lin Xian's arms and spoke in a soft voice. Don't be nervous. My grandparents are very easy to talk to. Besides, you're going to give them great-grandchildren soon. They're so happy and want to see you. Lin Xian gently stroked Li Mingyao's hair, lowered his head slightly, and kissed her forehead lightly. Then, will your grandparents favor boys over girls? What if I give birth to two girls? Li Mingyao raised her head slightly, with a hint of worry in her eyes. My grandfather may be a little bit like that, but my grandmother is not. She especially likes children. Look at Cici. In comparison, my grandmother loves Cici more, Lin Xian said with a smile. After all, they're from the older generation, so it is impossible to say that they do not favor boys over girls. But in fact, in Lin Xian's view, it is the same whether to have a boy or a girl. Besides, maybe they are twins, a boy and a girl. Lin Xian continued with a smile. How can it be such a coincidence? Li Mingyao lauga souffli. After hearing what Lin Xian said, she was not so nervous anymore. Anyway, whether the baby is a boy or a girl depends on her husband and has nothing to do with her. Li Mingyao nestled in Lin Xian's arms, feeling the warmth he brought, and soon fell asleep. Time quickly came to the afternoon. After lunch, Lin Xian and Li Mingyao prepared to go to their hometown, Yinshan Town. Husband, let's go. Li Mingyao put on light makeup and changed into a snow-white dress. The dress was well-cut and matched with a cute bow-knot neckline design, perfectly presenting the unique, gentle, and fresh feeling of summer. The whole person looked elegant and agile. Lin Xian stared at it intently, and only came back to his senses after a while, muttering two words, beautiful. Then let's go. Li Mingyao chuckled, reached out and grabbed Lin Xian, who was still in a daze, and walked out of the room together. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan were also ready, and Lin Cece followed closely behind her parents. A group of people came to the community parking lot. Cece, whose car are you going to take? Lin Zhenghua asked as he opened the door of his slightly old BMW. Of course I'll take my brother's car. Lin Cece sat in the back seat of Xiaomi Su 7. New cars are still comfortable. Lin Zhenghua looked at his old BMW and thought, it's time to buy a new one because his daughter dislikes it. Then Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan got in the car together and started driving towards Yinshan town. At the same time, Lin Xian carefully arranged Li Mengyao to sit in the back seat and quickly started the car, with Xiaomi SU7 following closely behind. At first, in Yinhai City, Lin Xian's Xiaomi SU7 was still following closely behind his father, but once on the highway, Lin Xian sped up without hesitation, instantly leaving his father's car far behind. Why are you driving so fast, little brat? Zhang Shulan said angrily. Wife, it's not that our son is driving fast. It's that we're driving too slowly. Lin Zhenghua explained. Is that so? Then you should find time to buy a new one. Zhang Shulan looked at the old BMW and felt that it was indeed time to replace it. I used to think about saving money for Lin Xian to get married, for fear that he, a blockhead, would not be able to find a wife. I didn't expect that I wouldn't have to spend any money at all, and he already has a wife and a child. Thinking of this, Zhang Shulan felt that her son was still very capable. Okay, Lin Zhenghua smiled. He finally got his wife's permission to buy a new car. An hour and a half later, Lin Xian arrived at the Yinshan Town Expressway exit first and parked the car on the side of the road waiting for his father. 15 minutes later, Lin Zhenghua finally drove off the highway and headed back home, with Lin Xian following closely behind him, just as they had done in the city. Soon, two cars slowly drove into a small independent villa. Lin Xian's grandparents were already waiting at the door. Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Cece opened the car door first and ran forward happily. Hey, Cece, how are you doing at school recently? Grandma asked kindly. Very good. Lin Cece smiled happily. Lin Zhenghua and Zhang Shulan also got out of the car and came to their grandparents. Mom and Dad, we're back. Lin Zhenghua greeted. I'm glad you're back. By the way, where's my granddaughter-in-law? Grandma asked impatiently. At this time, she could vaguely see a petite figure in Xiaomi's car. It turned out that Li Mengyao had fallen asleep in the car. Wife, we're here. Lin Xian called Li Mengyao softly. Are we there yet? Li Mengyao rubbed her eyes and responded sleepily. Chapter 55, Pretty. What caught Li Mengyao's eyes was a mountain villa, which was towering into the clouds and was 5 stories high.